Chapter 251. Wei Ning thought of using grass and wood ash to filter out impurities in the salt water. Without advanced instruments, this was the only primitive method she could think of. This method was a bit troublesome. You had to wait until the filtered salt water was clear before you could extract the salt. When Wei Ning boiled the first pot of salt water dry, revealing the layer of coarse salt with a little light brown at the bottom of the pot, her eyes lit up. It was finally much better than before. However, it was still much worse than the result she wanted. Wei Ning was unwilling to do this. She stared at the firewood that had not yet burned out at the bottom of the pot, thinking about how to improve it so that she could completely extract coarse salt without impurities. Even if you use wood ash, you still can't completely filter out the impurities in the salt water, so the coarse salt extracted in the end will have impurities. If you can absorb those tiny impurities, you may succeed. Wei Ning stared at the red charcoal fire under the stove, suddenly slapped her forehead, and hurriedly pulled out the unmelted charcoal fire at the bottom of the stove and put it out directly with water. When the smoke dissipated, Wei Ning picked up the charcoal and put it at the bottom of the simple filter made before, between the grass and wood ash, and then repeated the salt water filtration. When the filtered salt water was clear, it was dark. At this time, the elephants had left here, and no one knew where they went. Wei Ning didn't look for them anymore. She always remembered what her purpose was. Since she found the salt, there was no need to follow the elephants all the time. After all, she would leave here sooner or later. If she stayed with the elephants for a long time, she was afraid that she would be reluctant to leave them. If I meet them next time, I will help them grow some grass to feed them, as a thank you for helping me find salt. Wei Ning thought so in her heart, but her hands did not stop, and she started to boil salt water again. In order to get the result quickly, Wei Ning only boiled a little salt water, and the water evaporated soon. Looking at the thin layer of white, Wei Ning finally showed satisfaction in her eyes. This method was very successful, and the crude salt extracted did not have obvious variegated colors. With experience, the next step will be much easier. In the next few days, Wei Ning began to pry the rock salt from the cliff, dissolving it into salt water, then filtering and finally refining it into crude salt. When Wei Ning filled a large jar of crude salt, she met the elephants, who came to eat salt again. She had just put away the pots and prepared to leave here and return to the cave today, when the baby elephant called to it from a distance, then ran towards her, and wrapped her hand with its nose affectionately. "Long time no see. I thought you didn't remember me." Wei Ning smiled, and touched the elephant's trunk. She didn't expect to see them again before leaving, and she was in a happier mood. Thinking of her previous decision to thank the elephants, Wei Ning immediately decided that it was better to do it today than to wait for a day. Since she met them, she would thank them today. Otherwise, she didn't know if she would have the chance to meet them again after leaving here. Half of the elephants had eaten the rock salt, and the rest were still waiting in line. Those who had eaten were looking for tender leaves or grass nearby. Wei Ning looked around and found that there was no wider grassland here. Perhaps it was close to the rock salt cliff, and the grass and trees nearby were not as lush as those in the distance. The elephants only nibbled once or twice occasionally. Wei Ning saw that they didn't seem to like it very much, so she simply decided to walk with them for a while, and when they found a place with lush grass and trees, she would help them grow some grass. After eating the salt, the baby elephant has been following Wei Ning, and even wanted to learn from the mother elephant to throw her on her back, but was stopped by Wei Ning. She could accept the mother elephant's back, but that didn't mean she could accept the baby elephant's back. It was not as tall as herself, and it was still a baby elephant. She was not so thick-skinned as to ask a baby to carry her. The baby elephant felt very aggrieved after being rejected, and felt that he was looked down upon. Wei Ning touched its nose soothingly, and used his supernatural power to urge a handful of grass to it. With the delicious grass, the baby elephant was immediately happy, and rolled over the grass and ate it very quickly, fearing that the mother elephant next to it would snatch it from it. Its way of protecting food was quite funny, and Wei Ning was amused by it. After eating the salt, the elephants began to leave again. Last time, Wei Ning was busy studying how to refine salt, and didn't notice which direction they left. This time, sitting on the mother elephant's back and moving slowly with the elephants, she realized that the elephants did not return along the original route, but chose to go in the opposite direction of the way they came. "Ning Ning, are we going back?" Xiang crawled out of her pocket, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. These days, it was only with Ning Ning, and it was so enjoyable that there was no Xiaolu competing with it for energy every day. It almost forgot that Xiaolu was waiting for them in the cave. "Well, after finding a suitable place and feeding them a batch of grass, we will go back. It's time to change places. The cave is a good place, but Wei Ning doesn't want to live there forever. She lived there for so long because of her injury. Now it's time to change places. This planet seems to be an undeveloped planet. She wants to explore more to see if she can find more medicinal herbs. Now that we are here, we will feel at a disadvantage if we don't explore. Don't you want to go back? Wei Ning heard the reluctance in its tone, flicked its forehead lightly, and couldn't help but want to tease it. If you like it here, I will plant your body temporarily, and I will go back to the cave to pick up Xiaolu, and wait until Xiaolu and I have explored this planet almost completely before picking you up. I don't like it here at all, I just want to go with you, you guys. Xiang was shocked when she heard it. It's not that it's reluctant to leave here. What it's reluctant to leave is the time with Ningning. It doesn't want to stay here and let Xiaolu monopolize Ningning's energy. Alas. I thought you like it here. Wei Ning pretended to sigh. I don't like it, not at all. Xiang was afraid that if she said she liked it, Wei Ning would really keep it here, so she shook her head desperately. Okay. Since you don't like it here, I won't force you. My favorite place is the back mountain of Green Star. Xiang shook her head, and said firmly that she only wanted to stay in the back mountain of Green Star, and no other place was as good as there. I miss home too. Speaking of Green Star, Wei Ning looked depressed. She missed home. Since she came to the Interstellar, Green Star was the place where she stayed the longest. She also watched it develop little by little. It has become her home. Don't be sad, I will always be with you. Xiang didn't know what to say to comfort her, but there was one thing she was sure of, that is, she would always be with her. Well, fortunately, you are with me, otherwise I would definitely feel very sad. Wei Ning was comforted, and was glad that Xiang was with her. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to persist in this strange planet. Chapter 252. That day, Wei Ning followed the elephants, but didn't find a suitable place until it got dark. She was not in a hurry to travel before dark. It was safer to follow the elephants, and she spent another night with them. After a peaceful night's sleep, Wei Ning woke up feeling refreshed, and the fatigue brought by refining salt for many days was swept away. Xiang slept on her pillow, and thinking of the effect of lavender, Wei Ning looked at her with a little softer eyes. Without waking her up, Wei Ning quietly walked out of the tent, stretched her body, moved her limbs, and looked at the elephants foraging around. They nibbled leaves and grass quietly, and felt like they were at peace with the world. However, animals like elephants only look gentle, but if they are provoked, their attack power should not be underestimated. Suddenly, the elephants that were quietly foraging seemed to have noticed something. The adult elephants all let out a long cry, and the scattered elephants began to move closer to the head elephant, while protecting the baby elephant in the middle in a tacit understanding. Wei Ning stopped moving and looked in one direction, as if she had sensed something. There was nothing there, but she inexplicably felt that it was very dangerous, and her heartbeat accelerated. Looking at the somewhat restless elephants again, Wei Ning suddenly guessed something. She immediately turned back to the tent, picked up Xiang, who was still sleeping soundly, and put her in her pocket. She folded the tent as quickly as possible, and then looked at the direction where the elephants were waiting in full battle array, and also took out a sword. However, after just a short while, the roar of a tiger came faintly from the direction where nothing could be seen before. Wei Ning tightened her hand holding the sword again, and the scene of encountering a mutant tiger on Kaiyang Star flashed in her mind. Thinking of the fact that she was shocked by the tiger's roar and vomited blood, her heart sank. If she encountered the crazy mutant tiger that she encountered on Kaiyang Star, she really couldn't guarantee that she could get away smoothly. As the tiger roar approached, the head elephant dug the ground with its front legs and shouted in that direction, as if confronting the mutant tiger. The adult female elephant protected the baby elephant in the middle. The female elephant who had been leading Wei Ning saw Wei Ning standing aside, and suddenly stretched out her nose, picked her up, and put her on the inside of it next to the baby elephant. Wei Ning, who was warmed by the sudden care of the mother elephant, cast a grateful look at it. She felt that the mutant tiger was so scary. Since the elephant group can live on this planet, it must be capable. No matter how fierce the mutant tiger is, there are only 1 or 2 at most. There are 7 or 8 adult elephants here. The mutant tiger can be exhausted to death in a round-robin battle. And I can't miss this opportunity. Fighting with the mutant tiger may not improve my combat level much, but experience and courage are also very valuable. Holding the sword in her hand, Wei Ning made up her mind secretly. She couldn't let the elephants protect her. She needed to go out and fight the mutant tigers bravely. The mutant tigers came very quickly. It was only a blink of an eye before they appeared in front of her. Yes, them. There were 3 mutant tigers in total, 2 big and 1 small. Wei Ning jumped on the back of the mother elephant and saw the little tiger, which was only half the size of the other two. She guessed that they should be from the same litter. The two female mutant tigers saw the leading elephant and roared twice, showing their sharp teeth at them. The head elephant shouted back at them, and the big tree next to it rose up from the ground as it stretched and rolled its trunk. It was pulled out by the head elephant and thrown directly at the mutant tiger. When the tree was only half a meter away from the mutant tigers that looked larger jumped up, showing their sharp claws on their front paws, and tore the tree in half from the middle, splashing dust all over the ground. Wei Ning's heart trembled at this scene. How much strength and sharp claws are needed to tear the tree trunk directly? She looked at the head elephant and secretly sweated for it. The head elephant looked thick and rough, so it should be able to withstand the sharp claws of the mutant tigers, right? But soon Wei Ning had no intention of watching the battle between the mutant tigers and the head elephants, and the other mutant tigers, one big and one small, also started to act. The big mutant tiger clearly aimed at the mother elephant protecting the baby elephant, and the small mutant tiger was waiting for an opportunity to break through the mother elephant's encirclement and pounce on the baby elephant in the middle. Some mother elephants went to help the leader elephant deal with the mutant tiger, and several mother elephants dealt with the mutant tiger here. As a result, there were only 2 mother elephants left to protect the baby elephant. Although the small mutant tiger was half the size of the big mutant tiger, its speed was not much slower than the big mutant tiger. It pounced on the mother elephant fiercely, not like a cub at all. Instead, the baby elephants were frightened by the sudden danger and retreated in panic. One baby elephant was even frightened and left the protection of the mother elephant. Wei Ning secretly shouted bad. Sure enough, the next moment, the small mutant tiger suddenly turned around and pounced on the stray baby elephant, opening its bloody mouth towards it. In a flash, Wei Ning rushed up with a sword, blocking the bloody mouth of the small mutant tiger that was about to bite the baby elephant, and the long sword was across the tiger's mouth. An unpleasant smell rushed into his nose. Wei Ning resisted the urge to vomit and exerted force on his feet, trying to push the small mutant tiger back. Although this little mutant tiger doesn't look very big, its strength is as great as that of an adult mad pig. Wei Ning didn't push it for a while. The little mutant tiger saw that the prey in its mouth was blocked in front of it. It was very angry that the thin prey dared to stop it. It wanted to bite off the opponent's neck, but its mouth couldn't bite it. It raised its front paws, and its sharp claws were exposed, wanting to tear the prey that blocked it into pieces. Wei Ning saw the cold claws from the corner of her eye, and suddenly pushed hard, then quickly retreated and avoided the attack. The baby elephant was called back by the mother elephant, who reacted, and another mother elephant came to help, but was stopped by Wei Ning. She raised her hand and touched the tiger's mouth that was numb from the shock. Facing the little mutant tiger that pounced again, there was more fear in her eyes. The mother elephant glanced at her, did not move forward, and stared at Wei Ning and the little mutant tiger vigilantly. Wei Ning kicked her foot and pointed the sword directly at the throat of the little mutant tiger. The little mutant tiger dodged sideways and attacked more fiercely. It pounced and grabbed, flexibly dodging Wei Ning's sword, and pounced again flexibly. But Wei Ning's body was smaller and more flexible than it, so she dodged the attack with a dodge and even had a chance to scratch it with a sword. The smell of blood spread little by little. Wei Ning's attack speed became faster and faster, and the little mutant tiger's attack became more and more fierce. In the end, Wei Ning was scratched with many scars, but compared with the mutant tiger, her injury was light. The little mutant tiger's front paw was scratched by her sword, and the blood was flowing. Give her a little more time, and she will definitely be able to take down this mutant tiger. The little mutant tiger's front paw was injured, and it let out a sharp long howl, full of anger. It was actually injured by a thin prey, which had never happened before. It was eager to bite off the prey's neck, tear her whole body apart, and devour her flesh, but the pain from its front paw showed that it could not defeat her, which made it feel angry and powerless. Roar, roar, roar! The other 2 big mutant tigers suddenly roared several times. Wei Ning didn't understand why, and stood in front of the little mutant tiger with a sword. As if receiving an order, the little mutant tiger that had been gritting its teeth at her slowly retreated, roared at her, and suddenly turned and left. While Wei Ning was still regretting that it ran away, the last mutant tiger that was fighting the elephant suddenly roared at her, and the roar of mental attack came straight at her. The familiar stinging pain spread in her mind, and Wei Ning only vaguely heard Xiangxiang's urgent shouting and the sound of an elephant, and the whole person fell into darkness. Ning Ning! Moo! Chapter 253. When Wei Ning woke up, her head still hurt a little, but it was nothing compared to the first time she was shocked by the tiger's roar and vomited blood. She looked around and found that she had left the place before. There was the sound of gurgling water, and occasional bird calls. Wei Ning rubbed her forehead and sat up. She didn't see Xiangxiang's figure, but saw a group of elephants not far away. When the wind blew, there was a faint smell of blood. Thinking of everything before she fell into darkness, Wei Ning didn't care about the headache anymore. She stood up quickly. A feeling of dizziness came over her when she stood up. She stood in place, closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths before opening them. She didn't feel dizzy, but still a little dizzy, but it didn't affect her walking. She walked towards the elephant group with a clear goal. The closer she got, the stronger the smell of blood became, and Xiangxiang's helpless exclamation could be heard from time to time. Huh? Why not? You did the same thing to stop the bleeding last time I saw Ningning? The wound is so deep that it needs to be sutured first to stop the bleeding. Wei Ning pushed aside the elephants outside and walked in, and saw Xiangxiang sprinkling medicine powder on the wound of the head elephant. The wound was scratched by the mutant tiger's claws, and the blood was flowing. The medicine powder in Xiangxiang's hand was soaked by the blood as soon as it was sprinkled, and it had no effect at all. Ningning! You finally woke up. Come and stop the bleeding, it's almost dead. Xiangxiang heard her voice, looked over in surprise, and anxiously called her to stop the bleeding of the head elephant. Don't worry, it won't die so easily, but it will be dangerous if the bleeding doesn't stop. Wei Ning patted Xiangxiang and told her not to worry. Neither the elephant nor the mutant tiger won the battle, but if you had to decide the winner, the elephant still lost. It had more than 10 wounds of varying sizes on its body. The most serious one was on its back, half a finger behind its ear. The wound was as long as a chopstick and a finger deep. Even though the mutant beasts have strong self-healing ability, such wounds are difficult to heal and stop bleeding for a while, and now the bleeding is still flowing. If it is not treated, by the time it heals and stops bleeding, the elephant may also bleed to death. The fight between mutant beasts is more cruel than human wars. They have no external medicine to recover, and they rely on themselves to bear it. If they survive, there will be another beast. If they can't survive, even the most ferocious beasts can't escape death. Wei Ning didn't notice how the mutant tiger was injured. It must have been seriously injured. I hope it has bad luck and doesn't recover easily. While thinking, Wei Ning took out the Panax Noto ginseng powder and gauze she had collected before from the space button, and got some salt water as disinfectant. If she had more medicine, it wouldn't be so troublesome to inject a few into the elephant. Unfortunately, she used them all. Fortunately, Panax Noto ginseng powder has a good hemostatic effect. The difficulty is that she has no needles and thread, and has never sutured a wound, so she didn't know where to start. Ningning, why don't you move? It's almost bleeding. Xiangxiang saw that Wei Ning didn't move for a long time, and hurriedly urged. How can I sew its wound without needle and thread? Wei Ning frowned. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Where can she get needle and thread from? She has been in the Interstellar for so long, let alone needle and thread, she has rarely seen normal daily tools. Wait for you. Xiangxiang said this and ran away. Hey! Where can you find needle and thread? Wei Ning called it, but it didn't stop. There was no other way. She could only disinfect the wound of the elephant head first, and then treat the slightly deeper wound. At least it would be better, and finally the most serious one was left. Just as Wei Ning finished, Xiangxiang came running back, holding a green thread and a thorn taller than it. She stopped in front of Wei Ning, panting slightly, and handed the thing in her hand to her. What is this? Wei Ning picked up the green thread and found that it was not a thread, but a plant of unknown origin. The thorn was very sharp, and Wei Ning was not afraid that it would not pierce the thick skin of the elephant. It is a vine that can be used as a thread. Xiangxiang did not explain in detail what kind of vine it was, as long as it could be used. If she continued, the big elephant would bleed dry. Wei Ning also understood that now was not the time to ask more questions. Since it could be used as a thread, there was no need to talk nonsense. Healing the wound was more important. But she looked at the thorn without a hole and the green vine in her hand, and was a little confused about how to start. She had never studied medicine, and she was barely able to sew clothes. How could she do it? Hurry up! Xiangxiang started to urge again. What's wrong with Ning Ning? Why is she so hesitant? I'm not very good at it either. I'm afraid I can't sew it well. Wei Ning looked at it in embarrassment. What are you afraid of? As long as the bleeding can be stopped, it's not a human being. It still loves beauty. Xiangxiang couldn't help rolling her eyes. I'm thinking too much. Okay. Wei Ning took a deep breath and started directly. Xiangxiang was right. Mutant bee didn't love beauty. The most important thing was to survive. After a busy work, a crooked green centipede appeared on the wound of the head elephant, but when the Panax Noto ginseng powder was sprinkled again, the blood didn't soak the powder. It's done. Wei Ning used up all the Panax Noto ginseng powder in his hand, and the wound of the head elephant finally stopped bleeding. It's ugly. Xiang looked at the crooked wound suture, and said with a sigh of relief. Wei Ning. Who just said that she didn't like beauty? The head elephant also felt that the wound was no longer bleeding, and rubbed Wei Ning with his nose, as if to thank her. Just don't dislike my ugly stitches in the future. Wei Ning patted it and whispered. When the other elephants saw that the head elephant's wound was no longer bleeding, they mooed a few times, as if they were happy. A female elephant directly rolled Wei Ning onto her back, and ran with her on her back. Don't. Stop quickly. Wei Ning screamed. Being put on the back of the mother elephant, and walking slowly is different from being run by it. The former is a kind of enjoyment, and the latter is simply a disaster. Especially since Wei Ning was a little dizzy, and after running wildly on the mother elephant's back, when she stopped, her steps were a little weak, and she couldn't help but vomit while holding the elephant's leg. Xiang covered her face, and didn't look at her, for fear that she would laugh if she saw it. The mother elephant realized that she had done something wrong, and fluttered her ears without moving. Wei Ning didn't really care about it, and touched it to show that she was fine. The mother elephant then rolled her up, and put her on a stone beside her to sit down, and ran away again. After a series of thumps, the mother elephant came back again, this time with a branch rolled up on her nose, and a few wild fruits were hanging on the branch. For me? Wei Ning was surprised. She didn't expect the mother elephant to apologize, which really surprised her. The mother elephant shook her big head, and pushed the branch into her arms. The purpose was obvious, it was for her. Thank you. Wei Ning only picked one, and pushed the rest back. This is all I want. The mother elephant looked at what she had in her hand, then at the fruit on the branch, and finally she stretched out her trunk, and put the fruit on the branch into her mouth to eat. Chapter 254. The self-healing ability of mutant beasts is amazing. Wei Ning thought that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for the elephant to recover from its wound, but in just 3 days, the wound had already healed and scarred. Wei Ning and Xiang have been in this valley for 3 days. It has been nearly half a month since they left the cave, which Wei Ning did not expect. Seeing that the elephant has almost recovered, Wei Ning is also ready to say goodbye to them. These days, she and Xiang found some herbs around the valley, and also found a few kudzu roots, all of which were dug out by Wei Ning to dry and store. She also cut a few pieces of kudzu vines, and planned to go back and plant them herself. Kudzu roots are cool in nature, and have the effect of dispersing wind and heat. They can treat fever, headache, aversion to wind and other symptoms caused by exogenous wind heat or wind cold. Although the Interstellar has more advanced medicines, Wei Ning still wants to plant them. Puraria root soup is also a delicacy. Puraria root ground into powder can also be made into kudzu root soup with sugar, which is also a good summer dessert. These medicinal herbs, which are not very useful in the eyes of interstellar pharmacists, have many uses in Wei Ning's eyes. If there is anything that makes Wei Ning happy here, it is that the types of medicinal herbs here are more than what she has seen on Kaiyang Star, and the years are not small. Of course, there may be many on Kaiyang Star, but at that time she basically couldn't recognize a few, and now it's all thanks to Xiang, the bug of identifying medicinal herbs. As long as Xiang can identify the medicinal herbs, and Wei Ning has heard of them, she almost dug out a lot of them, regardless of whether they are useful or not, just dig them first. These days, in addition to checking the wound of the head elephant every day to see if it is inflamed, Wei Ning spent the rest of his time exploring the surroundings. This valley is one of the elephants' habitats. The surrounding areas are their territory. From time to time, male elephants come to look for female elephants. Wei Ning has seen them doing the important thing of reproducing several times, so she has to stay away from pairs of elephants, for fear of encountering embarrassing moments. After Wei Ning and Xiang explored the surrounding areas, there was really nothing else to find, so Wei Ning decided to go back. Before leaving, she still remembered to thank the elephants. Since this valley is one of the elephants' habitats, it is most appropriate to promote the growth of grass here. After staying with the elephants for such a long time, Wei Ning knew what leaves, grasses and fruits they like to eat. Their favorite tender leaves are a slow-growing tree. The elephants have to wait half a month for new leaves to grow after eating them once. And there is only one tree. Wei Ning didn't want to use her supernatural power to promote the leaves directly. She was interested in the saplings under the tree. She planned to transplant these saplings, and then use her supernatural powers to keep them alive. When the trees grow up next year, the elephants will not have to catch every tree to pluck leaves. Wei Ning first helped them to grow grass, then dug up the saplings and transplanted them elsewhere. Finally, she planted a few wild fruit cores she collected around the valley, so that the elephants would not be without fruits to eat when their cubs were born. As for the issue of watering the trees, Wei Ning was not worried at all. The head elephant was very smart. Wei Ning took it to walk around the trees she planted, and after demonstrating how to water them once, the head elephant was very smart and sprayed water from its nose. Wei Ning patted the head elephant with great satisfaction, and then waved his hand and left the valley with the flowers, plants, fruits and other things given by the elephants. A few days later, Wei Ning and Xiang Xiang returned to the familiar valley. After leaving for more than half a month, the valley returned to the state when Wei Ning first found it, with weeds growing half a person tall. The road she had walked out of was completely covered, and she couldn't even see Xiaolu's body in the green. Something is coming. As soon as Wei Ning stepped over the stream, there was a rustling sound, and if you listened carefully, there was a familiar cry. It's a mutant cuckoo chicken. Xiang Xiang's eyes lit up. As soon as she came back, a mutant chicken was delivered to her door. It was simply meat for them. I go drive it over. Xiang Xiang jumped into the bushes excitedly. Wei Ning glanced at the half-person bushes. It seemed that it was not so easy to find the mutant chicken hiding underneath. She should wait for Xiang Xiang's news. She held the sword in her hand and stared at the direction where the sound came from. Once there was movement, she would rush over to kill the chicken. With delicious food in front of her, Xiang Xiang found the mutant chicken hidden in the bushes as expected, and then made a noise. Wei Ning looked at the bushes shaking violently a few meters away, and jumped over with the sword. A few minutes later, a patch of grass was bald, and there was a dead mutant chicken on it. Wei Ning was about to put away her sword, and the rustling sound came again. She looked at the slightly shaking grass tail, her eyes flashed slightly, her body moved, and the sword in her hand stabbed straight forward. Wait! Xiang Xiang shouted suddenly. Wei Ning's sword deviated at the last moment and missed the thing. At this time, a green vine came out of the bushes and waved towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning dodged, and the vine chased after her. She slapped it with the sword backhand, and the vine was hit and fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Xiaolu. Wei Ning put away her sword and shouted at the vine that was pretending to be dead on the ground, but the vine didn't move. She frowned and her voice became a little colder. Xiaolu, if you keep pretending to be dead, I leave. Whoosh! The vine that pretended to be dead immediately entangled her, shaking the leaves on the top, as if accusing something. Let me go first. Wei Ning was a little hurt by it, pinching its leaves and shouting. It's saying that you are a big liar, you lied to it, and you haven't come back for so long. Don't you want it anymore? Xiang Xiang covered her mouth and smiled, kindly helping Xiaolu translate. If I lied to you, why did I come back now? Let me go quickly, you're hurting me. Wei Ning was not at all false, how could she lie to it, although she was away for a long time, but she was back. On the contrary, it was it that made small moves as soon as it came back. If Xiang Xiang hadn't shouted quickly, its leaves would have been lost. It said it wants you to give it energy and meat, otherwise it won't let go. Xiang Xiang conveyed Xiaolu's request. Okay, I give it all to you. Wei Ning didn't want to bargain with Xiaolu. She hadn't used her superpowers much today, so it didn't matter if she gave it to him. She couldn't finish the mutant chicken, so she gave it to him. Now he just wanted to wash up, have a full meal, and have a good sleep. He hadn't slept well these past few nights. When he returned to a safe place, he just wanted to have a good sleep. After getting what he wanted, Xiaolu stopped pestering Wei Ning and switched to the mutant chicken. He dragged the mutant chicken towards the cave and directly pressed the grass to make a path. Wei Ning didn't have to clear the way and followed slowly behind. The familiar cave entrance soon appeared in front of Wei Ning. The simple stove he had built before was still there, but it was overgrown with weeds. The flat ground at the entrance of the cave was also covered with grass, and it was pitch black inside and couldn't see clearly. However, it had been uninhabited for a long time, so it must have been abandoned. Wei Ning changed his machete and cleared the weeds at the entrance of the cave and in the stove, then took out the solar lamp and went into the cave. Chapter 255. Wei Ning had treated the ground in the cave before, filling it with a layer of small stones. There were no large patches of weeds, but some did grow, and Wei Ning pulled them out. The cave had a damp and musty smell, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Fortunately, no animals came in, and there was no suspicious feces or anything like that. It could be lived in after a little cleaning. Wei Ning dealt with the mutant chicken first, and then went to pick up some dry firewood and dug some potatoes to stew with the mutant chicken. Leaving Xiang and Xiaolu to watch the fire, she went into the cave to clean up. She didn't plan to stay here for long, just a simple cleanup and a check to see if there were any small poisonous creatures running in. When the aroma of stewed potatoes and chicken wafted in, Wei Ning had already cleaned up and even made the bed. She was planning to go get some water to boil, take a shower later, and have a good sleep after eating. Xiaolu hadn't eaten the meat cooked by Wei Ning for a long time. As soon as the fragrance came out, it couldn't wait. If Xiang hadn't pulled it aside, it would have wanted to jump into the pot. After waiting and waiting, it was so greedy that even Xiang couldn't hold it back, and Wei Ning finally came out. If you really jump in and get cooked, I won't care about you. Seeing its posture, Wei Ning said coldly. Xiaolu's leaves trembled, thinking of bad memories, and stopped moving. Wei Ning served her own and Xiang's portions, looked at the remaining meat, and planned to pour it over Xiaolu's rhizomes, but before she could do anything, Xiaolu had already waved the vines and dragged away the pot. Wei Ning, are you so impatient? Are you not afraid of scalding your rhizomes? The next moment, Xiang suddenly laughed unceremoniously. Xiaolu was also making a lot of noise, with vines waving everywhere, like a child jumping up and down in anxiety. Wei Ning glanced at it, and was too lazy to care about it. It would not learn its lesson unless it suffered. She finished her share, turned around to boil a pot of water, took a bath for herself, and fell asleep in the cave. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Wei Ning walked out of the cave in high spirits, breathing the fresh air. The fatigue from running around for days disappeared, and her mood was also beautiful. Xiaolu, don't pester me like this. Wei Ning was about to start today's training, and her feet were entangled. She looked down, and saw that it was not Xiaolu's vines. Let go, I still have training. Xiaolu, I don't want to. I can't run, I said I would take you away. Wei Ning was helpless. Xiaolu was like a 3-year-old child playing tricks. It was useless to reason with it. Maybe it was because it had been away for too long this time, and it became more attached to her now. I train here, okay? Wei Ning couldn't convince it, and gave up. This time Xiaolu understood, and collected the vine. I didn't see you so reluctant to leave the mother vine before. Wei Ning gave it some superpowers, and muttered softly. After getting up, she started warm-up training. After the last battle with the mutant tiger, she felt that she seemed to be more resistant to attack, and even the tiger roar did not cause so much damage to her mental attack. After a few more battles, maybe she can beat the tiger. Wei Ning thought happily. After sweating all over after training, Wei Ning took a shower, changed clothes, and took Xiang out to explore the territory. After not coming back for so long, the mutant chicken dared to come here, and there should be many animals in other places. Today's food has not been settled yet. Little Green. Wei Ning was convinced. Why couldn't it just stay here and wait for her to come back? It wants to go too. Xiang translated. You're such a big vine. Isn't it inappropriate for me to take you with me? It's not that Wei Ning didn't want to take her, but Little Green's injuries have all healed, and she's grown a lot, almost 20 meters long. It's okay for her to carry a vine that's about 1 meter long, but how can she walk with a vine that's more than 20 meters long? Will it entangle her like a green mummy? Then just don't go out. Be good, stay here and look after the house. I come back and bring you delicious food and give you twice the superpowers. Wei Ning whispered. The vine still entangled her feet and didn't move. Wei Ning. What if she wants to throw the vine again? After a while of silence, Wei Ning thought of a good idea. Okay, I can take you there, but you have to shrink to the same size as before, otherwise don't even think about me taking you there. This method is a bit damaging, but Wei Ning has no other choice. She can't throw it away, and she can't really cut it down, so she can only do this. But the next moment, Wei Ning felt pain on her face. After she said this, Xiaolu quickly shrank back and didn't forget to drag Wei Ning over. Seeing that the vine was really about the same size as before she left, Wei Ning felt that her face was hit, and it hurt. What kind of strange plants did she encounter? The previously Indian vine didn't have this ability, did it? Wei Ning looked down at her hands and doubted her ability for the first time. Is this really just an ordinary wood-type ability? But the plants she has handled are at least more than 1,000, if not 800, and she hasn't seen any other species like Xiang and Xiaolu. Or is it that the prerequisite is that they have wisdom in themselves, and they become different after her ability? Wei Ning couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. But she reminded Xiang again. Next time you meet a plant with wisdom, remember to tell me. I want to see if it's true. Do you think it's that easy to meet? Xiang said without thinking. That's hard to say. I've met 2 now. Wei Ning felt that she still had this luck. Xiang rolled her eyes at her. She was really narcissistic. Plants are different from animals. In its world, it is difficult for plants to cultivate into spirits, but monsters are different. They have blood inheritance. After absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, they can always open their wisdom smoothly, but there are very few monsters who can cultivate to the point of transformation. Not to mention that this world doesn't even have spiritual energy now, so it's not that easy to open wisdom. Xiang didn't plan to tell Wei Ning about these, so let her dream. Look, what I picked up! Wei Ning walked in the direction where the mutant chicken came from yesterday, and in just 10 minutes, he saw a nest of white eggs. I remember yesterday's chicken didn't have any eggs? Wei Ning remembered after picking up the eggs. The hen was eaten by Xiaolu. Xiang knew it without thinking. I didn't see any skeleton. Wei Ning was sure that she didn't see any bones when she dug. She looked at Xiaolu with sharp eyes, stretched out her hand and pinched all its leaves, and asked sinisterly. Tell me, did you suck blood? Wei Ning didn't think it was a big deal to raise a vine with some intelligence that wouldn't attack people, just like raising a young child. But this vine would attack mutant beasts and start sucking blood again, so she had to think carefully. If she didn't pay attention one day and it sucked her blood dry, she would be finished. It looks harmless now, but who knows what will happen in the future. She can't be on guard against it every day. The leaves on the top of Xiaolu shook desperately. If it could speak, it would definitely say it. It won't drink such a bad-tasting liquid, it's too disgusting. But Xiang translated it for it in a moment. So you drank it. Wei Ning got the point right away. How can you know it's bad if you haven't drunk it? That means you drunk it. The little green vine froze and explained hurriedly. No, I vomited. Who told you not to come back for so long? I was starving. It wanted to eat me first, so I wanted to eat it. I vomited for a long time. It was afraid that Wei Ning wouldn't believe it, and afraid that she would pinch the leaves that it had grown with great difficulty, so it shook violently from side to side. Wei Ning. You still blame her for coming back too late? Don't you think about it yourself? Which plant eats cooked food? Don't they all absorb nutrients from the soil? Only the 2 guys around her eat whatever she eats, and they can eat what she doesn't eat. Chapter 256. Xiaolu almost swore to the sky that he really didn't drink the disgusting liquid, but he couldn't speak, so he had to rely on Xiang to convey it. After listening to Xiang's retelling, Wei Ning knew that it didn't suck the mutant chicken's blood dry in the end, but just used the corpse's nutrients and buried it far and deep for fear that she would find out. Wei Ning was in a complicated mood. What is this? Not only did she grow a lavender that could transform, but now she also grew a vine that could destroy corpses. Can't she have some normal plants? Okay. I forgive you this time, and don't blame me next time. Wei Ning used her fingers to make a sword and brushed them left and right a few times. The meaning was very clear. Let it fall into the mud and turn into dust. Xiaolu had seen how Wei Ning killed the mutant beast, and it just brushed a few times like this, and the mutant beast fell down and became food in the end. It huddled on the vine, rolled up pitifully, and nodded at the top of the vine. It didn't want to be food, and it didn't taste good. After the warning, Wei Ning comforted it by giving it a supernatural power, a typical performance of giving a slap and then a candy. Fortunately, Xiaolu is not very smart. If it was the mother plant seen before, let alone being deceived, it would be good that it didn't treat it as nutrients. Wei Ning couldn't figure it out. The Lianyan vine was obviously intelligent, but it sucked the blood of so many mutant beasts. According to the description in the Immortal Cultivation novels, this is definitely a demon vine. Any living creature that enters its territory will be sucked dry by it, and the corpse will become its nutrients. But it didn't do anything to her, and let her take Xiaolu with her. To be honest, she didn't believe that reason at all. The planet is so big, isn't it enough for 2 vines? Little Green got the energy it liked and happily agreed. It didn't want to drink such disgusting liquid. Wei Ning saw that it agreed, and gave it a few strands of superpowers as a reward. She didn't want Little Green to become a bloodthirsty and irrational vine. Since she raised it, she had to take the responsibility of educating it. At least she couldn't just suck the blood of a living thing casually. The whole vine of Little Green, which received the superpower reward from Wei Ning, was very excited. Once excited, it got carried away. The whole vine was directly pulled out of the flower pot held by Wei Ning, and waved excitedly on the ground. Little Green. Wei Ning almost gritted her teeth and shouted. What did she see? Little Green could actually leave the soil, and its roots walked on the ground like human feet. Looking at its proficiency, it knew it was not the first time. She was actually deceived by a vine. This discovery made Wei Ning feel so stupid that she actually thought that Xiaolu was still a naive and ignorant vine. In the end, she was the naive person. Xiaolu, The emerald green vine froze in place, straight like a green stick. Realizing that she was exposed, Xiaolu scurried back into the pot, pretending that she was still a vine that knew nothing, and that everything just now was an illusion. It entangled Wei Ning's arm in a flattering way, and then pretended to be dead without moving. Ha ha ha. Xiang laughed unceremoniously. It knew that Ning Ning would never let Xiaolu go so easily. Sure enough, Wei Ning pinched Xiaolu's leaves, resisted the urge to strangle it to death, and gritted his teeth to ask, "Tell me the truth, what are you hiding?" Thinking that she was tricked by it, and had to carry the flower pot all the way, Wei Ning wanted to slap herself. The vine of more than 20 meters was reduced to more than 1 meter. Why didn't she think that she could walk by herself? And why did she carry it all the way? Xiaolu felt that Wei Ning was in danger at this time, and hurriedly rubbed her with leaves to please her. But unfortunately Wei Ning would not let it go so easily this time, and was determined not to be moved. Xiaolu hurriedly begged for mercy, and explained that she really didn't hide anything. "Since you are so powerful now, you should also help." After listening, Wei Ning looked at it, and said thoughtfully, "Xiaolu, ? Xiaolu didn't understand what Wei Ning meant, but Wei Ning soon made it understand what it meant. For the rest of the journey, Wei Ning didn't hold Xiaolu's flower pot anymore, but let it follow behind him, or let it walk in front of him, just to prevent it from relying on him. Xiaolu wanted to play rogue. It thought that it was the same as Xiang. Why could Xiang stay with her, but it couldn't? It should be treated the same way. "I didn't lie to Ning Ning," Xiang said coldly. Xiaolu, Xiaolu was discouraged and followed Wei Ning listlessly with her leaves hanging down. Wei Ning pretended not to see it. She had to let it know that there was a price to pay for lying to her. On this day, Xiaolu deeply experienced that happiness was only temporary, but regret would lead to the crematorium. It not only had to walk by itself, but also had to help out, going wherever it was needed. When it encountered a mutant beast, it had to rush to the front. Whether it was tied up, it had to catch the mutant beast alive, and it was not allowed to pierce a blood hole on the other side. It had to catch it alive. After catching the mutant beast, it had to be used as a means of transportation to bring the mutant beast back as food, and it even had to do the work of collecting firewood. Finally, he had to be a security guard at night. The previously agreed upon guard pay was gone, and even the daily superpower was gone. Xiaolu was simply going to lose hope in life. Xiang, as a supervisor, supervised all of Xiaolu's actions, and did not allow it to be lazy. Not only did he get the superpowers rewarded by Wei Ning, he also absorbed the portion that should have been given to Xiaolu. Finally, under Xiaolu's gaze, he got into Wei Ning's bed, and fell asleep with her in his arms. "Xiaolu, it's too hard to live as a vine." For 3 consecutive days, Wei Ning went around the cave, caught a nest of mutant rabbits, 2 pairs of mutant chickens, 2 nests of eggs, a crazy pig, dug potatoes, and collected some medicinal herbs. Finally, he was going to leave the cave. Xiaolu was punished by her to do hard labor for 3 days. After not getting any superpowers for 3 days, and only getting a small amount of food, he finally came to her to admit his mistake, and Wei Ning lifted his punishment. However, Xiaolu no longer received any special treatment, and could only walk by herself every day. She could no longer be held by Wei Ning as before, and be a quiet vine in the flower pot. And Wei Ning also began her journey to explore this planet. Chapter 257. Hush, keep your voice down. Wei Ning glanced at Xiaolu, who made the noise, and made a gesture to keep quiet. She carefully pushed aside the bushes in front of her, and stared at the 2 bulls fighting in the grass in the distance. It was really a narrow road for enemies. After going around in circles, she met the 2 bulls that had made her escape in embarrassment, and Xiaolu almost died to save her. Coincidentally, they were fighting again. After leaving the cave, Wei Ning took Xiang and Xiaolu to explore this unknown planet. With Xiang, she was surprised to find that there were many medicinal herbs commonly used in the Earth era on this planet, as well as some rare medicinal plants in this era. She did not rush to explore on a large scale. But she first found a place suitable for living, and then took it as the center, expanding outward in rotating directions every day to slowly explore. The harvest every day is good. She can find a lot of medicinal herbs and medicinal plants, regardless of the type. As long as they are useful, Wei Ning will pick and dig some of the older ones and keep them. When she encounters some suitable plants, whether they are medicinal herbs, wild fruit trees, or edible plants, she carefully collects their fruits so that she can cultivate them after returning to Green Star. If she didn't know how long it would take her to leave here, Wei Ning would rather dig the seedlings and cultivate them directly. This unknown planet seems to have never been set foot on by anyone. The resources here are particularly rich. Not to mention the medicinal herbs, there are many kinds of wild fruits. Wei Ning can encounter a wild fruit she has never seen every day. Some look like apples, but taste as sour as lemons. Some look like bananas, but taste as crisp and sweet as apples. Some of them look ordinary, but they taste sweet and juicy, which makes people linger. This is not a big deal. Wei Ning even found an energy stone mine. She didn't know the unprocessed energy stone at first. Xiang and Xiaolu told her that it was an energy stone. They could sense an energy from the stone, which was different from the energy Wei Ning usually absorbed for them. This energy would make them uncomfortable. Xiang had seen energy stones, and was very familiar with the energy contained in energy stones. She knew that the stone that looked ordinary, and no different from ordinary stones, was an energy stone. Wei Ning was surprised at their discovery, and was also surprised that the energy stone mines on this planet were so pure and exposed on the surface. She had heard her eldest brother say that energy stone veins were rare, and it took a lot of work to mine them each time. The main reason was that energy stones were buried deep underground. This was also one of the reasons why energy stones were expensive. And now, she actually saw energy stones that could be picked up without mining. No one would believe it if she told others. The federal government does not allow private mining of energy stones. Wei Ning felt like she had found a treasure, but did not have the key to open the door to the treasure. It would be a lie to say that she was not depressed. In the end, she could only say goodbye to the energy stone mine with regret. After leaving the energy stone mine, Wei Ning changed several places to explore. During this time, she encountered a python. She and Xiaolu cooperated and killed the python with all their strength. Both she and the vine were seriously injured. It took more than 10 days to heal the wound. After starting again, they heard the familiar sound of cattle less than half a day after walking. Wei Ning followed the sound, and saw two wild bulls fighting on the other side of the bush. As for the fact that Wei Ning could recognize the two bulls from before, it was entirely because the horn of one of the bulls was broken at the tip, making it easy to identify. When Xiaolu's vines came out, it could not recognize that the two bulls were the ones that almost killed it, but it knew that they were of the same species as the two bulls, and it could not help but rush out to settle accounts with them. It was no longer the weak vine it was before, and today it would let the two four-legged beasts know how powerful it was. Wei Ning grabbed Xiaolu, who was about to rush out, and pinched its leaves to warn. Don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten the lesson last time? Don't be impulsive if you don't want to lose your last leaf. If it hadn't impulsively run to provoke the python last time, she wouldn't have been targeted by the python, and finally had to bite the bullet. Although the python was killed by her, she also suffered major and minor injuries. The python swung her tail when it struggled, almost slapping her to death, spitting out a pool of blood, and lying for a few days before she could move. I still feel a dull pain in the place where I was hit. The fighting power of the barbarian bull is not as good as that of the python, but two barbarian bulls combined are not so easy to deal with. She doesn't want to be bullied by the bull's horns. The barbarian bull is strong, and likes to use its horns to pierce the enemy's heart and lungs. The impact of being hit by it is no less than that of the python. This is a mutant beast that is not suitable for close combat. Unlike the python, which has a large attack range and a greater attack power at a distance, it is more advantageous for close combat. Xiaolu shook the vine, and only the top two leaves were left. Its leaves were corroded by the venom of the ugly insect before. In order not to affect the body, it reluctantly removed its leaves and became a bare vine again. Xiaolu cherishes its leaves very much. Wei Ning's warning is very effective. It calmed down. Wei Ning saw that it was quiet, and continued to stare at the two fighting bulls. The two bulls fought fiercely, their four horns collided, and their four hooves exerted force. The grass under their feet was a mess under their fighting. Large pieces of mud and grass were turned up and trampled into a ball by the bull's hooves. In the blink of an eye, the two bulls had fought for several rounds and were injured. They seemed to be unaware. After a short buffer, they roared and rushed towards each other again. Wei Ning suddenly remembered the Spanish bullfighting scene he had seen on TV. It was exciting and exciting. The duel between the two bulls was quite bloody and violent. The collision between strength and strength made a huge sound. The two bulls took a few steps back together. Wei Ning had no doubt that he could withstand such a strong force. Ning Ning, this is not easy to do. Even Xiang couldn't help shaking. This force was greater than that of the stinky snake before. I'm not stupid. They've just fought. If you rush up rashly, you're looking for death. Wei Ning replied without blinking. Then, Xiang didn't think she would miss this opportunity. She didn't have the ability to fight back before, and could only run away. Now she has the strength to fight. She must avenge her previous revenge. First consume their physical strength, then attack. Wei Ning clenched her fists. She also remembered grudges. How could she let them go? It's not that easy. Even though they fight fiercely, they still have reason. Xiang shook her head. Then let them lose their reason. Wei Ning raised a strange smile on her lips. She had already made a decision in her heart. What? Xiang stared at her with wide eyes. What could make the bull lose its mind? This way. Wei Ning whispered the answer to it, and finally the man and the grass looked at Xiao Lu beside them. Little Green felt a chill, and shook his leaves, feeling inexplicably dangerous. Chapter 258. Xiao Lu. Come on! You are the best! A series of childish and excited voices rang out in the forest. In the open space in the forest, a bright red color fluttered in the wind. In the distance, two bulls with red eyes, heavy breathing, and front hooves digging the ground saw the red color swaying in the distance. Their eyes were full of anger, and they roared and rushed towards the red color, completely forgetting the previous struggle, with only the red color that kept changing its position in their eyes. Xiang was excited watching from the side, and kept shouting for support. Wei Ning's method really worked. She took a red dress and tied it to Xiaolu's vines, and asked Xiaolu to go up and hit the two bulls with a vine each to attract the attention of the fighting bulls, and then waved the red dress in front of them, and finally successfully attracted the bulls' attention. They stopped fighting and rushed out in unison towards the red shadow that kept swaying in front of them. Ning Ning, how do you know they will get angry when they see red? Xiang asked excitedly, as she watched Xiaolu nimbly shuttle around and play with the two bulls. They don't get angry when they see red. They just hate things floating in front of them. It's a provocation to them, so they keep bumping into things. Wei Ning used to think that it was the red that made the bulls crazy, but later she realized that it was not the color that made the bulls crazy, but that the bulls were stubborn animals and hated things floating in front of them. This would make the bulls think it was a provocation, so they would be impulsive and irritable, and would keep bumping into the things that were shaking in front of them. So that bull is so stupid. Xiang sighed for a long time. It watched for a long time as the two barbaric bulls chased the red color and bumped into each other. However, Xiaolu's vines were faster than them and could always be taken away before they bumped into each other. Every time they didn't bump into anything, they consumed their own strength bit by bit. It was really stupid. Knowing that they couldn't bump into anything, they still bumped into it regardless of anything when they saw that the red color was still shaking. Even if the barbaric bulls were strong, they couldn't withstand such a long consumption. Soon, their panting became heavier. Xiang could feel that the barbaric bulls were running out of strength from a distance. When Wei Ning saw the barbaric bulls running slower and slower, she knew that she had to take action. She took out her long sword and walked out to let Xiaolu lead the barbaric bulls to her side. Xiaolu had had enough fun. The vine stretched out suddenly, and the red clothes tied on the top came to Wei Ning in a flash, shaking up and down. The barbaric bulls only had the bright color shaking up and down, and they rushed over like crazy. Wei Ning raised the long sword in her hand, jumped high and chopped down with force. Her body retreated rapidly. A stream of red liquid sprayed out, the warm liquid splashed on her face, and a few drops of enchanting red appeared on her fair face. Boom! A headless bull's body fell down where Wei Ning was standing. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a bloody smell instantly filled the air. The other bull suddenly saw its companion dead, roared angrily, and the anger in its scarlet eyes became stronger. This time, there was no need for Xiaolu to wave the red clothes. It had already rushed towards Wei Ning. Wei Ning was able to deal with an exhausted bull with ease. As she waved her long sword and jumped, the bull's body also fell down with a bang. At its neck, a blood hole was gushing with blood. Paw, paw, paw! Xiaolu whipped the bodies of the two bulls with vines to vent his anger, not thinking there was anything wrong with it. The four-legged beast finally fell down, and it could avenge itself. Xiaolu, that's enough. In the end, Wei Ning couldn't stand it anymore, and stopped Xiaolu from whipping the corpses excitedly. If it continued to whip, the hide of the bulls would be torn off by it. Xiaolu immediately changed its position, and rushed to Wei Ning, raising the vines high, like a child who was asking for praise after doing a good deed. It was just that it was still wearing the red clothes, and the scene was funny no matter how you looked at it. Poochie! Wei Ning laughed unceremoniously. Xiao Lu was confused. Where was the reward? It did so much work, but no reward. It was not happy, and the vines wrapped around Wei Ning's waist, as if she dared not to reward it, it would not let go. Got it! Got it! Our Xiaolu is the most powerful. Wei Ning stroked its vines, and a little bit of supernatural power overflowed from the palm of his hand, and was quickly absorbed. After receiving the energy reward that he had been thinking about, Xiaolu's whole vine was full of energy. He did whatever Wei Ning asked him to do, and had long forgotten his reluctance when Wei Ning asked him to use the red clothes to tease the wild bull. Wei Ning wiped the blood off the sword and put it away, and then wiped the blood stains on her face. Looking at the corpse of the wild bull that had given her an embarrassing experience, she showed a happy smile on her face. She finally got revenge. Ning Ning, Xiaolu, you did a great job. Xiang Xiang cheered for them sincerely. When they met the wild bulls, they could only flee in embarrassment. Now, instead of fleeing, they killed them. In the meantime, they paid too much. It can be said that Xiang Xiang watched Wei Ning and Xiaolu grow up little by little along the way. From weak to strong, it was not easy for them. Xiang Xiang was really happy for them. On the contrary, it itself did not help Ning Ning in anything except helping her find medicinal materials. Thinking that Xiaolu could fight side by side with Ning Ning, Xiang Xiang felt sour in her heart, and she also wanted to fight side by side with Ning Ning. You are also great. Wei Ning noticed that Xiang Xiang's mood suddenly became low, poked her round face, and praised her with a smile. Really? Xiang Xiang's eyes lit up, and then dimmed again in the next second, and she said softly, "But I didn't help you at all." "Who said I didn't?" Wei Ning immediately refuted, counting her contributions bit by bit. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find so many medicinal herbs, and my injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly. How could I have the strength to kill these 2 wild bulls today? Your contribution is not small at all. I'm not as good as you say." Xiang Xiang was praised by Wei Ning, and covered her face with a silly smile, but she said humble words. Wei Ning saw at a glance that Xiang Xiang was worried that her position would be replaced by Xiaolu, and she felt uncomfortable. "Of course, you are irreplaceable in my heart. No matter how powerful Xiaolu is, she is just a vine that can't talk, and Xiang Xiang is not a lavender in her heart, but a real little friend who has accompanied her through the most difficult days. Xiaolu can't replace her. Ning Ning, don't worry, I will find you a lot of medicinal herbs." Xiang Xiang raised her face and said firmly, "It wants to be the unique existence in Ning Ning's heart." Okay. Chapter 259. Alas. A troubled and heavy sigh sounded in Wei Ning's ears. She turned her head to look at the little guy sitting on her shoulder with a bitter face, and shook her head helplessly. 3 days have passed since Xiang Xiang said that she would try her best to help her find more medicinal herbs. In these 3 days, God seemed to be against it. Not to mention finding more medicinal herbs, it was difficult to find a good quality one a day, which seriously hit Xiang Xiang's fragile little heart. This was the 68th sigh today. Okay, it's just that I haven't found good medicinal herbs for the time being. Do you think you are so bitter and resentful? You are the best elf in the world. Wei Ning grabbed it from her shoulder and held it in her palm to praise it. She was afraid that if this continued, the little guy would become autistic. Am I not going to be able to do it? I can't even sense a medicinal herb, wow. Xiang Xiang suddenly burst into tears. Don't cry. You are the best. Who said you can't do it? There must be something wrong here, so no herbs can grow. That's right. Wei Ning was flustered and didn't know what to do. She put the pot on the ground under her feet. Bert, is it true? Xiang Xiang cried and burped while rubbing her eyes, looking at her with tears in her eyes. Of course. Wei Ning was looked at by its innocent eyes, and her heart was weak, but she admitted it firmly. Forget it, as long as it doesn't cry, it's true. Anyway, the ground under her feet won't come out to defend it. Wei Ning said sorry for taking the blame in her heart. Ning Ning, you are so good to me. Xiang Xiang burst into laughter. It is not stupid. It suffered a setback for the first time in the field it is good at, and it is feeling upset for a while. It does not really believe what Wei Ning says, but it is still very moved by Wei Ning's unconditional support for it. It feels that it is worthy of being a special person in Ning Ning's heart. For it, Ning Ning can lie without blinking. That's right. It's just a little setback. How can it stump our lovely little Xiang Xiang? Wei Ning breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't cry non-stop, she was not good at coaxing children. Xiang Xiang was coaxed and in a good mood, clenched her fist and shouted heroically, Go, go, go. Xiaolu immediately took the lead, and the green figure flashed and jumped far away. Ningning, go! Catch up with Xiaolu. Wei Ning glanced at it, moved, and followed it. Thinking, since you are in a good mood, I will play with you today. Xiangxiang's excited voice soon rang in the silent forest. Ningning, hurry up! Xiaolu, come on! I'm catching up! Xiaolu was also very excited, and the vine stretched and rolled and turned into a green afterimage and jumped out. After several months of continuous training in the forest, Wei Ning can now shuttle quickly through the forest. Her figure has been chasing Xiaolu closely, always following Xiaolu within 1 meter behind her. One person and one vine chased each other through the forest, accompanied by Xiangxiang's excited voice, and birds were startled wherever they passed. Stop, huh? After chasing Xiaolu for a long time, Wei Ning was finally tired and panted and shouted to stop. Xiaolu was addicted to playing, and thought it was very fun. Seeing that Wei Ning did not catch up, she turned around and wrapped her hand around her, and dragged her forward. Okay, that's it for today, no more playing. Wei Ning dragged it back with his backhand. Playing with furry children also requires physical strength, so it's almost enough. Xiaolu wanted to struggle after being dragged back, but Wei Ning used a little force on his hand, and it became obedient. After spending so much time together, Xiaolu had a very accurate grasp of Wei Ning's pinching force. When the force is strong, it means she is serious. No matter how she throws a tantrum, it will be useless, and she will be punished. This is the conclusion that Xiaolu has come to after being punished for countless times. If she doesn't want to be deducted from her rations, she has to be honest. Xiangxiang's excitement has passed, and she doesn't want to continue playing. Wei Ning found a big tree to sit under and rest, while looking around vigilantly. After running for a long time, she now found that the trees here are thicker and taller than those she had seen before, and the bushes below are sparse, and the road has become much wider. It's just that the surroundings are quieter, so quiet that Wei Ning can hear her own breathing and heartbeat. Before she could notice anything, Xiaolu suddenly jumped in one direction, and Xiangxiang, who was originally sitting on her shoulder, also jumped onto Xiaolu's vines, leaving only its slightly excited tail sound in the air. Ning Ning, there's a treasure over there. Wei Ning stood up and chased after it. This was the first time she heard the word treasure from Xiangxiang since she came to this planet, which showed how precious that thing was. Strange. Why is it gone again? When Wei Ning caught up with it, she saw Xiaolu and Xiangxiang mumbling in a patch of weeds, and they closed their eyes as if they were feeling something. What's wrong? Wei Ning glanced at the weeds, but didn't find anything, nor did he see the treasure Xiangxiang said. Instead, it was strange. I just felt a very weak breath, but now it's gone. Xiangxiang opened her eyes, and lowered her head in dejection. Here? Wei Ning pointed to the weeds in front of it. There was nothing strange here. It was all weeds. If there was anything strange, it was just that they grew more lushly, and the species were more diverse. There were 7 or 8 kinds of weeds growing in the small weeds, all of which were common species in the forest. There was nothing worth studying. I feel it's here. Xiangxiang nodded affirmatively. Its intuition is always accurate. Wei Ning saw it with a serious look on its face, half squatting in front of the weeds, and the supernatural power in her hand covered the weeds, closing her eyes and feeling it. The weeds were absorbing the supernatural power overflowing from her palm, and were being accelerated to grow a little bit. Huh? No, there was a weed that did not absorb her supernatural power. Her supernatural power was like a tonic nutrient for plants. No plant could resist the temptation of supernatural power. This weed was wrong. Wei Ning controlled the supernatural power to accurately find the weed that was pretending to be dead, and grabbed its stems and leaves. The supernatural power dissipated. Wei Ning pulled away the wildly growing weeds around, and her eyes were fixed on the weed leaf in her hand. The single stem was upright, the leaflets were oblong, with fine serrations on the edges, and sparse bristles on the veins. The 10 leaves of different sizes looked like an open palm, which looked very cute. It turned out to be a young ginseng. I thought it was a spirit, but it turned out not to be. Xiangxiang looked at the young ginseng with disappointment. Could it be that she had just felt wrong? That feeling was like encountering a spirit that had cultivated to a full form. How could it not be? Xiangxiang was very distressed. Wei Ning stared at it with wide eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating, and asked uncertainly, "What do you think this is? Ginseng?" "Yes. An immature young ginseng." When she was sure that she heard ginseng, Wei Ning felt like being hit by a pie in the sky. She was dizzy, and her heart was beating fast. Ginseng. The ginseng she dreamed of finding was actually found like this. She was so happy that she wanted to cry. "Is this ginseng?" Wei Ning didn't dare to let go of the stems and leaves in her hand, for fear that the ginseng would run away if she let go. Where would she find it then? She took a small dagger, holding the stems and leaves in one hand, and carefully dug the soil with the dagger in the other hand. As the soil was dug up little by little, the rhizome of ginseng slowly emerged. Huh? This is a mature ginseng. Xiang was surprised to see the ginseng rhizome that looked like a human. Why didn't it find that this ginseng was an adult? Wow! What a big ginseng! Wei Ning's eyes were shining, and the ginseng rhizome that was as big as 3 fingers was already a priceless treasure in her eyes. Ah! Bad guy. Help! Just as Wei Ning was about to dig up the whole ginseng, the ginseng pretending to be dead in her hand suddenly twisted its rhizome wildly and screamed. Wei Ning and Xiang. Chapter 260. Wei Ning was so frightened by the sudden scream that she almost dropped the ginseng in her hand. She lowered her head and looked at the ginseng in her hand that had changed, with only one thought in her mind. What the hell? The ginseng has become a spirit. The ginseng in her hand no longer looked like a normal ginseng, but had the same facial features as humans. There was a miniature palm-shaped leaf on the top of its head, and the rhizome had also changed to the same size as Xiang, with small hands and feet. At this time, its small limbs kept struggling to escape from Wei Ning's clutches, shouting bad guy in fear. Oh! You changed your shape? Xiang looked at the little ginseng that looked like her, and was very surprised. We are not bad people, don't be afraid. Help! Don't eat me, I'm not delicious at all. The little ginseng was very timid, and didn't hear Xiang's words at all. Stop, I stew you if you shout again. Wei Ning suddenly shouted. Her words successfully frightened the little ginseng, and it shrank its little body with tears in its eyes, looking so pitiful. I'm really not delicious. It looked at Wei Ning pitifully, and whispered softly. Don't worry, Ning won't eat you. Xiang jumped down from Wei Ning's shoulder, walked along his arm to the little ginseng, and turned around. Look, I'm fine now. The little ginseng realized that there was a green little man who looked similar to itself. It pointed at Xiang with wide eyes in disbelief. You. It was so shocked that it couldn't speak for a long time. You are so timid. Wei Ning chuckled. This was even timider than Xiang at the beginning. Why did you pretend to be a we before? Are you afraid of us? Xiang was very curious. Even it didn't find the little ginseng, which showed that it had a strong ability to hide, which was stronger than its own assimilation ability. Why are you with a bad guy? The little ginseng looked up at Wei Ning, then quickly lowered his head, looked at Xiang and asked in a low voice. Me? Bad guy? It felt that it was very quiet, but Wei Ning still heard it. This was the first time it was considered a bad guy, and the other party was still a plant. Humans are all bad guys. The little ginseng shouted with a pale face. Who told you? Yes. The little ginseng was speechless for a moment. It frowned and tried to think about who said it, but it couldn't remember it, as if it knew it naturally. Ning is not a bad person. She is very good and can give us energy. My previous injuries have been healed. Xiang couldn't bear it to say that Wei Ning was a bad person, so she refuted. The little green beside him also jumped over and tapped the vines to agree. Although she was sometimes hateful, she was fine as long as you didn't make her angry. When the little ginseng saw the conscious little green, his eyes widened again. It was the first time he saw 2 conscious fellows of the same kind, and they both spoke for this human. He didn't understand why. Ever since he became conscious, there was a voice in his memory telling him to stay away from humans and not be discovered by humans. If he was discovered, he would be eaten. He had grown here for a long time and had never encountered humans. There were only large animals passing over him. In order not to be discovered, he had been hiding in the weeds. Previously, he just woke up and yawned, but he was spotted. He even pretended to be dead, but he was finally discovered. He was so scared that he shouted. But now, looking at the 2 healthy fellows in front of it, it was a little confused, not knowing whether to believe them. You really won't eat me? It looked at Wei Ning bravely and asked timidly. Wei Ning. How to respond to this? She still hoped to use ginseng to treat her family's illness, but it obviously looked exactly like a human. It seemed a bit too much to really attack it, but she was unwilling to let it go. It took a lot of effort to find a ginseng. How could she be willing to give up like this? I cannot eat you, but you have to exchange something. What? Hearing that it would not be sold, the little ginseng breathed a sigh of relief. But when it heard that it had to exchange something, its heart was lifted again. It had nothing to exchange. Can you pretend that you didn't see me? The little ginseng looked at Wei Ning pleadingly. No. Wei Ning refused decisively. If she hadn't found it, it would be fine. But since she had found it, how could she pretend not to see it? She cared more about her family's health than this poor little ginseng. So she had to be sorry for it. Wow, bad guy. The little ginseng burst into tears. Ning Ning? Xiang Xiang felt that the little ginseng was very pitiful, and couldn't help but want to plead for her. It was rare for it to meet a transformed friend. I didn't say I wanted to eat it, I just wanted it to exchange something. Wei Ning was unmoved. It must not have it. Xiang Xiang couldn't help but explain for the little ginseng. Otherwise, it wouldn't cry so sadly. How could it not have it? You gave everyone a flower branch before, so it must have it too. Wei Ning had not forgotten that when she first met Xiang Xiang, she generously gave everyone flower branches. But we are different. Xiang Xiang felt that Wei Ning was a little embarrassed about the little ginseng. Its flower branches were left over from the first flowering period after adulthood. How could the little ginseng give her flower branches? I don't want its flowers, seeds or roots will do. Wei Ning directly said what she wanted. If there were seeds, she could try to plant them. If there were no seeds, she would have to let it bleed a little. It's not too much to ask for some roots, right? But Xiang Xiang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wei Ning. This place will be discovered by humans sooner or later. When it is discovered, others will not be as easy to talk to as me. You should know what value you have in the eyes of humans. If you change anyone, you will be taken to make medicine. Xiang Xiang shut up. She knew that what Wei Ning said was true. She had seen it all. It's just that after Green Star and the Wei family have been together for a long time, they didn't use it to make medicine, but instead got along with it like a family, so that it gradually forgot its value in the eyes of humans. After all, it is always a useful medicine for them. Xiang Xiang hung her head, looking depressed, and didn't speak again as if she had lost her mind. Wei Ning didn't expect that her little threat would lead to such a result. Looking at Xiang Xiang's depressed expression, she felt that she was a little too much. But she was right. If it wasn't her, anyone else would use them to make medicine if they met them. Okay, I'm here. I won't use you to make medicine. What if you're not here? Xiang Xiang asked in a muffled voice. After all, the lifespan of humans can't compare to that of the transformed plant spirits. Then you can only pray for your own good fortune. Wei Ning spread her hands. She is not an old monster who will live forever. When she dies, how can she control them? Wow, I don't want you to die, Wu-Wu. Xiang Xiang suddenly hugged Wei Ning's hand and cried. Wei Ning. She is not dead yet. Chapter 261. Stop. Stop. If nothing unexpected happens, I can still live for another 100 or 200 years. You're crying too early. Wei Ning felt a headache. As a spirit that had lived for who knows how many years, was it still afraid of death? It shouldn't be indifferent to life and death. But you will still die. What will we do if you die? Thinking that without Wei Ning's energy, she might always be like this, or even die, Xiang Xiang cried even more sadly. Life and death are determined by fate. There is nothing we can do about it. No one is immortal. You should wake up. Wei Ning told it this fact cruelly. Even gods will fall one day. Woo-woo, I don't want to be separated from you. Xiang Xiang covered Wei Ning's hand with snot and tears. She looked disgusted. Seeing it crying so sadly, she resisted the urge to throw it aside. Okay, if you don't want to be separated from me, wait until the day I die, you can commit suicide and die with me. Xiang Xiang stopped crying immediately, staring at her, as if accusing her of saying such cruel words. See, you can't bear to die with me. Wei Ning didn't care about its reaction, poked its forehead, and didn't intend to continue this topic. Turned to look at the little ginseng that she had been holding. How is it? What can you exchange? Little ginseng. Oh, humans are really bad people. They all want to eat it. Wei Ning saw that it didn't speak for a long time, and when she was about to make a decision for it, a huge explosion sounded in the distance, and then the ground suddenly shook. She didn't react for a while, and her body shook. She stepped back, stabilized her body, and waited for the shock wave to pass. After about 10 seconds, the ground returned to calm, and there seemed to be a mutant beast roaring in the distance. Wei Ning's face changed, and she stuffed the small ginseng to Xiaolu, asking it to watch it. She looked around, found a big tree, climbed to the top of the tree with her hands and feet, and looked around to see what happened. The tree was very high, and from the top of the tree, she could see smoke rising in the distance. Above the forest were all kinds of birds and beasts that were startled by the explosion, and the roar of the mutant beasts also came from there. Wei Ning squinted her eyes for a while, climbed down quickly, and prepared to go over there to take a look. If she was not wrong, the explosion just now should have been caused by the explosion of the aircraft, and there might be survivors, so she had to go there. What happened to Ningning? Xiangxiang asked hurriedly when she saw her coming down. Maybe someone's aircraft exploded. Ah? Xiangxiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and said in surprise, Then can we leave here? Not sure yet. Let's go and see first. Wei Ning didn't hold much hope, lest she be disappointed. But Xiangxiang was still happy, because it meant they had a chance to leave here and go back. It didn't have any sense of time, it only knew that it had been a long time since it left Green Star, and it had been here with Wei Ning for a long time, so it wanted to go back. Wei Ning didn't say anything else, but her pace was constantly accelerating, and she was somewhat looking forward to it. When she knew that this was a planet that no one had set foot on, she had thought desperately that she might have to live here for a long time, or even a lifetime. If it weren't for Xiangxiang's company, she didn't know if she could survive this long and lonely 6 months. Maybe if she wasn't torn apart by the mutant beast, she would be driven crazy by loneliness. Later, she could only focus all her attention on training herself and stop thinking about when she could leave. Only in this way would she not feel so miserable. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope to leave, she didn't want to miss it. When approaching the explosion site, the mutant beast stopped roaring, but Wei Ning didn't dare to relax her vigilance at all, and she always held the sword tightly in her hand. Perhaps the explosion startled the mutant beasts. Along the way, Wei Ning didn't see the mutant beasts, but saw a lot of messy footprints, which seemed to be left by the mutant beasts when they escaped. Wei Ning thought she would see a forest submerged in a sea of fire, but when she got closer, she found that the explosion occurred in the center of a large lake, where there was a small aircraft that was burned to a frame, and the surrounding trees were burned, leaving only black wreckage. Wei Ning was far away and couldn't see clearly, but in this situation, if there were people in the aircraft, they would not survive. A strong sense of disappointment surged in Wei Ning's heart. He tightened and loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword, and didn't say a word for a long time. There seems to be something over there? Xiang jumped onto the small green vine, making it higher so that she could see farther. There seemed to be something on the other side of the lake, a black mass, and it was hard to see what it was. Where? Wei Ning suppressed the disappointment in his heart and looked up. Over there. Xiang pointed to the other side of the lake. Wei Ning saw nothing, so he simply ran around the lake. There was a man lying on the stone near the shore in the center of the lake, blocking his view. He was dressed in black, and could not be seen from the other side of the lake if he was not careful. Wei Ning ran over quickly to see if the man was still alive. Ningning, don't go. Xiangxiang shouted after her, and Xiaolu's vine stretched out instantly, entangled her and pulled her back, preventing her from continuing. What's wrong? Wei Ning looked down at the vines entangled with her, confused. She didn't feel any danger. There is a terrible energy erupting. Xiangxiang's face was pale, and she took a few steps back while speaking, as if she was afraid. What energy? Wei Ning looked at it, and then at Xiaolu. Both of them seemed to be afraid, and didn't dare to move forward. But she really didn't feel anything at all. She suddenly turned her head, and looked at the man in black not far away. He was half lying with his face facing the other side. He couldn't see his face clearly, but he could only be seen as an adult male based on his body shape. A thought flashed through Wei Ning's mind. Mental power riot. She couldn't sense other people's mental power, but Xiaolu and Xiangxiang could. Since they felt terrible, it could only mean that the person was in a state of mental power riot. I go check it out. Wei Ning patted Xiaolu to let it loose. Xiaolu didn't move. Don't worry, I don't feel any danger, just be careful later. Wei Ning comforted. She didn't want the man to become stupid or die after the mental power went wild. Xiaolu hesitated for a while, and let go of the vine. Wei Ning walked over slowly, and turned to the man, but met a pair of red eyes. The man looked at him coldly, gritting his teeth, as if he was enduring great pain, but he didn't make a sound. When he saw Wei Ning, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, which soon disappeared, and he closed his eyes, and spit out a word coldly. Get lost. Wei Ning didn't expect that he was actually awake. Although he was startled, he didn't leave, and his eyes swept over him. Half of his body was soaked in water, and his clothes were half wet, clinging tightly to his strong muscles. Veins on his hands were bulging, his hands were clenched into fists, and his teeth were clenched. After saying get out, he didn't say anything else. One could only judge from the cold sweat sliding down his forehead that he was in great pain at this time. Wei Ning confirmed that his mental power was rioting and walked back. Hearing the footsteps in the distance, the man opened his eyes, but he couldn't be distracted under the impact of waves of mental fluctuations, and gritted his teeth to persist. Chapter 262. Wei Ning walked up to Xiang Xiang and asked her to help. Why? Why do you want my blood? Xiang Xiang took a few steps back, trying to get away from her. Ning Ning was too scary, asking her to bleed. Save him. Wei Ning pointed at the man who was still lying there. Then, you can't ask for my blood, right? His mental power is rioting, and I don't have any relief medicine, and I don't know how to make one. I can't boil you for him to drink, can I? Wei Ning had no choice. Since Xiang Xiang had become a spirit, its blood should have the function of relieving mental power, and it should be similar when used for mental power riots. She couldn't just watch that man die. After all, it was a hope to leave here. You actually want to boil me? Xiang Xiang looked at her in horror, unable to believe that she was so cruel. I didn't say I was going to boil you, I just wanted you to bleed a little. If he gets stupid or dies, how long will we have to wait before we can meet someone? Will this work? Xiang Xiang hesitated. She was afraid of the terrible energy fluctuations. Would her blood really work? Let's try it. Wei Ning didn't know, but he had to try. Then be gentle. In order to leave, Xiang Xiang risked her life and simply closed her eyes and stretched out her arm for Wei Ning to take her blood. Wei Ning took out an empty tube of nutrient solution and a dagger. The tip of the dagger gently scratched it, and a lavender scent floated out along with the green liquid. Wei Ning took a small half tube and quickly pressed the wound, and the supernatural energy was continuously delivered to it. Xiang Xiang didn't care about the pain, and continued to absorb the supernatural energy. The wound healed little by little, until it was restored to its original state. Wei Ning retracted his hand, and seeing that it had recovered, he walked towards the man with half a tube of blood. The footsteps approached again, and the man opened his eyes again. Seeing Wei Ning coming back, his bloodshot eyes flashed a fierce look, as if warning Wei Ning not to get close to him. Wei Ning pretended not to see it, half squatted, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed the man's chin, forcing him to look up, and sent half a tube of blood to his mouth with one hand. A fragrance wafted over, and the man felt that the mental power running around was relieved a little, and opened his mouth without thinking. Seeing that he cooperated so well, Wei Ning raised his hand and poured half a tube of blood into it. The man didn't know what the green liquid he drank was, but he knew that after drinking this green liquid with a familiar fragrance, a warm current spread from his throat to his limbs, soothing his restless mental power bit by bit, and his whole body seemed to be immersed in warm tides, repairing the physical damage caused by his mental power riot bit by bit, and the pores all over his body were dilated, which was very comfortable. What is this? It is not even as effective as the latest new reliever. Is it something she has just developed? She is indeed different. The man felt his chaotic mental power slowly stabilize, and his tense body slowly relax. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't resist the exhaustion and slowly closed his eyes. Is this effective or not? Wei Ning saw that he had fainted and was anxious. He wanted to say something to him. He should at least say something to stop him from fainting. After the man fainted, Xiang Xiang and Xiao Lu no longer felt the terrible energy and ran over. Ning Ning, he is fine. Xiang Xiang jumped back to Wei Ning's shoulder and lowered her head to look for the optical brain on the man that could contact the outside world. After looking around, she didn't see it on his wrist and was immediately disappointed. Ning Ning, he has nothing, I saved him in vain. No. No way. Wei Ning heard it and directly grabbed the man's wrist and waist, and sure enough, there was nothing. She looked at the aircraft that was burned to a frame and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Could she really be so unlucky? Forget it, we have saved him. Maybe someone will come to find this person, then we can let him take us away. Wei Ning glanced at the man and comforted herself. If it really doesn't work, it's like having a companion. However, for safety reasons, Wei Ning still let Xiaolu tie him up, and let him go after he woke up and asked about his identity. After dragging the man away from the lake, Wei Ning took Xiang Xiang into the woods, and when he came out, he held a bundle of dry firewood, started a fire neatly, and began to prepare for today's dinner. The meat was the wild meat from the hunt the day before yesterday. It had been processed and stored in the space button. When it was ready, it could be taken out and roasted or boiled. In front of the fire, Wei Ning was busy turning the skewers over and sprinkling seasonings on them, while preventing Xiang Xiang and Xiaolu from stealing them. She didn't notice that the man beside her had woken up and was staring at her. When the man woke up, he found himself tightly tied up by vines and unable to move. The tip of his nose was filled with the aroma of barbecue. He looked in the direction of the smell and saw the familiar face illuminated by the fire. Wei Ning. The man blinked, not knowing whether to say he was unlucky or lucky. They had searched almost half of the star field outside, but couldn't find the person. They had almost given up, but they actually ran into him on the planet they accidentally rushed into. She also saved his life, so it didn't seem like he was unlucky. He felt it carefully, and his mental strength had calmed down. Except for some pain in his body, everything else was fine. He was shocked. What did he drink? Hey! You're awake. Wei Ning was reminded by Xiao Lu and realized that the man was awake. She divided the grilled skewers in half to the two little guys, then took her own share and walked over, half crouching in front of the man and shaking her hand. Why are you here? This tone? Do you know me? Wei Ning narrowed her eyes, looked at the man's face, searched in her memory, and confirmed that she had never seen this face. Let me go first. The man moved his body. He wanted to break free from the vines that bound him, but found that the vines were alive. He moved, and the vines wrapped tighter. It was not that he didn't want to break free violently, but he just felt it was unnecessary. Who are you? Wei Ning pretended not to hear him. This person knows her, but she doesn't know him, so she'd better tie him up. The man then remembered that he had taken a potion to change his appearance. Now he had a face that couldn't be more ordinary. They had never seen each other before, so maybe she didn't know him. She might not believe it if he told her now. He raised his eyes to meet Wei Ning's, and slowly said a sentence. I'm from the 4th Legion. What? Wei Ning was stunned and scratched his ears, not daring to believe what he heard. Wei Ning, the Legion has been looking for you for a long time. How do you prove that you are from the 4th Legion? This person actually knew his name. Wei Ning looked at him warily, and asked him to prove his identity. He didn't wear the uniform of the 4th Legion, nor did he wear the badge of the 4th Legion. How could she believe him just by saying one sentence? The man paused. He had no way to prove his identity now. He accidentally discovered the conspiracy of those people and the interstellar pirates. In order to obtain evidence, he went deep behind enemy lines alone and even changed his appearance. How could he have anything to prove his identity? Can't tell me? Don't think I will believe you just because you pretend to be from the 4th Legion. Tell me the truth. Who are you? Wei Ning pressed the dagger against his carotid artery and asked. Man. He never thought that he would be threatened with a dagger one day. Chapter 263. Wei Ning was surprised to see that he was calm and had no panic when his life was threatened. This man had such strong self-control. The dagger pressed down slightly, and the warning in Wei Ning's eyes deepened, as if he dared not to tell her he would kill him. The man closed his eyes and opened them again and spoke slowly. I am indeed from the 4th Legion, but I am one of the personal guards of the commander. My name is Mo. The cooperation between the Wei family and the Legion began. Mo told the types, times, and even quantities of crops transported by Green Star one by one. This time Wei Ning no longer doubted him. The only people who could know these details were the core members of the 4th Legion. Some of them, she herself could not remember clearly, but this person knew them, which showed that his identity was real. Hey! I believe you. Wei Ning put away the dagger and patted Xiaolu again, indicating that it could let him go. Why are you here? Mo moved his limbs that had been tied for a long time, turned over and sat up, looking at Wei Ning. Where is this? Wei Ning sat back by the fire, took a bite of the barbecue, turned around and asked him blankly. This is close to the Dark Star region, at the northernmost end of the Green Star. Mo's expression was complicated. No wonder Randy and the others couldn't find anyone on the planets around the meteorite area, and she actually appeared at the other end. I don't know. I was unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I found that the starship was about to hit the meteorite area, so I entered the lifeboat and woke up here. My optical brain was broken, and I couldn't ask for help. Do you know the situation of my family? Wei Ning was a little confused. She had heard that the Dark Star region was the base camp of the Star Pirates. As for how she came here, she really didn't know. Now she just wanted to know how her family was. Don't worry, Green Star is safe now. Your parents will be fine. We were negligent before, which gave them an opportunity to take advantage of us. It won't happen again in the future. This was said with such confidence. If it was said by Randy, it would be more credible. And he? Is the position of the Legion Commander's personal guard higher than Randy's? Wei Ning shook his head and rejected it. It should be that he was confident that the 4th Legion could do it. You can't blame you for this. It's my own problem. It's my disappearance that has caused you a lot of trouble. I should be the one to say sorry. Wei Ning laughed at herself. It was because she was too conceited at the beginning. She thought she could escape smoothly, so what happened later happened, and it made her family worry for so long. It was her fault. Wei Ning didn't ask in detail. It was good to know that they were safe. She didn't need to ask to know how worried they would be about her disappearance. Only when she returned safely could they feel relieved. Mo didn't deny this. She was indeed too reckless, but the Legion was indeed negligent, which was also a fact. Now, as long as the planner, who has been verified to have special abilities, can apply for an accompanying guard, personal safety can be effectively guaranteed. Mo saw that she had no intention of continuing to ask, but planned to tell her what had happened in the past 6 months. This was also a decision made by the military, the Research Institute, and the government. The disclosure of the planners gave the public a new direction for development. Within 3 months after that, many talented planners were detected using Carroll's simple detection method. However, there were only a few planners who could effectively treat psychotic violence. There were less than 20 planners at present, and their abilities were limited, and they could not meet the needs of the entire federal military. These planners have different backgrounds, including nobles, aristocratic families, ordinary people, and those from unknown stars and garbage stars. In order to ensure their safety, the military, the Research Institute, and the government discussed and decided that the military would send people to protect their safety, and they only need to pay a certain amount of special crops. Of course, there are also some who did not participate in the test after obtaining the method, and were recruited by major families privately. But they can't take care of so many things. People's choices are free. They can't intervene. They can only try to retain more planners with special abilities. What is a planter with special abilities? Wei Ning didn't understand. Are planters divided into 1, 2, and 3? Isn't it enough to be able to promote the growth of crops? After experiments, it was found that some crops handled by planters can effectively treat mental riots, and regular consumption can reduce the number of mental riots. These planters are called planters with special abilities. Mo explained patiently. Wei Ning had a bad feeling after hearing this. Could it be that the crops obtained from the experiment were all produced by Green Star? Sure enough, Mo looked at her directly and gave the answer. Since the 4th Legion ate the fruits and vegetables of Green Star, the number of soldiers with mental riots has decreased. If they took mental relief drugs in time after the mental riot, they could be saved in the end. You are the planter with special abilities. You are too decisive. Those crops were planted by everyone. I don't know why I am like that. Wei Ning said it with confidence. She has the ability to plant, but not the ability, he said. If she was so powerful, why didn't her mother and eldest brother get better? This person must be cheating her. The seeds you handle can be planted by ordinary people, and have certain effects, but you can only harvest them 3 times at most, and the effect will decrease each time until the seeds no longer germinate. You don't need to deny it, this is a fact. Mo directly interrupted her to refute. If you say it is, it is. If I really have this ability, it would be a good thing to help you. Wei Ning gave up. Maybe he already had all her information, but she knew nothing about him. No matter how much she refuted, it would be useless. But, she frowned and looked at Mo. Did he, a personal guard, know too much? Or was it that the commander's personal guard was special? Indeed, our legion suffered the least damage in this Star Beast tide, and you have made an indispensable contribution. If you have any requirements, just ask. Our commander will try our best to meet them. Mo said seriously, as if as long as Wei Ning asked, he would meet them. Wei Ning raised his eyebrows, blinked his eyes, and said jokingly, You are a personal guard, but you are more arrogant than your commander. Does he know that you made random promises? Mo said expressionlessly. Of course the commander said so. Isn't your commander afraid that he can't do what he said? You can't say anything casually. Mo glanced at her, his expression was indifferent, but it made people feel pressured for no reason. Ha ha. I'm kidding, I'm not the kind of person who makes trouble for no reason. Wei Ning touched his nose, and felt a little boring. This person is too serious. I always feel pressured when talking to him. Even if you can make requests, you have to meet people. Wei Ning threw a piece of dry firewood into the fire, watched the dry firewood burn, and muttered in a low voice. It's a problem to leave here now. They will find us. Mo seemed to hear her voice, and seemed to be talking to himself. Wei Ning glanced at him and wanted to say, You don't even have an electronic device on your body. Where does your confidence come from? Chapter 264. Wei Ning thought that Mo would be anxious without electronic equipment. When she first arrived here, she always wanted to find a place where humans live as soon as possible so that she could contact her family as soon as possible. It was not until later that she slowly accepted that this was an uninhabited planet. But Mo was not like Wei Ning when she first arrived. Even though he had nothing but the clothes on his body, he was not panicked at all. The next morning, he was still in the mood to train, and when he came back, he even carried a deer. Wei Ning couldn't help but sigh. This mental quality is strong enough, worthy of being the Admiral's personal guard. Wei Ning soon found that since Mo came, she suddenly became idle. In addition to the necessary training every day, she was only responsible for cooking. Mo took charge of hunting and handling prey. She even suspected that if the food Mo made was not really delicious, she probably wouldn't even need to do it. After Wei Ning was idle, she couldn't help but want to see what Mo did every day. He went out early and came back late every day, and he couldn't say a few words when asked. If he hadn't said so much on the first day, Wei Ning would have thought he was a mute. Every day, except for necessary questions, the most he said when asked was and okay, which was not as much as Xianxiang's words. Another morning, Wei Ning saw Mo hurriedly get up and leave after eating the meat soup. Wei Ning quickly swallowed the last mouthful of soup in his mouth, and followed him without even putting away the bowl. In just a moment, Mo had walked far away, and only a vague back could be seen. Wei Ning quickened his speed to catch up. When Wei Ning followed, Mo found out. At first, he thought that Wei Ning was walking in the same direction as him, so he didn't care. After walking for a while, Wei Ning was still following him. What else was unclear about him? It must be because I came out these days to attract her attention. In fact, she could tell me, and I wouldn't stop her from following, but... A smile flashed in Mo's eyes, and his speed suddenly increased. Wei Ning was already following far away, and Mo suddenly sped up. She was afraid of losing him, so she quickly speeded up to catch up. After following for a while, Wei Ning realized that every time she speeded up and thought she was about to catch up with Mo, the distance was pulled away a little bit. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Mo did it on purpose, not to mention that she was not stupid. But since they had followed, she couldn't swallow the anger in her heart, and she had to follow to the end to see what was going on. With this thought in mind, Wei Ning followed for a long time, and Mo finally stopped. She was so tired that she held her knees and gasped. Good training. Mo's voice suddenly appeared in her ears, and Wei Ning immediately stood up, holding her breath in her chest, and raised her chin. Of course. She had been seriously injured several times in the past 6 months, and even walked on the edge of death. If she hadn't made any progress, she would have become a pile of bones long ago. Maybe she couldn't beat him, but she still had the confidence to keep up with him. Follow me? Mo didn't miss the smugness that flashed across her eyes, which explained that he controlled the speed. Wei Ning didn't feel embarrassed to be caught on the spot, nor did she deny the facts, and asked back. Didn't you know it a long time ago? If not, why would she be so tired of chasing all the way? You can ask if you want to know, it's not safe here. Mo didn't agree with her behavior. Will you tell me if I ask you? Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. The words they said in these days did not add up to more than what they said on the first day. If he wasn't always mysterious, she wouldn't be curious. No. Wei Ning had a look of astonishment on his face. Seeing this, Mo explained, if you want to follow me out, you can tell me, at least I will protect you. It's not my first day here, I don't need your protection. Wei Ning felt that he was underestimating her, and angrily said something. After saying that, Wei Ning felt that she had gone too far. The other person was doing it for her own good, but she didn't appreciate it, and she even scolded him, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize to him. Mo didn't care about her words and planned to continue forward, but suddenly turned around, grabbed Wei Ning, stepped on the ground, and jumped away. Wei Ning only felt that her waist was tightened. She was just a few meters away, and it was Mo's hand that was circling her waist. She couldn't react at all. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a huge rock suddenly swept over from where she was standing. With a loud bang, the huge rock broke into pieces. If it weren't for Mo's quick reaction, Wei Ning would have been hit by the huge rock or affected by the broken rocks. In Wei Ning's shock, Mo jumped away again. Wei Ning didn't see what it was, but only felt a suffocating fishy smell. Mo jumped onto a giant tree and looked down at the mutant beast that attacked them with cold eyes. Wei Ning finally saw what was causing the trouble just now. A giant python. Hiss. Wei Ning took a breath. This giant python was several times bigger than the one she had hunted before. If she had met this one before, she would have probably become its food. But, the more Wei Ning looked at it, the tighter her brows knitted. Why did it look familiar? The giant python spit out a scarlet snake tongue, and its pair of vertical pupils stared coldly at the people on the tree, as if looking at a dead object. "It's coming for you," Emo suddenly said. "Really? I also." Wei Ning suddenly remembered that this giant python looked a bit like the previous one, but this one was bigger, so she didn't see it for a while. "I remember now." Wei Ning was embarrassed, but still said stubbornly, "I killed one before, but it's been a long time." "You are so sure it's coming for me? Maybe you provoked it." The drooping-tail python is the most vengeful. Emo only glanced at the giant python, and the meaning was self-evident. The drooping-tail python is very vengeful and protective. Since Wei Ning killed one, it must be remembered by it. But it is destined to leave its life today. Emo ignored the giant python's eyes. His pupils suddenly showed murderous intent, and raised his hand to Wei Ning. "Lend me your sword." Wei Ning seemed to have sensed something and touched his arm, and hurriedly handed him the sword. "Stay here, don't move." Emo held the sword in one hand and pressed her against the tree trunk with the other hand, then turned around and jumped down. The air around seemed to be surging, and Wei Ning's heartbeat suddenly jumped, as if an invisible sharp blade had scraped past, and leaves fluttered down. The giant python stood up, and its head was more than 10 meters high. When Emo jumped down, he turned over in midair and stepped on the top of the giant python's head. That seemingly light step forced the giant python to lower its head. The giant python swept its tail like a gust of wind, destroying all the trees wherever it passed. The surrounding big trees were swept down by the snake's tail, and the broken branches and leaves were all over the ground. Wei Ning was not within the range of the snake's tail. Just seeing the bucket-thick tree being swept down like cutting vegetables, his heartbeat suddenly jumped again, and he couldn't help but look at the black figure holding the sword with worry. Clang! The snake's tail hit the sword, making a sound of metal collision. Emo raised his eyes slightly, and the giant python was actually transformed. The snake's tail swept towards Emo wildly, and Emo waved his sword to block it. Each sword seemed to be swung lightly. Only the giant python knew how much power was contained in that sword. Its snake tail was already covered with wounds. The giant python was furious, opened its bloody mouth, and turned its head to swallow Emo alive. Emo kicked the snake's tail away with one foot, turned sideways to avoid the snake's tongue that swept over, and stretched out his hand to grab the snake's tongue. The veins on his hand bulged, and he pulled hard and pulled the snake's tongue out directly. The giant python felt pain, twisted and hit violently. Trees were destroyed, rocks were flying everywhere, dust was flying, and everything it passed was destroyed by it, and it was a mess. Its cold vertical pupils had turned red into a pair of blood pupils, coldly and viciously pursuing Emo. Emo shook off the snake's tongue in his hand, and his figure jumped out like a shadow, so fast that Wei Ning couldn't see how he attacked, and he stood back to where he was. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and suddenly froze its body. The next second, blood spread, and the whole body of the giant python exploded, and blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. Only the young man in black standing with a sword in his hand stared at the bloody scene indifferently. His expression did not change, and he didn't even blink. Chapter 265. Wei Ning was so frightened by the sudden bloody scene that she clung to the tree trunk tightly to avoid falling down. Her heart was beating fast. He was so strong. If she had tried her best and worked with Xiao Lu to kill the python that was several times smaller, but the man in front of her cut the python with a sword as easily as cutting vegetables. This strength was the strongest she had ever seen. Thinking of how she had said in front of him that she didn't need his protection, Wei Ning felt embarrassed. If it weren't for him today, she might have really died here. Emo suddenly turned his head and looked over here. The murderous intent in his eyes was still there, and his aura was so awe-inspiring that it struck people's hearts. Wei Ning took a step back in fear. Ah! She forgot where she was. When she stepped back, she missed a step and fell backwards. She only had time to scream. Looking at the tree trunk that was getting farther and farther away from her, she regretted not bringing Xiaolu with her when she came out. At least she could still call on it to catch her now. Will she die if she falls? Wei Ning's face turned pale, and she closed her eyes in despair. She actually forgot that she could also use her supernatural power to condense vines. Suddenly, a warm and strong arm grabbed Wei Ning by the waist. She opened her eyes and saw a sharp-edged profile, lips of moderate thickness, a high-nosed bridge, cold and deep black eyes, and a handsome face that was strange but familiar. Wei Ning suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at the face in front of her, speechless with shock. Suddenly, she closed her eyes again, silently reciting in her heart. "It's not him! It's not him! It's not him! A low laugh sounded in her ear, and Wei Ning suddenly opened her eyes, and saw the sharp-edged handsome face again, looking at her with a half-smile. She suddenly stepped back a few steps as if frightened, staring at the ground, not daring to look up at him again. At this moment, she just wanted to travel back a few days ago, and stop the nonsense self. Why did she say those words? And why did this person suddenly change into a different person, and happen to look like someone else? Who can tell her what happened? I look so scary. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to ask this question and asked it out loud. Wei Ning was startled and waved his hands quickly. How could it be you? You are still scary like this, then others will be ashamed. You are afraid of me. He pointed out the facts. No. No. Wei Ning quickly denied it. She just thought of the previous incident, and was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. Really, you just suddenly changed into a different person, and I was a little scared. Wei Ning felt sympathetic. Anyone would be scared if it was him. The potion just lost its effect. Silent. No, Hui Yunchuan looked calm, not feeling guilty at all. He expected the effect of the potion to at least be delayed until he returned. It seemed that the mental turmoil before weakened the potency, which caused it to lose its effect early. Wei Ning. Boss, you just casually revealed that you cheated on a weak girl like me. Don't you feel guilty? I'd be scared to death by you, if I wasn't scared to death by the giant python. Wei Ning patted his chest, and took a few deep breaths before calming his pounding heart. Well, thank you for just now, and I'm sorry for what happened before. Wei Ning finished speaking in one breath, and finally felt less embarrassed. Yeah. Hui Yunchuan responded calmly, as if he accepted it. He didn't take Wei Ning's previous words to heart at all. Facing his face, Wei Ning still felt a little uncomfortable. She thought that this handsome face was very pleasing to the eye, but she was more comfortable with the ordinary face before, and she didn't have so many scruples when talking. The smell of blood filled the air, which made people feel uncomfortable, especially the miserable death of the giant python, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It was the first time that Wei Ning saw such a scene, and it was a bit shocking. In the past, no matter how many times she killed mutant beasts, she would not end up like this. At most, there would be a few more wounds, but at least it was still intact. Hui Yunchuan was used to more bloody and cruel battlefields, so this was nothing at all, and he could still remain calm. Why don't we leave first? Even if the bloody smell would attract more mutant beasts, there was no need to worry about anything happening with him around, and Wei Ning didn't want to stay. She felt that she was still not used to this bloody scene, and it was more suitable for farming. Hui Yunchuan also saw her avoiding his sight, nodded indifferently, raised his leg to leave, and suddenly raised his eyes and looked up. Wei Ning subconsciously looked over, with surprise in his eyes and a smile on his lips. A flying machine came from a distance, but it stopped above them in an instant. The 4th Legion emblem on the outside of the flying machine was very eye-catching. Wei Ning couldn't help but raise his hand and wave it vigorously. When the flying machine descended to the height of the treetops, it stopped, the hatch opened, and several tall young men in black combat uniforms jumped out. They jumped down neatly, flipped in the air, and knelt on one knee when they landed, one hand on the ground and the other on the half-bent knee. They quickly stood up, walked in unison, and quickly walked to Hui Yunchuan 3 steps away and stopped, raising their hands together to salute. Admiral. Hui Yunchuan replied calmly, have you finished? I have followed your instructions. All the people involved have been detained, and the evidence has been preserved. You can announce it when you return. Several people were talking as if no one was around. Wei Ning was confused, but it was roughly related to Hui Yunchuan's fall here. Seeing his subordinates come so quickly, Wei Ning finally understood why he was not in a hurry at all. It turned out that he had a backup plan. Notify Randy and Chris to bring people here. There is an energy mine here. But Colonel Lon, the man who answered the question, was surprised to hear that there was an energy mine, but then he hesitated when he thought of what Randy was doing. As the commander's capable guard, he knew how important what Randy was doing was to them. Even if he had made the worst plan in his mind, he still had a glimmer of hope if there was no news for a day. Notify Randy and the others. Don't look for them anymore. Hui Yunchuan took the optical computer and space button handed over by another personal guard, put them on one by one, and said calmly. The man was shocked. Didn't the Admiral say that he would do whatever it takes to find the person alive or dead? Why did he suddenly withdraw the order? Come here. Hui Yunchuan looked to the side. His voice was still faint. Wei Ning pouted and muttered in her heart, as if she was calling a pet, but she was not. However, she did not dare to show her dissatisfaction, and walked over slowly. The few people then realized that there was another person next to them. They all turned their heads and saw that it was a girl. They were stunned for a moment, and then saw the familiar face, and their faces were all shocked and incredible. In the end, everyone had only one thought in their mind. As expected of their admiral, so many people spent half a year without even finding any news about the person, and they met him just like this. If others knew, I wonder what they would think. Anyway, they were shocked. Chapter 266. Not only Hui Yunchuan's personal guards were shocked, but also Jace, who came with him to pick up people, and stayed on the aircraft. The aircraft finally followed Hui Yunchuan to the open space near the energy mine he found and stopped, and Jace rushed out in a hurry. He scolded him, "You are really capable. You dare to go to the dark star field alone. Do you think your life is too long, and you don't want to live anymore? You are playing the game of losing contact. Do you know that you almost scared me to death?" Hui Yunchuan's personal guards seemed to be used to this scene. They turned their heads and closed their eyes, pretending that they didn't hear or see anything. They nodded silently in their hearts. The admiral really played a big game this time, and almost scared them to death. If he had an accident, the Fourth Army would be in chaos. Wei Ning, who encountered this scene for the first time, questioned Mark. What's going on? When did Jace become so arrogant that he even dared to scold his boss? I respect you as a real man. I know my limits. Hui Yunchuan waited until he finished scolding, then took back his wrinkled sleeves and replied calmly. Jace was almost choked by his nonchalant tone, and he took a deep breath before giving up. Forget it, as long as he's not dead or injured. But he still couldn't help but want to say a few more words. You said you can't do that for. Ahem. Wei Ning saw that Jace was going to continue preaching, and couldn't help coughing a few times to remind her of her existence. Although she didn't know what was going on, she thought it was better to listen less. What if Hui Yunchuan thought that she had seen him being scolded by his subordinates, and wanted to kill her because he couldn't save face? She was not his personal guard, and the more he trusted her, the more she knew. Only then did Jace realize that there was someone else, a girl. The shock on his face was no less than that of the guards, especially when he saw Wei Ning half hidden behind a guard, only showing her face. When he looked over, she waved at him with a smile on her face. Jace's expression froze instantly. She. You. She. Jace pointed back and forth between Wei Ning and Hui Yunchuan, and couldn't say a complete sentence. He never expected to see Wei Ning, who was almost killed by them, here. It was really like seeing a ghost. Hui Yunchuan pointed to the mountain a few dozen meters away, and motioned the guards to check. He had only found scattered energy stone mines on the surface before. He didn't have tools and instruments in his hand, so he couldn't see the specific situation of the energy mines. After several explorations, he could only estimate that there were a lot of energy stones. After receiving the order, several people left quickly and took out instruments from the space button to scan and detect. Let someone check the meteorite area carefully. There may be a space black hole. Hui Yunchuan had thought about it for a few days. Only this possibility would make someone who shouldn't be here appear here. How is it possible? If there is, it would have been discovered long ago. Jess subconsciously rejected this possibility. She appeared here? Hui Yunchuan glanced at Wei Ning, and the meaning was very clear. Space black holes are also unstable, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Otherwise, how to explain why Wei Ning appeared here? Jess was speechless and couldn't refute it. Indeed, if it wasn't so, how could Wei Ning appear at the other end of the universe? Wei Ning didn't understand these, and didn't want to listen anymore. She only wanted to do one thing now. Hui Yunchuan seemed very busy. As soon as he finished speaking, the light computer kept ringing. He stopped talking to Jess, and went to deal with things. Wei Ning took the opportunity to pull Jess aside, and asked to borrow his light computer to contact his family. Her light computer was broken, and it was impossible for her to borrow it from Hui Yunchuan. Compared with the other people, Jess was the person she was most familiar with, so it was most appropriate to borrow his light computer. That's good. Your parents were worried about you after you disappeared. It's time to report your safety to let them feel at ease. Jess readily lent the light computer, unlocked the privacy, and found Yiling's communication in the contact list. Previously on Green Star, they had added each other as friends. Wei Ning took the light computer and walked to the aircraft after Jess reminded her. There was a signal transmitter inside. The moment she dialed Yiling's call, Wei Ning suddenly became nervous, waiting for the time for the call to be connected. She grabbed the corner of her clothes and rubbed it again and again. The whole corner of her clothes was crumpled into a ball by her, and she also found it. The call was connected after more than 10 seconds. The other end seemed to be busy. The camera was a little shaky, and only half of the other party's face could be seen. Mom. Wei Ning's nose was sore, and tears could not stop falling. Yiling on the other end suddenly froze, and suddenly lowered her head. What appeared on the light screen was not Jess's face, but the familiar face that she had been dreaming about for half a year. She suddenly covered her lips, did not speak, and tears flowed down. Mom. Wei Ning shouted again. Ning Ning. Woo Woo, is it really you? Ning Ning? My child. Woo Woo. Yiling's eyes were red, and her voice was choked. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I made you worry. Seeing Yiling's thin and pale face, Wei Ning's heart seemed to be grabbed by a pair of big hands, tightly clenched, and in severe pain. At this moment, she regretted it immensely. The decision she made at the time not only put herself in danger, but also made her family, who loved her, worried and frightened, and they suffered the torment of losing her every day. Ning Ning! Yiling just kept crying and calling her name, as if this was the only way to make her believe that this was real, not a dream. When she woke up, she would no longer see her daughter's voice and smile. Mom. I'm here. Every time he called out, Wei Ning would respond, and kept crying with her until she had cried enough. Ning Ning, where are you? Mom will pick you up. Have you suffered a lot during this period and lost weight? Yiling stretched out her hand to touch, but only touched a hand of air, and then she realized that she saw a phantom. Mom, I'm fine, I'll be back soon, don't worry, I'm fine and I haven't lost weight at all, but you're so thin that your chin is pointed, did you not eat well, didn't sleep well, and you have dark circles under your eyes, it's all my fault, I made you worry. Wei Ning's tears kept flowing as she spoke. How could Yiling bear to see her blaming herself? She hurriedly said that it was not her fault. She was obsessed with taking care of the plantation recently, and did not rest well. It was not her fault. When she said that, Wei Ning felt even more guilty. She would rather be scolded than have her mother take the blame on herself in order to protect her. She did not want to blame her at all. Then you must rest well and eat well. I will check it when I return. Wei Ning did not want to expose her lies, so she could only make a domineering request. Okay, when you come back, I will definitely let you see your plump and energetic mother. Yiling burst into tears and smiled, with a doting face. She knew what her own knot was. Since her daughter was fine, her knot was naturally untied, and she would not torture herself anymore. Then you must do what you say. The two talked for a long time. Mostly Yiling was talking, mainly talking about the various changes in Green Star during her 6 months away. Wei Ning listened quietly, and occasionally said a few words. Before Wei Ning returned home, she learned from Yiling about the earth-shaking changes that had taken place in Green Star in the past 6 months. At this moment, she realized what it meant to be eager to return home. Chapter 267. When the two reluctantly ended the call, it was already dark, and Wei Ning realized that they had been talking for several hours. However, after knowing that he was safe, the huge rock on his family's heart was removed, and they could rest assured. The scars left in their hearts over the past 6 months could only be slowly healed by time. In the days to come, companionship is more important. Jess was very considerate and did not disturb her, but went to disturb Hui Yunchuan. He was really curious about how Hui Yunchuan was so lucky that he could meet the person they were about to give up after being out of contact for a while. Hui Yunchuan was very busy and sent him away in a few words. Jess was bored, and the more he felt that Hui Yunchuan's words were simple, the more things were not that simple. But he did not dare to bother Hui Yunchuan again, and turned around and ran to Wei Ning to dig out some inside information. Why are you so curious? Between you. Wei Ning looked him up and down, eyes rolling. A certain thought flashed through his mind. Stop, we are both normal men who can't be more normal. Jace's face turned green. He looked like that kind of person? I understand. Wei Ning nodded, indicating that he would not say it. The more he tried to hide, the more guilty he felt, right? You know shit, he is my cousin. Jace explained with gritted teeth. I really don't know where the messy ideas in her mind came from. I can't tell. Wei Ning was quite surprised. One was cold and silent, the other was noisy. Jace, I've never seen you randomly associate with others like this. Wei Ning blamed innocently. It's obviously you who made me misunderstand. She never thought that they were relatives, and she had never heard him say that before. You don't look like a girl of your age at all. Jace was furious. He blamed himself for this. It was obviously his own brain that was full of crap. Wei Ning rolled his eyes at him. How dare you, a single dog for 10,000 years, say this? He was either hanging out in the lab or hanging out with a group of soldiers. He knew a few girls. He was really thick-skinned. An invisible sword pierced into Jace's heart. He thought Wei Ning was implying something. Is it wrong to be single? Can't he be single based on his strength? In the end, Jace didn't ask anything and was directly angered by Wei Ning. Half an hour later, Hui Yunchuan and several of his guards came back and brought back news about the energy mine. It was confirmed that this energy mine was not small. After mining, it could supply the 4th Legion's energy expenses for a long time, but mining was a bit troublesome. Although the area of this planet is small, it has never been developed. The ecological environment is very suitable for human habitation. If ore is mined, it will probably affect the environment. Destruction is easy but repair is difficult. It takes several years to build a barren planet, but it is very easy to destroy a planet. Let Randy bring a batch of small machines first, and try not to damage the environment. Hui Yunchuan finally made the decision. Large machines have strong destructive power and fast speed, while small machines are the opposite. He also doesn't want this planet to be destroyed and become a new wasteland. Wait for Randy to bring people here, and then send you back. After explaining the matter, Hui Yunchuan turned to Wei Ning and said, Jace didn't bring many people, and there were candidates to send her back, but he didn't want any more accidents, so he would send her back in person after arranging things, and he also had something to talk about. Wei Ning nodded to show his understanding. In the following days, Hui Yunchuan was busy dealing with military affairs while sending people out to explore the planet in order to gain a deeper understanding of the situation on the planet. They were so busy every day that it was difficult to see their shadows, so Wei Ning and Jace seemed very idle. Later, Wei Ning simply followed them out. On the one hand, it was safe to follow them, and on the other hand, she wanted to find out if there was a second ginseng or other medicinal herbs on the planet. She had a hunch that she would not come out again for a long time after she returned, so she wanted to take this opportunity to look for more. Unfortunately, ginseng was not so easy to find. Until Landy brought people over, Wei Ning did not find ginseng, but found a lot of Cotinopsis and wolfberry, which she pulled out with roots and soil. Wei Dong also came with Landy. He had been following Landy's people to find Wei Ning since she lost her trace, and he had never returned to Green Star. If he couldn't find her, he would not be able to face his parents' expectant eyes, and he could not forgive himself. In the past 6 months, he followed the search team to search for planets where she might exist. Every time he left with hope, he returned with disappointment. He was awakened by nightmares countless times in the dead of night, and he regretted his inability to protect her. Brother, I'm sorry. Looking at Wei Dong, who had lost weight, darkened, looked haggard, and became taciturn, Wei Ning felt bitter in her heart. She stepped forward and hugged him gently. All she wanted to say was I'm sorry. A simple word, and a gentle hug broke the strength that Wei Dong had been holding on to for the past 6 months. He stretched out his hand, and clasped Wei Ning's shoulders tightly, resting his head on her shoulders, and remained silent for a long time. Everyone tacitly left space for the reunited brother and sister, and dispersed in a well-trained manner, each doing their own thing, without leaning towards this side. Ning, I'm glad you're okay. Wei Dong controlled his emotions, his voice was a little hoarse, and he lowered his eyelids to cover his red eyes. Brother, it's my fault. I made everyone worried and made you suffer. Wei Ning felt guilty. If it weren't for him, Wei Dong wouldn't have become like this. It's because of my uselessness. Wei Dong shook his head and laughed at himself. It was because he couldn't protect his sister and made her suffer. The suffering he suffered was not even 1/10 of what his sister had suffered in the past 6 months. He couldn't imagine how she had spent the past 6 months alone. On this uninhabited planet full of dangers, the endless loneliness and the days of not knowing when to return were the most torturous. Brother. Wei Ning's nose was sour. He didn't blame her, but made her feel more guilty. He was also determined to help him restore his former strength and let him show his heroic appearance again. Wei Ning knew that he had never been able to let it go. This incident must have brought back his bad memories. Not wanting him to be sad, she changed the topic to something lighter. I have Xianxiang with me, so I am not alone. Although I was injured, I am fine now, and... Wei Ning looked around and saw that everyone around was busy with their own things and didn't notice them. She whispered, I found a ginseng. Brother, you will definitely recover. What? Wei Dong was just about to ask her in detail how she had been doing in the past 6 months, but he suddenly heard such a heavy news, and he was so shocked that he forgot what he was going to ask. Shoo! I didn't tell anyone else. Wei Ning raised her index finger, signaling him not to say anything. Everyone is selfish, and she is no exception. There are so many warriors in the Interstellar who suffer from mental riots. She can't save so many. Compared with them, she cares more about her family. In order to unconditionally pamper her, love her, and protect her family, she has to be selfish for once. Wei Dong closed his mouth, his eyes sparkling with joy that he could not express in words. He was happy, but felt sorry for his sister. She had suffered so much, but she still looked for medicine for him. It was really hard for her. Seeing his eyes full of pain, Wei Ning felt that everything she had experienced was worth it. Chapter 268. Landy brought a lot of people over and quickly took over the relevant work. He started to get busy. Except for the day they met, Wei Ning had a brief conversation with him, and he didn't see him much in the next few days. After he came, Hui Yunchuan was not so busy. Most of the things were left to Landy to arrange, and he only needed to confirm it at the end. It was a few days later when they finally decided on the plan to mine the energy mine. While Wei Ning was grilling meat for Xiaolu and Xiangxiang, Hui Yunchuan came. These days, Xiaolu and Xiangxiang have been hiding, absorbing only a little bit of superpowers fed by Wei Ning every day, and have never eaten food. Xiangxiang is okay, it hides in Wei Ning's pocket, no one notices it, and occasionally it can eat the food that Wei Ning secretly brings for her. Xiaolu is miserable, pretending to be a small vine all the time, without food and can't walk around. It's so aggrieved. After enduring for a few days, it finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked Wei Ning to make it a delicious meal, otherwise it would stop pretending. Wei Ning also knew that it was not easy for it, so while everyone was busy looking at the energy mine, he found a place to secretly give them a snack. How long will it take us to go back? Xiangxiang asked while biting meat in her mouth. It didn't like hiding all the time, and couldn't speak, but was afraid of being discovered. These days were really tormenting. Xiaolu Yizi was fierce, and it didn't like those people either. When they came, it became hungry and thin. It's almost time. When we go back, you can do whatever you want. Just bear with it for now. Wei Ning comforted while grilling meat. There was nothing she could do about it. Although she also wanted to believe Hui Yunchuan and the others, the existence of Xiangxiang and Xiaolu was too mysterious. Especially Xiangxiang. If Hui Yunchuan knew that he drank Xiangxiang's blood that day, and knew Xiangxiang's special ability, it is hard to guarantee that he would not have other thoughts. She couldn't take this risk. Xiangxiang had been threatened by Wei Ning several times. She was afraid that she would be caught to make medicine, so she was very careful not to expose herself. On the contrary, Xiaolu was suppressed by Wei Ning and had a bad temper. She persuaded it, and fed it a lot of supernatural powers before it calmed down. Otherwise, Wei Ning really couldn't hide it from so many people. When Hui Yunchuan came, he faintly heard the sound of talking, but he only saw Wei Ning alone. He was thinking about something, and didn't care much. What he didn't know was that Wei Ning was afraid that others would find Xiangxiang and Xiaolu, so he didn't dare to relax when grilling meat. He was always alert, for fear that someone would suddenly come. As soon as she noticed someone approaching, she directly snatched the half-skewer of meat that Xiangxiang hadn't finished eating, stuffed it into her pocket, and kicked Xiaolu to make it disguise quickly. Xiaolu reluctantly disguised itself as a small vine. After everything was done, Wei Ning took another skewer of barbecue and ate it slowly. Hui Yunchuan walked over hurriedly and stood in front of her. What he said choked Wei Ning, and a mouthful of meat got stuck in her throat. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent cough, Wei Ning spat out the stuck meat and asked while patting her chest. What did you just say? Do you still have the potion you gave me that day? I want to exchange it with you. You can set the conditions. Hui Yunchuan wanted to ask after sending her back. But just now, he received news from the 5th Corps that one of their teams suddenly lost contact while performing a mission. After receiving the distress signal, they said before losing contact, the base immediately sent people to rescue them. As a result, the rescue team went there, and not only did they not find anyone, but they also lost contact in the end. The garrison sent 3 rescue teams in succession, but they all lost contact in the end. When Lidis found out, he personally led people there. All the people were found, but the team that lost contact first was already dying, and the rescue team behind was not much better. Most of them had mental turmoil, and a small part was unconscious. Lidis protected them out, and finally his mental turmoil also occurred. After using one mental reliever after another, there was still no sign of relief. His adjutant found Randy, and wanted a batch of green star vegetables, and also wanted to buy a batch of the latest relievers from them. It was about the commander of the 5th Legion. Randy reported the matter to him, and he agreed without hesitation, and also remembered the potion that Wei Ning gave him to drink when he rescued him that day. Although Lidis was flamboyant, arrogant, and impulsive, he was indeed a powerful general, and Hui Yunchuan didn't want to see him get into trouble. So he came to find Wei Ning. If there is, she will give it. He will definitely meet her request. If not, he will not force it. Wei Ning really wanted to slap herself. What you fear will come true. Her eyes were erratic, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Wei Yunchuan knew that she had it in her hand, so he said, "Don't worry, as long as you are willing to exchange, the 4th Legion and the 5th Legion will remember it in their hearts. We will be your strongest backing, and my reputation is a witness." Wei Ning blinked, not understanding why he was involved with the 5th Legion again. Did he ask for the people of the 5th Legion? It's Lidis. Wei Ning was surprised. She remembered hearing Chen Haojia say that this man was his mortal enemy. Why did he ask for medicine for him? Could it be that the rumor was wrong? Wei Yunchuan explained, "It's just a rumor from the outside world. The relationship is not good, but it's not as bad as the rumors say. They are competitors, but also good teachers and friends. As the only 2 SSS-level strongmen among the young generals, they are inevitably compared. He doesn't care what others say about him, but Lidis cares about others saying that he is not as good as himself, so they come to fight from time to time. The 2 are equally strong, and it is difficult to tell who will win. And he is worse than Lidis in military management, so every time they meet, the other party always doesn't give him a good face, and over time, such rumors have spread in the outside world. His personality is a little bad, but he is a good general. The Federation needs SSS strongmen like him. If you can, I hope you can help him," Wei Yunchuan said sincerely. He has said this, Wei Ning can't just stand by and watch him die, but even if Wei Yunchuan comes to ask for medicine, she still can't expose Xiangxiang's existence. "So, I made that potion by accident. You know I'm not a pharmacist. I just made some when I was injured. I've given you the best one. The rest?" Wei Ning didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning was very clear. The potency was definitely not as good as the one he drank. Whether it could have the same effect as he did at that time was not something she could guarantee. It doesn't matter, as long as it has 1/10 of the potency. Wei Yunchuan was not disappointed. He knew the potency of the potion very well. 1/10 was enough to stabilize Lidis's mental power. However, I need to prepare it again. I have already used the previous one. Wei Ning looked embarrassed and said that he couldn't give it to him now. Wei Yunchuan nodded to show his understanding. "What medicinal plants do you need? I have someone prepare them. We set off in an hour. There are complete equipment on the starship for you to use. If you have any requirements, just make them, and we do our best to meet them. The faster the potion is made, the better. You just need a quiet room. I have enough medicinal plants to prepare one." Wei Ning rejected his kindness. The main thing is Xiangxiang's blood, and the rest is just for show. Okay. Wei Yunchuan understood that this meant that she didn't want others to know, so he didn't ask any more questions and prepared to arrange her accommodation himself. Chapter 269. An hour later, the starship of the 4th Legion set sail on time. Wei Ning was personally taken to a room on the starship by Wei Yunchuan. He only said that no one would disturb her and left. Watching his back disappear at the corner of the corridor, Wei Ning turned around and opened the door. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a single bed against the wall, and the quilts folded into squares were neatly placed against the wall at the end of the bed. Behind the end of the bed was a long table placed horizontally, and on the long table was a square box, and it was unclear what was inside. Wei Ning walked over and opened the box. There were test tubes of various sizes and special bottles for medicine, all unopened. It seemed that they were specially prepared for her. Wei Ning flipped through and took everything apart. Since she wanted to pretend, she had to do it all. At this time, Xiangxiang got out of her pocket, jumped onto the table, and snorted coldly with her back to her. Wei Ning knew it was angry. Before, she saved Wei Yunchuan in order to leave there earlier. She had no choice but to ask for its blood to save people. Now the situation is different. She could refuse Wei Yunchuan, but she finally agreed. This means that it will bleed again. Thinking of this, Xiangxiang got angry. Bleeding is so painful. Its blood is just so little. If it is bled a few more times, it will dry up by itself. Don't worry, don't use so much this time. Just a little bit. Wei Ning took out a small test tube and pointed it out. It was only as big as a fingernail. When Wei Ning agreed to Wei Yunchuan, she decided that she only needed a little blood and some other mixtures. As long as it was effective, it would be fine. If they tested it, the main ingredient would also come from Xiangxiang's blood. Xiangxiang's body is lavender, which is also the main ingredient in their mental relief agent, so they are not afraid of checking. As long as Xiangxiang's identity is not exposed, it will be fine. The best way is to refine a medicine that is more effective than the current mental reliever. Xiangxiang looked better when she saw that there was not even 1/3 of the amount last time, but she still took the opportunity to make a lot of requests. Wei Ning needed it, and its request was not excessive, so she agreed without thinking. Seeing that she agreed so quickly, Xiangxiang immediately regretted that her request was too small, and she wanted to add more, but was ruthlessly rejected by Wei Ning. You can't push it too far, those requests just now are enough, and there will be nothing left if there are more. Seeing this, Xiangxiang covered her mouth and shook her head, indicating that she would not say anything, but Ning Ning would really do this if she was angry. Wei Ning took blood, gave it superpowers, gave it all the meat that was roasted before boarding the starship, and left it alone. She had to think carefully about what to use to mix this blood. On the other side of the starship, Hui Yunchuan frowned after reading the news from the 5th Legion, and his face was not good. Admiral? The guards called him quietly. It was rare to see the Admiral with this expression. Every time he showed such an expression, something difficult had happened, and the guards could not help but worry. The Star Beast tide had only been over for half a year. Would it come again? However, he had not received any relevant news, so it should not be. Hui Yunchuan pinched his eyebrows and said, "It's the news from the 5th Legion. In recent years, the frequency of new star beasts has been too high. First, there were mental attack types, and now this kind of hallucinogenic type has appeared in the 5th Legion. It is really hard to guard against. On the human side, there are no SSS-level mental strongmen. Fortunately, they have fruits and vegetables that can treat mental power riots, and mental relief agents have also been improved because of the ability to grow spiritual herbs." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Wei Ning. Both of these things were related to her, and the potion in her hand that could quickly stabilize the mental power riot. Hui Yunchuan had a hunch that Wei Ning would be the breakthrough for humans to suppress the star beasts. The defense of Green Star needs to be more strictly controlled. She can't have any more trouble. Seeing that he lowered his eyes, and thought deeply without any intention of saying more, the guards thought that the situation of the commander of the 5th Legion was not good, so they didn't ask any more questions, and quietly left the room. Hui Yunchuan received the potion given to him by Wei Ning the next morning. It was a small one, and the light green liquid flowed quietly. He held the potion, looked up, and thanked Wei Ning solemnly. "Thank you." Wei Ning waved her hand, yawned loudly, and took out 3 more and handed them to him. "These are the 4. You can study them by yourselves. It's too tiring to make this. I'm not a professional pharmacist." In fact, she thought about it all night before she figured out how to mix the fragrant blood. She was afraid that Xiangxiang's blood would work too quickly, so she diluted it into 4 bottles. She said this deliberately because she was afraid that Hui Yunchuan would ask her for it again, so she just gave it all to him and let them study it themselves. Hui Yunchuan was stunned for a rare moment, and did not reach out to take it. "What? You don't want it?" Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. Or did he want her to take on this heavy responsibility? How could this be possible? She didn't want to always use Xiangxiang to bleed. Hui Yunchuan reacted and reached out to take it. After carefully putting the potion away, he gave Wei Ning a standard military salute. "I thank you on behalf of the federal soldiers." He knew better than anyone what these potions meant. Once such a potion could be successfully prepared, it could save more soldiers with mental riots, and the increase in combat effectiveness would give them a greater grasp of suppressing the star beasts. She really didn't disappoint him. Wei Ning was relieved to see that he didn't force her to tell him the formula or even the method. He was so serious that she felt a little guilty. After all this medicine, Wei Ning returned the greeting in a proper manner, and quickly found an excuse to slip away. What if he suddenly remembered to ask, should she answer or not? Wei Ning ran back to the previous room in one breath, and leaned against the door to catch her breath. "Who's outside?" Xiang saw that she looked like she was being chased back and asked curiously. It didn't follow her just now. "No one." Wei Ning calmed her breath, walked to the table and sat down, picked up the water on the table and took a big sip. "Are you afraid that he will find out what you did?" Xiang stared at the cup in her hand and said, "Wei Ning." She glanced at the few wolfberries and red dates floating in the cup and felt inexplicably guilty. Indeed, the potion was actually made by soaking wolfberry and red dates in water, and then adding Xiangxiang's blood. In order to make the color light green, she took the second soak of wolfberry and red dates water. "If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, no one will know." Wei Ning took another sip, and said with all her might, "Xiangxiang. Okay, you have the final say." Wei Ning didn't know how Hui Yunchuan dealt with the potions in the end. Anyway, until they were about to get close to Green Star, She didn't receive any information about the potions, and no one came to ask her. I guess they either haven't studied it yet, or they haven't found anything. But Wei Ning didn't care about those things. The closer she got to Green Star, the more nervous she felt. After half a year, she was finally going home. Chapter 270. As early as when they received the news that the starship of the 4th Legion was about to arrive at Green Star, Yiling and Wei Guoyang couldn't wait to go to the spaceport to pick her up. Since they knew that Wei Ning was safe, they have been waiting for her to come back. When they learned that it would take some time for her to come back, they even thought about going there to find her, but were finally stopped by Chen Haojie. Chen Haojie was sent here by Chris to protect them after finding Wei Ning. Because Wei Guoyang and Yiling didn't like someone following them all the time, they always felt uncomfortable. Finally, Chris asked Chen Haojie to come. He had a good relationship with the Wei family and talked a lot. He was busy with their work every day. He didn't seem to be here to protect them, but to work for them. Wei Guoyang and Yiling liked him very much, and they also understood that the 4th Legion was afraid that something would happen to them again, so they didn't object to his staying. Chen Haojie had stopped them from looking for Wei Ning before, but he didn't stop them this time. Not only did they want to see Wei Ning earlier, he and Moto and Haifeng, who stayed in Green Star, also wanted to see her earlier. When they received the news that Wei Ning was kidnapped and disappeared, everyone was worried about her. He followed the search for half a year, but there was no definite news. There were many rumors in the search team that his sister had died in the meteorite area. He was so angry that he found the man who talked nonsense and fought with him and beat him black and blue. If Chris hadn't come to stop him, he would definitely beat him into the treatment cabin. He actually said that his sister is not such a short-lived person. These people ate the vegetables and fruits grown by his sister. Not only were they not grateful, but they also cursed her. If they were not needed on the battlefield, he would have wanted to destroy the food distributed to them. A bunch of ungrateful people. Fortunately, her sister was lucky enough to come back and save their commander. If those people dared to frame his sister, he would go to the commander to complain. How is it? Where is it? Yiling was anxious, staring at the exit, asking from time to time. Almost, we have arrived at the port of call. Wei Guoyang glanced at the message on the light brain and reported their location. Ningning is finally back. I don't know if she has lost weight. Yiling grabbed Wei Guoyang's hand, happy and worried. Although she communicated with her via video every day, Ningning also told her what she ate and what she did every day, but she was worried without seeing her. If she loses weight, give her some supplements. But you have lost a lot of weight recently. If Ningning knew that you were worried that she couldn't eat or sleep well, she would definitely feel distressed. Wei Guoyang touched Yiling's thin hand and said distressfully, "How dare you say that to me? You are the same," Yiling said angrily. Ever since Ningning's accident, and then those things happened, Dongzi never came back. They were worried about their daughter and son, and were busy with the farm. Naturally, they had no appetite to eat, and didn't even drink the nutrient solution. In the end, they lost a lot of weight. They were even thinner before, but they worked hard to make up for it, after knowing that their daughter was fine. Now that they were told by the other party, they couldn't help but worry that their daughter and son would blame themselves after seeing it. "It's out," Chen Haojie shouted beside them, reminding them. Wei Guoyang and Yiling looked over at the same time, and their eyes were immediately filled with tears. "Dad! Mom!" Wei Ning was nervous all the way, but when he saw his parents waiting at the entrance, he was left with only a heartache. He ignored the presence of others and rushed into their arms, like a young swallow returning to the forest. "Dad, Mom, I miss you so much." Wei Ning held one person in each hand and leaned against them tightly, tears silently falling, leaving a faint wet mark on their clothes. "We miss you so much too." Yiling hugged her tightly, and Wei Guoyang hugged the two of them. "Father, Mother, we are back." Wei Dong walked slowly in front of the two of them. He was not like Wei Ning, who was outgoing and unscrupulously approached his parents' arms. He stood straight, controlled his emotions, and his eyes were slightly red. Okay, it's good to be back. It's good to be back." Wei Guoyang looked at his much more mature and stable son, knowing that he had suffered a lot, and reached out to pat his shoulder to comfort him. After Wei Ning came out of her parents' arms and greeted Chen Haojie and others one by one, it was already an hour later. "General Hua." Wei Guoyang walked towards Wei Yunchuan while Wei Ning greeted others. No matter what reason or purpose he had for going to find his daughter at all costs, he should thank him for his daughter's safe return. "I'm sorry to bother you with Ningning's matter. Thank you for finding her back." "No need to thank me. She not only saved countless soldiers, but also save me. This is what she should do. Wei Yunchuan said calmly. She just did what she wanted to do. Wei Guoliang looked up at Wei Ning. Before this, they had never thought it would be like this. At the beginning, they thought most about letting more people eat the vegetables and fruits produced by Green Star. But they didn't know that a series of things would happen later. First, the planting course was opened, then the appearance of the planter, and then the crops that could treat mental riots, which almost caused unrest in the Federation. After the planting course was opened, Carol and the students' achievements were destroyed several times, and Carol and others were assassinated. Later, when the existence of the planter was announced, several planting families headed by the Mu family sent people to sabotage the conference and were caught by the military. Finally, they traced those families and even found out that they colluded with the Star Pirates and intended to kill their family. Even the disappearance of their daughter was related to those families. When this news came out, the whole Federation was shocked, not only because of the existence of the planter, but also because they colluded with the Star Pirates to harm others for their own interests. Those days were really chaotic, implicating many relevant personnel, and even the top government officials were replaced. Finally, the several families involved in the matter with the Mu family were jointly sanctioned by the government and the military with iron-blooded means, and their industries were also divided up. The things done by the noble families, who did not participate, were also exposed. They joined forces with the nobles or some high-ranking officials to limit the production of vegetables, raise prices, and disrupt the market. Although they were finally rectified, their status continued to decline. Later, Carol led a group of growers to grow vegetables on the market, and the business of the planting family plummeted and was no longer as good as before. Now Green Star has become an object that all parties want to befriend. They not only want the crops in their hands, but also want their crop seeds. Carol led the growers to study for half a year. The germination rate of seeds is lower than the previous generation, and the yield and quality are also the same. If you want to plant on a large scale in the whole Federation, you still have to rely on Green Star's crop seeds. This is something Wei Guoliang could never have imagined. He thought that with the promotion of the growers, the seeds after the fourth generation could be planted in a cycle, and the pressure on Green Star could be reduced by half, so they would only supply the needs of various legions. Who knew that after going around in circles, they still had to go the way of selling seeds. Chapter 271. After returning to Green Star after half a year, it has changed a lot. Wei Ning had a general understanding of Green Star's current appearance from the video communication with Yi Ling, and had some idea in her mind, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she was still shocked. Wei Dong may want Wei Ning to have a better look at Green Star now, so he specially adjusted the speed and altitude of the aircraft, so that she can clearly see all the changes in the places where the aircraft passes. Looking down through the window of the aircraft, there are rolling green planting fields, and robots that are constantly working diligently to open up new planting fields. There are also robots harvesting various vegetables working in an orderly manner, and boxes of white boxes that have been harvested and are waiting to be transported are piled up on the edge of the field. There are transport engineering vehicles coming and going on the small roads in the fields, transporting boxes of harvested vegetables into containers, and finally the containers are sent to the transport ship by large machines. The scale has expanded by more than double compared to half a year ago. Even though she knew that the 4th Legion joined forces with several other legions to plant crops because these crops could cure mental riots, Wei Ning was still a little surprised at the expansion of the area several times. This is almost half of the area that Green Star can plant, right? It is full of green vitality everywhere. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, this place was still a wasteland, with only a few bits of green surviving tenaciously? What do you think, sister? Isn't this a big change? Qin Haojie stood beside her, looking at the busy robots below, and turned his head to see the surprise in her eyes. If it weren't for the purpose of controlling the number of people on the planting site, there might be a large number of warriors vying to come. Ever since they knew that Green Star's crops could cure mental turmoil, who wouldn't want to scramble for a spot on Green Star? If he and Dongzi weren't good brothers, they would have gone to scramble for a spot. If eyes could kill, he would have been drowned by a group of jealous and hateful eyes. A little bit. Wei Ning nodded. She glanced at the robot picking tomatoes on the tomato field and asked in surprise, "Can robots now automatically pick red fruits?" Qin Haojie glanced down. The aircraft just flew over the red fruit forest, and several robots below were shuttling back and forth between 2 rows of red fruit trees. The mechanical arms quickly extended and retracted, and the red and ripe red fruits were picked accurately and placed in the device box behind the robot. When the box was full, the robot automatically transported the box to the edge of the field, replaced it with an empty box, and continued the previous work. He smiled and said, "Yes, now red fruit is the most planted fruit in the Federation. Picking is labor-intensive, so automatic picking robots have appeared. This can save a lot of manpower, but the cost is expensive, and only large growers can afford it. The red fruit planting area of Green Star has reached 10,000 acres, so it is naturally convenient to use robots." "Why do you plant red fruit?" Wei Ning was surprised. Tomatoes are delicious, and they can be eaten as both fruits and vegetables, but planting a variety of varieties can drive the planting industry faster, right? Qin Haojie turned his head and looked at Wei Ning. His smile faded, and he sighed imperceptibly before saying, "At present, only red fruit is planted, and the yield and quality are guaranteed. Even after several generations of sweet potatoes and potatoes, the yield and quality will be greatly affected. The most intuitive thing is that the appearance has shrunk by half, and the yield is only 1/3 of the first generation. Red fruit does not need to be planted every year. A red fruit tree can harvest red fruit for 3 consecutive years. The yield and quality are also affected very little. It is currently the most suitable for large-scale planting. There are hundreds or thousands of seeds in a red fruit. Even if the germination rate is only half, the number is still considerable. The only variety that Green Star can sell a large number of seeds to the outside world now is red fruit seeds. As for other seeds, Qin Haojie took a deep look at Wei Ning. In the 6 months since she left, Green Star's planting area has expanded a lot, but after generations of crops, the effect of treating mental power riots has also weakened, and perhaps it will eventually become an ordinary crop. But at least there are planters, and they will not face the situation of being unable to plant like at the beginning. He has been in Green Star for a long time, and naturally he will find the problem. All this happened after his sister left. It is not difficult to guess her role in it. It can be said that the development of Green Star into what they saw was inseparable from Wei Ning. If she really had an accident, the future of Green Star would be like this. Wei Ning felt a little uneasy when he looked at her like this. It couldn't be that this was related to her, right? It couldn't be. She looked at the relevant information on the Star Network, and there was no mention of such a problem. Wei Ning was confused. Qin Haojie sighed again. He could understand why she was confused. There was very little information about growers on the Star Network, and even less about the yield and quality of the crops they grew. Planting takes time. From the time each grower gets the seeds to the time they grow the crops and then harvest, the process can take at least 1 or 2 months, and at most half a year or more. What they can compare is the comparison with the ones they bought on the Star Network before, and the crops grown from the first 3 generations of seeds are not much different, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find the difference. But the Institute and Green Star have been planting for several generations, and the difference is obvious. But those who know have signed a confidentiality agreement and will not tell others. Especially for the Institute, Carol took the lead in planting at the beginning, and he did not expect that such problems would arise later. Fortunately, there are planters, and the seeds can continue to be planted. He can only study the others slowly. But the Institute has gained great honor and benefits from this incident. Even if others know about it, they can't tell it. Telling it will only put the Institute in a desperate situation. Even though everyone knows the existence of Green Star and the Wei family, and even knows that the initial planting technology data was contributed by the Wei family is firmly protected by the military headed by the 4th Legion, and rarely appears in front of the public. Over time, the Institute has naturally become the #1 target for everyone to explore the news. Therefore, the Institute is the one that is most afraid of being discovered by everyone. Now Carol has almost put all his energy on how to study how to grow stable crops, which is also strongly supported by everyone in the Institute. They didn't ask Carol to improve the yield and quality of crops, but only to stabilize them. In this way, even if there were no special crops that could treat mental riots, the Institute could keep its current honor and status. Wei Ning naturally couldn't find these on the internet. The Wei family, who knew that she had superpowers, would not tell her these things. In their eyes, their daughter, sister, almost couldn't come back because of Green Star's crops. Now that she can come back safely, they don't force anything else. These things are not what a little girl should bear. There are so many people in the Federation, and someone will always find the problem. Hui Yunchuan only told her about the growers with special abilities, and didn't mention the yield and quality of crops grown by ordinary growers. She didn't think it would be like this. She always thought that as long as the seeds could germinate and the method was followed, there would basically be no big problems. After all, farmers used to grow them this way. As for yield and quality, this was not something she could control. All the relevant planting techniques were in her mother's notebook. How much she could learn depended on her personal ability. There's a saying that goes, the master leads you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. This is also true for planting. Chapter 272. No matter how slow the aircraft flew, it still took a short time to return to the courtyard. But along the way, Wei Ning had learned a lot from Chen Haojie that Yi Ling and the others didn't want to tell her too early. For example, the crops planted on the expanded planting land behind Green Star were not very effective in treating mental turmoil, and they might become ordinary crops after a few generations of planting. The crops planted on the first planting land could grow crops that could treat mental turmoil, but the effect was gradually weakening. The lavender in the back mountain had not bloomed since she left. Even if the most powerful researchers from each legion were formed into a research team and studied for a long time, they could not find the answer. Only the 4th Legion took the lead and refined a new mental relief agent. Chen Haojie told her this. First, her identity as a planner was no longer a secret. Everyone who had been to Green Star and knew that she had natural skills knew that she was a planner. Second, once the crops of Green Star were divided among the legions, the amount they were allocated would also decrease. If the spiritual grass stopped blooming, the risk of mental riots they faced would return to the original probability. Having experienced the days when they didn't have to worry about mental riots all the time, no one wanted to go back to the days before. This was also due to his selfishness. He hoped that Wei Ning could know it earlier and plant more crops that could treat mental riots earlier. Wei Ning wondered why Yi Ling and the others didn't tell her. Maybe they didn't want her to have too much pressure. They didn't know that the crops she planted with seeds nurtured by her supernatural power had such special effects. They just expanded the planting area according to their own abilities. But now the demand of each legion combined is several times the demand originally provided to the 4th Legion. They didn't know that their ability level had increased. They thought it was still the same as before. Once the scale of planting area was expanded, it meant that she would need to consume more ability. If she wanted to grow crops that could treat mental turmoil, she would need ability supply. She was worried that her body would not be able to bear it. As for the fact that lavender did not bloom again, it was also related to her. Perhaps they would also think of Xiangxiang, but they were not here, and even if they thought of it, they would not say it. Anyway, the flowers are alive and well now. It doesn't matter whether you tell her earlier or later. Why tell her too early? Although Chen Haojie said it, Wei Ning could understand it, and more importantly, she felt the wholehearted love of her family for her. If she was angry about Chen Haojie saying it, she didn't. The main reason was that, after her ability was improved, it was easy for her to cultivate seeds. As for planting, she believed that she didn't need to worry about it at all. Someone would do it naturally. At most, she had to work harder, run to the planting area more often, and deliver superpowers to the crops, but compared to the soldiers fighting bloody battles on the front line, whose lives were always on the edge of danger, this little bit of hard work was nothing. The invasion of star beasts was like the appearance of zombies, and the arrival of the end of the world. Wei Ning didn't want to face such a dangerous life in a different time and space. With someone standing in front, she would rather be a leisurely and enjoyable salted fish. It's just farming. It's not like she hasn't planted before, and she doesn't need to plant it. As long as she gets the seeds, it's easy to do. So when the aircraft stopped, Wei Ning called Yi Ling aside and told her what she was going to do. Wei Dong saw it, but didn't follow in. Instead, he followed and listened to a few words. When he heard that it was about her asking for seeds, he knew who was talking too much, and glanced at Chen Haojie with cold eyes. Chen Haojie felt a chill on his back, looked back, met Wei Dong's eyes, and turned away with guilt. Dongzi must have known what he and Wei Ning said. He touched the bridge of his nose and sighed. He was indeed anxious about this matter, but he still had to say that he knew about the hallucinogenic star beast from his teammates. Even the commander of the 5th Legion was tricked. If it was someone of their level or lower, the consequences would be more serious. With more crops planted by Wei Ning, they would have more confidence in their hearts. If Dongzi wanted to blame someone, he could blame him. At worst, he would stand there and get beaten up by him to vent his anger. Wei Ning saw it. She shook her head at Wei Dong, and still said something for Chen Haojie. Brother, this has nothing to do with Brother Chen. I want to ask it myself. She turned to Yi Ling and smiled. Mom, I know you didn't tell me because you were worried about me, but you are under a lot of pressure. There is no need to hide it from me. We are a family. We should face it together. The people who know her identity now are the senior leaders of the various legions, who are close to Hui Yunchuan. The legions that joined later wanted to increase the demand for crops, but with Hui Yunchuan and the commanders of those legions, the commanders of other legions could only shut up. Who made them fail to have a good relationship with Green Star at the beginning. Didn't they see how much benefit the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 11th legions got, especially the 4th legion, which won a great victory with the lowest loss rate in the last Star Beast tide, and got so many Star Beast materials? Isn't it because the son of the Wei family used to be theirs? Thinking about what the 4th army gained and lost, and comparing it with their own army, the commanders were so depressed, only they themselves knew. They wanted to unite to fight against Wei Yunchuan, but he directly united the strongest army. If they really had to fight, they might not be sure. Besides, there was competition between the army groups. They thought so, but if they really had to fight, they might not try their best. Instead of that, it would be better to follow the 4th army to share a piece of the pie, and cooperate with him like the 5th, 8th, and 11th army, which would be beneficial and harmless. Of course, they could not help but feel resentful towards Wei Yunchuan, but there was no way. They could not fight him, and they could not find a planter with special abilities like the Wei family. If they did not want to lose the green star crops, they could only hold it in. Ning Ning, you have to think clearly. There are so many army groups in the Federation, tens of millions of soldiers, and the number of crops needed is not a small number. These should not be borne by you alone. Yi Ling touched her face and said seriously. It was because of this that she didn't tell her that Ning Ning wasn't the only planter with special abilities. Yi Ling didn't want her daughter to bear too much pressure. She was also selfish, hoping that her daughter could always be happy, do what she liked, and not think too much about other things. Sister, don't listen to House's nonsense. When you come back, take a good rest and spend more time with us. There's no rush for planting. The current crops can still support for a while. Wei Ning also followed suit. In his heart, he cursed Chen Haojia. That bastard, his sister just came back, and he told her so much. Did he want to tire his sister to death? He must be too idle, and gossiping like a gossip. Wait, and see how he will deal with him. Seeing that they all thought about her like this, Wei Ning didn't insist, but she still told them her decision, and would try her best to plant more crops that can treat mental turmoil. Since they all wanted her to have a good rest and spend time with her family, she didn't think too much about it, and tried to make up for the time she missed in the past 6 months. She also took this opportunity to think about how to use the ginseng to treat her mother and elder brother's illness. Chapter 273. Several people turned and walked towards the gate, and saw Haifeng waiting at the gate, with no intention of going in. Haifeng, why don't you go in? Yi Ling was surprised. I won't go in, you should be very busy. Haifeng glanced inside the door, and shook his head. Along the way, he saw Wei Guoyang and Wei Yunchuan talking non-stop, so he guessed that Wei Yunchuan came here to talk about something, so he was not suitable to listen. He waited here to tell Wei Ning that when she had time, she could take time to go to the city to have a look. In the past 6 months, not only has the planting area expanded, but the progress in the city is also approaching the final stage. He wanted Wei Ning to go and see if there is anything that needs to be improved, and at the same time, it can be regarded as an acceptance of his achievements in the past few years. Okay, I go after I'm done. After listening to him, Wei Ning nodded and made an appointment to see. Haifeng said a few more words to her and left in a hurry. This kid. Yi Ling looked at his receding back and sighed, always so polite. Mom, let's go in first. Wei Ning took Yi Ling's hand and walked into the gate. Let's go! Stepping into the familiar courtyard, looking at the bottles and jars placed on the corridor at the kitchen door, Wei Ning had an illusion that she was in another world. It was as if she had never left home. The furnishings here were exactly the same as before she left. Even the jars of fermented soy sauce on the corridor were still in the original place, but the soy sauce inside was replaced with newly fermented soy sauce. This batch of soy sauce was just fermented last week. We kept a bottle of the ones you made before, and sent the rest to the 4th Legion. They all said that the taste was good. The fermented black beans you made are also very special when added to the dishes. They wanted it, but we didn't want to give it to them. There are still some left at home. I will make it for you to try in the evening. Seeing her eyes wandering over the jars, Yi Ling explained with a smile. She originally planned to make more, but after knowing the function of vegetables, it seemed a waste to use soybeans to make sauce, and fermented black beans, so she only made some for her family. Now even the previous cooperation with the Pang family has ended, and vegetables cannot be sold to them, so Wei Guoyang replaced vegetables with seeds. Pang Bo had learned a lot of techniques related to planting before. Now, in addition to the planters recruited by the Pang family, he is the one who teaches the Pang family how to plant crops in their plantation. He was admitted to the military academy, and will go to the military academy next semester. Wei Ning approached, reached out, and touched the jars one by one, with a smile in his eyes. It feels so good to be home. In the main hall, Wei Guoyang and Hui Yunchuan were just finishing the last thing they talked about, which was the security issue of Green Star. After knowing that Wei Ning was a planner, Hui Yunchuan sent a team of 50 elites to be responsible for the internal security of Green Star. Now that he knew that Wei Ning could prepare such a precious medicine, Hui Yunchuan would not let her have any more accidents. Since she didn't want anyone to follow her, the inspection of outsiders would be more strict. Wei Guoyang had no objection to his arrangement. He was happy for these people to stay in Green Star as long as it didn't affect the lives of his family. Especially after Wei Ning was kidnapped, he had regretted it more than once. When Randy suggested leaving a few people behind, he didn't agree, otherwise the following things wouldn't have happened. In this case, I asked people to bring the equipment with them when they come. Hui Yunchuan saw that he didn't reject his proposal, so he decided on it. The instrument he mentioned is the most advanced mechanical equipment installed outside the spaceport channel. It is used to check the personnel entering Green Star, including mechanical scanning, face recognition, and pupil authentication. Mechanical scanning is mainly to check whether the person is carrying dangerous goods or weapons, and face recognition and pupil authentication are to prevent people from impersonating. This is the same as the process when ordinary people enter the Legion base, which is very strict. There was a protective shield before, and Randy didn't think that someone would impersonate, and because the equipment was expensive, he didn't mention it. Okay. Wei Guoyang nodded. Now all kinds of mechanical equipment used on Green Star are provided by the 4th Legion. As for the price, it is the most favorable price, like the vegetable price he gave. He either uses star coins or crops to offset. However, most of them are offset by crops. As for star coins, he basically uses them for urban construction. It's a shame that he has been on Green Star for nearly 3 years, and the balance in his account has never increased. He just goes in and out the next time. Poor. Dad, what did you say? Why do you look like that? When Wei Ning came in, she saw Wei Guoyang with a worried look on his face. Seeing Hui Yunchuan still looking calm, she couldn't help but wonder what they talked about. Wei Guoyang raised his eyes, and briefly explained the matter. This is a good thing. What are you worried about? Wei Ning was happy after hearing this. This is the same process that foreigners need to go through when entering the country, but it is more advanced. It's such a good thing. I don't know why he has such an expression. Puff. Yi Ling couldn't help laughing out loud. As the person next to her, she naturally knew what Wei Guoyang was worried about. But Hui Yunchuan was still there, so she didn't feel comfortable telling Wei Ning. Thinking of what Haifeng had just said, she turned around and told Wei Guoyang. I think Haifeng's work is almost done. Once it's cleaned up, it will be ready for use soon. Yi Ling had seen the real scene. Apart from other things, the unique architecture alone was enough to attract people, not to mention that it was in Green Star, so there would be no shortage of visitors. When Wei Ning heard this, she instantly understood what her father was worried about, and couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. Hui Yunchuan frowned slightly when he heard this, but soon disappeared. Wei Dong happened to see it, and thought of the influx of people after the opening, so he spoke out. Father, let's put this matter aside for now. Let's discuss a charter after things are settled over there, shall we? If there were no crops that could cure mental turmoil, Wei Dong would not have said this, but... He quickly glanced in the direction of Hui Yunchuan. If he hadn't seen it just now, Admiral Hui frowned because he thought that a large number of people would flock to Green Star, right? There are many people eyeing Green Star now. Once they find that Green Star is going to be open to the outside world, they may not want to take the opportunity to squeeze in. When there are too many people, it will be easier to control than now. It's just that their cooperation treaty states that the Corps cannot interfere with the development of Green Star. It was mentioned once before because of the expansion of the planting area. The Corps can't intervene in other aspects. After all, this is a private planet with its own owner. Wei Ning saw the look Wei Dong gave Hui Yunchuan, and instantly understood what he meant. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. This matter really can't be rushed. Just having an empty city is not enough. The industry that drives the city's operation must be established first. We can't just let people come and walk around the empty city, right? Dad, let's listen to my eldest brother on this matter, don't rush it. Nothing is ready yet, and opening it to the outside world rashly will only bring all kinds of troubles, so let's wait until we have a detailed discussion. Even Hui Yunchuan mentioned that we should take a long-term view. Wei Guoyang also thought of something at this time, his face turned pale, and he understood what they meant and nodded. Let's not talk about this for the time being. Chapter 274. The business had been settled, so Hui Yunchuan did not stay any longer. He had been away from Border Star for a while, and a lot of things had piled up during his absence. Chris had to go meet up with Randy, so he had to go back as soon as possible. Wei Guoyang knew he was busy, so he did not try to keep him. Instead, he gave him some local specialties from Green Star, such as eggs, bacon, and other food. He had originally planned to treat Hui Yunchuan to a meal, but his daughter had just returned, so he did not want to tire her out, so he did not mention it, and turned around to prepare some food for him to take with him. Hui Yunchuan thanked Wei Guoyang for his grateful smile, and reached out to take it. Wei Guoyang and his son and Chen Haojia sent them to the aircraft, and after watching them leave, they turned around and returned. One day later, when Wei Guoyang and others were looking at the various medicinal materials brought back by Wei Ning in the living room in the backyard, they received a detailed document on the rules and regulations for planetary management. After he opened it and read it, he did not speak for a long time. He was right next to Wei Ning, and suddenly froze there. It was hard not to notice. Wei Ning called out softly, "Dad?" Wei Guoyang didn't respond, so she raised her voice and called out again, "Dad? Huh? What's wrong?" Wei Guoyang came back to his senses and looked at Wei Ning blankly. "You're still asking what's wrong? You were distracted just now. You didn't respond when Ning Ning called you. What did you see?" Yi Ling looked unhappy. They agreed to put down all the work at hand today and have a good chat as a family. He started to be distracted before they had said a few words. "Look!" Wei Guoyang unlocked the privacy of the light brain and enlarged the received file so that everyone could see it clearly. "This? Who gave it to you?" After reading it, Yi Ling turned to ask him. They had just discussed the issue of opening Green Star yesterday, but they had not come to any good conclusion. The detailed rules and regulations in this document could not have been formulated by him, but by someone else. "It's a bit like the rules of our army," Wei Dong said after reading it. "It was sent by Admiral Hua." Wei Guoyang did not hide it, and that was why he was distracted just now. Because of what Hui Yunchuan said before leaving yesterday, they discussed it for a long time last night. He thought that the management model of Green Star could directly refer to the model of other tourist stars. But others disagreed. If there was no crop that could cure mental power riots, the management model of Green Star could still refer to other tourist stars, but now it can't. After the opening, a large number of tourists poured in, and it was hard to guarantee that there would be no other people with other intentions among them. If they were just to investigate the news, it would be fine. If the Star Pirates got in and had some bad intentions on the crops, they would not want to see any losses in the process. Opening Green Star to the outside world not only needs to ensure the safety of Green Star's crops, but also needs to control the flow of people to avoid excessive flow of people, which will cause unnecessary trouble. The first item in the document given by Hui Yunchuan is flow control. Limit the flow of people in and out to avoid crowding. Another thing is that after entering Green Star, you must strictly abide by the rules. For example, you cannot carry hot weapons, cold weapons, mechas, etc. You cannot make provocative gestures, fight, etc. Violators must bear the corresponding punishment, and various punishment systems are listed later. Wei Ning. Isn't this similar to the situation of foreigners entering the country? She hadn't thought of this aspect. Since Green Star is a private planet, their family is the ruler of the planet, and they can formulate a series of systems according to their own ideas. Want to come to Green Star? Yes. As long as you can strictly abide by their rules, Green Star will welcome you. If not, sorry, Green Star doesn't welcome such people. Dad, the first thing you must do is apply for. Wei Ning told him about the entry visa he knew. In the Interstellar, there is no such thing as an entry visa. As long as it is a planet under the jurisdiction of the federal government, federal citizens only need a starship ticket and a light brain to enter and exit. After entering the spaceport, use the light brain to scan on a special instrument, and the instrument will show where the person comes from, and the personal detailed information will be recorded on the instrument. Of course, if you encounter a high-level counterfeit light brain, the instrument cannot detect it. And some special planets have certain requirements for outsiders. Like border stars, except for specific personnel, others are not allowed to approach at will, otherwise they will be treated as invaders. Like private planets, landing on them without the permission of the planet owner will be treated as an invader, and the federal government will not intervene. Of course, the premise is that the owner of the private planet must be strong enough. Like the original situation of Green Star, a private planet without any defense equipment, if you break in, you break in. The owner has no power to protect his own planet. For others, this planet is like their own backyard, and they can enter and exit at will. But the current green star is not the same as it was at the beginning. Not only are there the most advanced protective shields, but there are also excellent mecha warriors guarding. Anyone who knows a little bit of information would not dare to have any bad thoughts about Green Star. That's what they want to decide. Unhappy? Either hold it in or don't come, no one forces you. After Wei Ning said this, the three of them agreed very much. Since it is their own planet, they can make their own decisions. Then set up a website exclusively for our Green Star, with a visa window inside. Those who are interested need to apply in advance on the exclusive website, fill in the information, submit personal information, and the purpose of coming to Green Star, and only after our review can they enter Green Star with a visa. Wei Guoyang's mind turned, and he already had a preliminary plan. Others followed Wei Ning's previous words, and added according to their own ideas. Wei Dong, the stay time should be limited. If they don't want to leave once they come, then Green Star will be overcrowded. Yi Ling, the visa can only be used by the person himself. This one should also include that you cannot carry hot weapons, cold weapons, or mechas. Yi Ling pointed to a path in the light curtain. Private aircraft are not allowed either. We can only use our own aircraft. Several people talked one after another, and Wei Guoyang was responsible for recording. In the end, he selected some regulations that everyone agreed with from the documents sent by Hui Yunchuan. In total, he listed nearly 50 relevant rules and regulations. There were also more than a dozen punishment systems. Seeing the final results, several people looked at each other and felt that it was feasible. However, in order to be more secure, Wei Guoyang decided to seek more opinions from more people before making a final conclusion. He immediately sent all of these to Hui Yunchuan, Moto, Landy, Chen Haojie, Haifeng, and others. First, let them see if these systems need to be improved or added. Second, explain to them the visa that Wei Ning mentioned. Of course, the matter of the exclusive Green Star website was also mentioned. Finally, several people each expressed their own views and some opinions. Wei Guoyang finally recorded a new one and sent it to them. Everyone agreed with the new rules and regulations and expressed their expectation for the exclusive website he mentioned. Okay, let's follow these as the preliminary rules and regulations. Wei Guoyang waved his hand and set the rules and regulations for Green Star. As for the website, we still have to find someone to build it. None of their family is proficient in this area. Chapter 275. Whether in the previous life or this life, Wei Ning knew nothing about software engineering technology, so she couldn't help much. She believed that with the technological level of this world, the website she made would not be bad. Then, the family began to get busy again. Wei Guoyang was going to find a software engineer to build Green Star's exclusive website, and was busy screening suitable candidates. Yi Ling was attracted by the pile of medicinal herbs that Wei Ning brought back. Her plant atlas had not been updated for a long time, and the plants that Wei Ning brought back were very good information. Wei Ning simply recorded the names and uses of the medicinal herbs she brought back. Of course, some of these were known to her, and some were told to her by Xiangxiang, and she recorded them down. Yi Ling was shocked when she saw this record. Most of these medicinal herbs are very common species, and some are even not as effective as low-level medicinal plants, but their effects can be comparable to low-level potions. Like Panax Nodo Ginseng, it has good effects of removing blood stasis and stopping bleeding, promoting blood circulation and relieving pain, detoxifying and reducing swelling, and it also has the effect of replenishing qi and nourishing blood. As the most commonly used healing agent for severe trauma, junior pharmacists only extract part of the juice of Panax Nodo Ginseng and blend it with the juice of other medicinal plants to refine it into a low-level healing agent. This low-level healing agent can only stop bleeding from the wound. It is not as good as the intermediate healing agent that can directly scab the wound, and it is even worse than the high-level healing agent. After using it, the wound can quickly recover as before without leaving scars. But Panax Nodo Ginseng is just made into powder in a different way, which can also stop bleeding. It has the effect of replenishing qi and nourishing blood when taken directly. This method has never been used by anyone. As a famous senior pharmacist, Yi Ling knew very well that such medicinal materials would not be very effective in situations like the Star Beast battlefield, where the lethality was extremely high. However, for ordinary people who had no money to buy medicine and low-level spiritualists struggling to survive in the wild, they were life-saving medicines. She couldn't wait to study these medicinal materials that could be used directly without spiritual power. Wei Dong ran to settle accounts with Chen Haojie. Wei Ning was busy planting the medicinal materials and other seedlings she had dug up. These seedlings had been in the space button for a long time, and when they were taken out, they looked like they were about to die. After planting them, she carefully used her supernatural power to promote the growth of a small section before stopping. Looking at these vibrant seedlings swaying their tender green leaves in the breeze, Wei Ning felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in her heart. She has found so many different varieties of plants for Green Star again. Ning Ning. Xiang Xiang was brought over from a distance by Xiao Lu, looking very excited. Xiao Lu, I told you not to run around like this. If you are caught by those researchers and taken for research, I will not care about you. Wei Ning frowned and threatened, and was very troubled by Xiao Lu, a vine that did not like to take root in the soil, but liked to wander around. I have never seen such a strange vine. Every time it splits its strong roots into two strands, it imitates the way people walk and wanders around on the ground. After Xiang Xiang found that Xiao Lu also had this skill, she jumped onto its vine every time she wanted to go somewhere, and directed it to go. It has only been 2 days since she came back, and it is no longer a secret that she has a vine that can move around. The first time she saw a walking vine, Wei Guoyang, who was preoccupied with other things, was almost frightened. It also attracted the garrison troops, who happened to be patrolling nearby. If she had not just returned home and stopped it in time and explained clearly to Wei Guoyang and the others, Xiaolu would have been treated as a mutant plant and cleared away. But the story still spread. Xiang, relying on her small stature, ran away as soon as she found that Xiaolu was in trouble, otherwise she would not know how to explain its origin. As the news spread, everyone came over with curiosity to watch Xiaolu, the walking vine, and they were all amazed after watching it. They had seen vines that could hunt on their own, but this was the first time they had seen a vine that could walk, and a vine that would not actively attack people. Later, even the group of researchers who were studying lavender came to see it with shining eyes, eager to try to study it, but they were scared away by Xiaolu, who slapped a researcher who rushed over in a fit of anger. But they were only scared away, but they had not given up studying it. It was just that Wei Ning did not agree, so they did not dare to mention it again. Xiaolu jumped in front of her, stretched out the vine to rub Wei Ning in a flattering way, and buried its roots in the soil, shook the vine, and stopped moving. Wei Ning, you always pretend to be dead when you are told to do so. Can't you try another trick besides this? Ning Ning, don't be angry. We have quietly avoided those people. They can't catch us. Xiang looked proud. It was so smart. Not only did it make Xiaolu shrink its body, but it also chose to walk in places with shelters. Those people were focused on their own things and didn't notice them at all. Xiang was very satisfied with this. When she looked at Xiaolu, she didn't think it was an eyesore. Did you go to the valley? Wei Ning asked while packing up her tools. She hadn't seen the lavender since she came back. She just heard from Yi Ling that the lavender in that valley was currently being studied back and forth by researchers and pharmacists from various federal legions. One was to study whether it could be planted on a large scale on other stars, and the other was to study whether a medicine with better efficacy than the new mental relief agent of the 4th Legion could be refined. They consulted Yi Ling and learned that half of the lavender was planted by cuttings and the other half was planted by seeds, so they did as she said. In the end, they found that only cuttings could be used for planting, and even the planter could not make the seeds germinate. As for flowering, there is not a single bud to be seen until now. The research on the medicine can only continue after the flowers bloom. I saw them cut off a lot of branches and left, and you didn't do anything about it. Xiang felt that those people must have bad intentions, and her fellow tribesmen were really miserable. It's better to cut them off. When they can grow a large area, they won't keep staring at it. Wei Ning hoped that the researchers could plant more. Because they extracted various samples from the Lavender Valley every day and took them back for research, she didn't dare to go there to transfer superpowers to the lavender, for fear that they would discover something, and she didn't dare to let Xiang go, resulting in the lavender not blooming until now. Don't go there all the time. Wait until they leave before you go. Don't let them find you. Wei Ning warned worriedly. When will they leave? Soon. The cuttings they had planted at the beginning had already grown successfully. This time, they were going to cut more branches to plant back. They probably wouldn't stay for long. She believed that the researchers would rather study the lavender they had grown. A few days later, the researchers and pharmacists left one after another. The next day, Yi Ling used the herbs Wei Ning brought back to prepare a blood stasis and hemostatic medicine. Watching a wound that was bleeding non-stop gradually stop bleeding after being sprinkled with hemostatic powder. Everyone was stunned. The effect of the low-level healing agent was just like this. But what surprised them was that this hemostatic powder did not need to be made by a pharmacist. As long as the herbs were complete, anyone could prepare it. Chapter 276. Anti-Yi, this hemostatic powder can be promoted among ordinary people. As the subject of the experiment, Chen Haojie took gauze and bandaged the wound casually, and then said to Yi Ling. He did not say that it could be promoted in the Legion, because such hemostatic powder is not very useful for soldiers. First, the physical function of soldiers is stronger than that of ordinary people. Second, on the battlefield, they basically drive mechas to fight, and there are few close combats. Once close combat occurs, it is basically a battle of life and death. Such hemostatic powder is not very useful. But ordinary people are different. Their physical strength is not as good as that of soldiers, and their recovery ability is also slow. Moreover, buying medicine is a huge expense, which is not affordable for ordinary families. Especially for ordinary people living on nameless stars, garbage stars and mining stars, the price of a low-level medicine is enough for their family's living expenses for a month. But the effect of this hemostatic powder is the same as that of low-level healing agents, but the cost is very low. He has seen those medicinal materials. They are all very common medicines, and the preparation method is also simple. It is very suitable for people who do tasks in the wild, and do not have medicines. It's really good, not worse than medicines. Moto nodded. Others also praised this hemostatic powder. Yi Ling did not dare to take credit for it. This was all her credit. If it weren't for Ning Ning's detailed notes, she would not have been able to develop this hemostatic powder so quickly. I got the ideas from Ning Ning, and the medicinal materials were all brought back by her. I just put my hands on it. When everyone heard her words, they all looked at Wei Ning, with more or less surprise in their eyes. So there is such a reason. Don't look at me like that. My medicine is not as effective as my mother's. Wei Ning waved her hand to explain. Her hemostatic powder only contained Panax Nodo ginseng powder, unlike the current one which is made with multiple medicinal materials. The effect is several times stronger than her simplified version. This cannot be attributed to her. It is more appropriate for Xiao Yi to come forward in this matter. Everyone just needs to know that Xiao Wei Ning has contributed to it, and it must not be spread outside. Moto glanced at everyone with a sharp look. Everyone nodded in unison, and they all heard the warning in his words. Yi Ling did not insist on adding Wei Ning's name to the hemostatic powder formula in the end. They all reached a consensus on protecting Wei Ning. Wei Ning did not mind these things. Instead, she was surprised that Yi Ling had developed an improved version of the hemostatic medicine so quickly. She was just worrying about how to use the small ginseng to treat their mental problems. Maybe she would have a way. According to Wei Ning's original idea, she could directly use ginseng roots to make soup or soak them in water for them to drink, or she could learn from Xiang Xiang and let the little ginseng bleed a little. But she has changed her mind now. Giving the little ginseng to her mother may have unexpected results, which is better than her simple and crude method. Nowadays, plant growers and crops that can treat mental riots have become hot topics discussed by the people of the Federation. The once popular plant illustrations have gradually been forgotten by everyone. Only a few people still insist on checking if there are new plant illustrations updated every once in a while. Yi Ling directly posted this hemostatic powder prescription on the Plant Illustration Update website, which did not attract much attention at first. Until someone found that the plant illustration that had not been updated for a long time had a new plant illustration updated, and clicked in to see that not only the new plant illustration was updated, but also a potion formula was updated at the end. The people who saw it at first didn't care. The formula of the potion is very precious, but if they are not pharmacists, it is useless to have the formula, and they can't make the potion. They just looked at the formula with an attitude of seeing it. After reading it, they realized that the formula of the potion is different from what they know. It is actually a prescription that can be prepared without a pharmacist. The required medicinal materials are also easy to find, and can be bought on the market at a low price. Looking at it again, it is a prescription for hemostatic powder. Everyone has been injured and bleeding. Those with extra money in their pockets will buy low-level healing agents for treatment, while those who are poor can only grit their teeth and endure it casually. But this prescription not only lists the required medicinal materials, but also the preparation process. People who can't afford healing agents and are often injured will see it and silently write it down. After finding all the medicinal materials, they prepare it according to the steps, and they really prepare the same powder. When they were injured when they went out, they found that the wound stopped bleeding quickly after using the powder, and recovered quickly. Who wouldn't want a cheap medicine without side effects? Gradually, the prescription of this hemostatic powder spread among ordinary people. More and more ordinary people were using this hemostatic powder medicine, and finally even low-level spiritualists used it. Once the prescription was uploaded, Yi Ling stopped paying attention to it. Not only her, but also Wei Guoyang, Wei Dong and Mo Duo, all focused on the small ginseng that Wei Ning took out. Among all the people present, Mo Duo was the oldest and had the broadest experience. However, when he saw Wei Ning take out a dried plant rhizome, he still didn't see that this was the so-called ginseng. Is this the legendary ginseng? Wei Dong knew that Wei Ning had ginseng in his hand long before, but he had never seen it, so he looked at Wei Ning with curiosity. Help, I'm suffocating. I'm dying. I'm dying. Before Wei Ning could answer him, a strange baby voice suddenly came out, which scared the others. They all stared at the originally dry plant rhizome directly turned into a little man, who was about the same size as Xiang and looked like a human. Everyone. What's going on? As soon as the little ginseng was released, it jumped up and down and screamed. It didn't know how long it had been locked up in that dark place. It almost suffocated to death, and finally it came out. Shut up, don't make noise. Wei Ning held her forehead. She was also busy and fainted. She forgot that the little ginseng in her hand was not an ordinary ginseng. She threw it into the space button casually at the beginning, and then she was busy again and didn't remember it at all. The little ginseng shut up aggrievedly, fearing that the big devil would throw it into that dark place again. Ning Ning? It's you too? Yi Ling pointed at the little ginseng, thinking it was another Xiang. No, it was originally like this. Wei Ning hurriedly distanced herself from the matter. She didn't have the ability to do so. Perhaps because of the precedent of Xiang, and then there were conscious vines like Xiao Lu. Everyone got used to it except for being shocked at the beginning. After seeing it many times, they didn't think it was strange anymore. Some even thought about comparing the differences between the little ginseng and Xiang. Listening to them getting more and more biased, Wei Ning said, "Please, can't you be more normal? This is ginseng." Chapter 277. After they finished comparing, they realized that the topic of discussion had deviated to the horizon, and they all looked away with an unnatural look. Hey Ning Ning, this little guy is not easy to come by, and it is a kind of fate for you to meet him, so don't hurt him. Yi Ling looked at the little ginseng that was frightened by Wei Ning and huddled into a ball, and she couldn't help but think of Xiang, and her heart softened. How could she bear to study it, or even use it to treat their mental power? If it was just an ordinary ginseng, it would be fine, and there would be no psychological burden to study or use it, but this one is obviously the same as a human being. If she really wanted to study it, she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. She wasn't so perverted as to use a human for research, even if it wasn't a real person. Wei Ning didn't expect that the first person to oppose would be Yi Ling logically. She should be the one who supported it the most. Which pharmacist wouldn't want such a rare medicine? Yes. Sister. Wei Dong also followed to persuade. He had always thought that the ginseng his sister was talking about was a normal medicinal plant, just like the herb, but he didn't know it was like this. If he said he didn't want to recover his previous strength, that would be a lie, especially when he saw hope, but when he saw that it was a small ginseng like Xiang, he felt guilty for killing innocent lives. He was a warrior. How could he do such a thing? Modua and Wei Guoyang didn't say anything, but their eyes revealed approval, and it was obvious that they also agreed. Especially the little ginseng Yuan was trembling with fear, and looked very pitiful, so they couldn't make a cruel decision. Wei Ning had mixed feelings, but she was happy that they thought so. Not everyone could resist such a great temptation. I only said to study it, and I didn't say to cut it or stew it. How can it be harmed? Wei Ning was speechless. So she was so crazy that she wanted to operate on the little ginseng? Research requires various samples. Yi Ling had already pulled the little ginseng in front of her, gently touched it, and whispered a reminder. The little ginseng sensed the kindness from Yi Ling and unconsciously leaned towards her. Just ask it to give you a few drops of ginseng whiskers or blood. Wei Ning had originally planned to do so. If she really had to stew the little ginseng, she would not be willing to do so. Ginseng is hard to find, not to mention that it is a spirit. But she couldn't let it go just like that, especially after knowing that Xiang's blood had such a special effect. She didn't want to let the little ginseng go even more. It would not harm its life, but taking a few drops of blood and a few ginseng whiskers would be fine. She glared at the little ginseng, with a clear warning, telling it to behave itself or she would stew it. The little ginseng shuddered when he remembered the threats he had just received, and the dark days he had been in. This devil was too scary. He was not a good person. He was simply a pervert. Can it be like this? Yi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she felt that what Wei Ning said made sense. She had a preconceived notion that studying the little ginseng was the same as studying the medicinal plants in the past, both of which required extracting the medicinal liquid and then blending it with other kinds of medicinal liquids. But she forgot that this ginseng was different from other medicinal plants. Let's try it. I don't really understand these, but I just think it should be useful. Wei Ning didn't tell anyone that she had made medicine out of Xianxiang's blood. If the blood of the little ginseng has no effect, it would be bad for them to be happy for nothing. Will this be bad for it? Yi Ling was still a little hesitant. After all, it was a life. It would not have much impact if they could not recover, and she would feel bad if she hurt innocent lives. A few ginseng whiskers, and a few drops of blood will not kill it. Wei Ning didn't care much. But she was afraid that her mother would feel burdened, so she asked the little ginseng very friendly. Don't you think so? Wei Ning felt that her tone was gentle and very friendly, but the little ginseng looked like a big devil threatening it. It wanted to refute, but didn't have the courage to say it. It could only nod agreeably. Although it wouldn't kill it, it would hurt. It's poor hair. Woo, it doesn't want to be bald, it's too ugly. Look, it agreed. Yi Ling lowered her head just in time to see the little ginseng nod, and she felt relieved, as long as it wouldn't hurt it. Seeing it huddled up in fear, she gently rubbed its hair and wanted to comfort it, but she didn't say anything when the words came to her lips. No matter what she said, she couldn't change the fact that she had to take its ginseng whiskers and blood. No matter how many words of comfort she said, they were so pale. Wei Dong was relieved when he heard that it was not in exchange for its life. Sometimes necessary sacrifices are inevitable. He didn't think as much as Yi Ling did. As long as it didn't cost his life, sacrificing some things in exchange for more benefits was worth it for him. If the little ginseng and Xiangxiang were not both formed little monsters, he would have made the decision without even thinking about it. Under Wei Ning's silent warning, the little ginseng reluctantly pulled out a few thin ginseng whiskers, and then painfully dripped 10 milliliters of blood, but finally couldn't help sobbing softly. It was too difficult. Yi Ling was overjoyed, carefully collected the ginseng whiskers and blood, and plunged into the laboratory. She had to study it carefully, and try not to waste a single bit. Wei Guoyang and others looked at the crying little ginseng, and silently turned their eyes away. They couldn't say a few words to comfort people, let alone a little ginseng spirit, so they just ignored it. Wei Ning picked up the little ginseng and left, cursing in a low voice, "Cowardly crybaby." At the same time, the wood-type energy was continuously transported to the little ginseng. The little ginseng felt warm all over, and the pain caused by the hair being pulled out and the blood loss disappeared instantly. It was so comfortable that it stared at Wei Ning with big eyes. It was hard to believe that the big devil would be so kind, and the power that made it feel comfortable surprised it. Since it could remember, it had never seen such a special power. What is it? I like it so much. I want it so much. There was no need to hide the words in the eyes of the little ginseng, and it could be seen at a glance. Wei Ning chuckled and said, "Like it? Want it?" The little ginseng nodded hurriedly. It could not resist the attraction of that power. It was like the source of life, constantly attracting it to get closer, wanting to absorb more power and make the body full of vitality. If you want it, you have to listen to me. Wei Ning was not surprised at all. The attraction of Wu Bei's supernatural powers to plants was like the temptation of money to gamblers, which was hard to refuse. The little ginseng nodded like pounding garlic. If it only took a few hairs and a few drops of blood to get that power, it would be willing. Because after absorbing that power, it felt like it was going to grow hair. You know, it took many years for it to grow one hair, so it felt so sorry for the hair being pulled out. Seeing that it was so tactful, Wei Ning felt happy. Compared to threats and intimidation, she still liked this. Let's just call it an equal exchange. Chapter 278. You are really amazing. Standing in front of the tall and majestic city gate, Wei Ning couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Hai Feng beside him, sincerely praising him. No one who sees this will believe that this was a ruined city a few years ago. And now a brand new city has replaced the ruins. If it weren't for the suggestions you gave, I might not be able to do this. Hey, if it weren't for the praise from Wei Ning, Hai Feng was very proud in his heart. Even if everyone who saw it praised him, he always felt that his efforts were worth it if he could get Wei Ning's approval. Perhaps because many of the suggestions in the design of this city were proposed by Wei Ning, he cared more about her approval. Don't be modest, my suggestions only provide you with ideas, and you are the one who really implements them, Wei Ning said sincerely. Her understanding of the ancient city was limited to what she saw in the TV series in her previous life, not to mention how to build it. She didn't expect Hai Feng to build it in less than 3 years. But thinking about the high technology of this era, Wei Ning was not so surprised. In the ancient human-powered society, building a city was a big project. In this era, It is just a matter of money. As long as the money is in place, everything is easy. I just coordinated the general direction. All the robots were working. The construction was completed so quickly thanks to the boss's strong financial resources. Haifeng did not dare to take all the credit. What he said was true. If all kinds of materials and instruments were not fully equipped, even if he was given a few more years, he might not be able to build this city. He deeply understood that building a barren planet is really not an easy task. The fact that the Wei family was able to upgrade the green planet from a barren planet to a satellite in a few years was not only due to the connections behind them, but also to their strength. Yes, Green Star was officially upgraded to a satellite a month ago and registered with the Planet Administration, which also means that Green Star will start paying taxes in the future. This is also one of the reasons why Wei Guoyang is eager to open Green Star. It's all because of poverty. Wei Ning also knows this, so he came here as soon as he was done. At present, the issue of the exclusive website has not been completely resolved, but the rules and regulations have been roughly determined. The remaining thing is whether the city can be truly put into use. I can understand the boss's approach of wanting to open Green Star, but I don't think it's appropriate now. It will take a lot of time to clean up the city. Haifeng pursues perfection. Now the city is far from what he wants. He hopes to have more time to refine the internal structure. There is still time. Wei Ning understands what he wants to say. In general, the current city is just a framework. There is no equipment inside, and there is nothing to see. Opening it now will only bring negative effects to Green Star. Imagine that after going through various inspections, tourists finally got a Green Star visa and came all the way here, and when they saw that there was nothing here except an empty city, everyone would have some thoughts in their minds. The two entered from the city gate, and what they saw at first glance was a wide road and 2- or 3-story buildings full of ancient atmosphere on both sides of the road. You can go directly to the central square from this road. These two roads lead to the east and west gates. We are at the south city gate. Look, it's here. Haifeng released the privacy of the optical brain, found his design drawing, and pointed to the location of the south gate marked on the three-dimensional model. This design drawing not only has a three-dimensional model, but also a plane map. With his presence here, Wei Ning understood it quickly. The urban area is still divided into 4 large areas according to the original plan, with 4 gates in the southeast, northwest, and northeast to enter the city, and the central area is still the central square. However, the overall area of the city has shrunk by 1/3 compared to the original urban area, and this part of the area separates the city and the planting area far away. I previously considered that the urban area would be affected if it was too close to the planting area, so I shrunk the urban area back. If this area is used well, it can prevent a lot of trouble. Haifeng pointed to the open space between the planting area and the urban area. At first, he was just afraid that the two sides would be too close and affect the planting area. After consideration, he narrowed the distance here. Now it has been a good idea. Plant fruit trees here, build a sentry post here, and separate the planting area and the urban area. Wei Ning looked at the map for a while, first pointed to the open space, and then pointed to the edge of the planting area. In fact, she wanted to use this area as a planting experience area, so that tourists who come to travel can pick their own crops and experience the joy of harvest. Like the orchards in the previous life, you can buy as much as you pick. Just hearing that you can pick crops that can treat mental riots is very tempting, not to mention that you can buy them, which will definitely attract many tourists. But this is just her personal idea. As long as it involves crops that can treat mental riots, if she puts it forward, everyone will definitely oppose it. The reason is simple. The demand of the major legions cannot be met, so how can there be any extra for tourists to experience life? If you want to experience life, most of them are ordinary planting field experiences. Wei Ning also knew that this was too difficult to do, but it would take time for the fruit trees to grow, so let's wait and see, maybe it will succeed. Anyway, once it is open, no matter how much defense is done, it will be difficult to prevent people who want to get information, so it is better to open it openly. Haifeng didn't know what Wei Ning was thinking, and thought it was good, so he wrote it down. The two continued to walk along the main street to the central square, and Haifeng whispered to Wei Ning from time to time. The Nanchang district is planned to be a food street, so the shops here are related to food. In recent years, the food industry has been booming, and all kinds of food have been constantly appearing on human tables, greatly satisfying human appetite. But Haifeng has seen the recipes recorded by Yiling, and the variety is far more than the current food varieties, which can definitely support this food street. And he thinks Wei Ning can make more than that. Haifeng is thinking about the food that Wei Ning can make, But Wei Ning is thinking about how to attract investment. Yes, investment. There are hundreds of shops of all sizes on both sides of the main street alone, and there are also those on the side streets and alleys. How many more shops are there in total? She knows that no matter how many kinds of food there are, she can't take care of them all. Wouldn't she be exhausted to death? So the best way is to attract investment, rent out the shops, let others do business. Wouldn't it be nice for her to lie down and collect rent? Or open a food crash course to train a group of talents with good cooking skills, and then let these people open shops. And the food street will be opened. She doesn't want to open a shop herself, and she will be exhausted. Thinking about being able to eat different food when she goes out in the future, Wei Ning can't help swallowing her saliva. Isn't she so smart? She excitedly told Haifeng her idea. Haifeng. Okay. This can be regarded as eating the food made by Wei Ning. He was depressed for a while, and then cheered up again. This was originally what he thought could maximize the benefits. But how to operate it specifically still needs to be carefully perfected. Chapter 279. With Green Star's current popularity, there are many businesses that want to settle in Green Star. If those who failed to cooperate with the Wei family knew this news, they would rush to ask to develop in Green Star. Although Green Star now has to transport all kinds of daily necessities except crops from other planets, Haifeng knows that once Green Star opens to the outside world, it will soon be self-sufficient. But Haifeng also knows that the development focus of Green Star is still planting, and tourism is only secondary. Opening Green Star to the outside world is also for the purpose of better building Green Star. He knew that it was not his decision to cooperate with which company in the end, so he just listed the aspects that Green Star needed most at present. As for which company to choose in the end, it was not his concern. It took Wei Ning and him a day to walk through South Street. The layout of the shops was almost the same. It was designed by Haifeng based on the courtyard, divided into the front yard and the backyard. The front yard was the shop, and the backyard was the warehouse, kitchen and lounge. The whole street was in this layout, but the size and area of the shops were different. At present, all the shops have not been renovated yet. They are all empty. According to Haifeng, it is better to wait for the shop owners to decorate according to their own style. Wei Ning nodded with a straight face, but in her heart she gave Haifeng a big thumbs up. He was really smart, and saved a lot of decoration money. But after visiting South Street, Wei Ning felt a little heavy. South Street is too big. There are nearly 100 shops on the main street alone. If all the shops are opened, it will also be a big project. After she came back, she went into the room and listed the local delicacies that she could cook, had eaten, heard of and seen. Not to mention, these delicacies are more than enough to support a food street. However, she only knows a few basics and roughly knows what the raw materials are. The food she makes may not be satisfactory, but when she thinks of the food industry that has only emerged in the past few years, she feels relieved. Anyway, most people's food is not particularly delicious, as long as it is not difficult to swallow. She just focuses on novelty. Then Wei Ning stayed up late to write a plan for a food crash course, and decided to explore the way first to see the feasibility of this plan. The first person she targeted was Chen Haojie. Apart from her, Chen Haojie was the only one in the family who could make a table of delicious meals. Her parents basically didn't go into the kitchen. Her eldest brother was only good at barbecue, and his biggest use was to help. If he was asked to cook a meal independently, she would be thankful if he didn't burn the kitchen, not to mention how it tasted. He really didn't have the talent to be a chef. You want to open a food crash course? Chen Haojie agreed as soon as Wei Ning finished speaking. Sure, when will it start? I go and learn it then. Well, there will be delicious food and I can learn a lot of cooking methods. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I came to you just to ask if you can help me find a group of people with some talent in this area. Wei Ning directly stated her purpose. Now the garrison on Green Star is under his control. If you want to open a food crash course, you can definitely find him. First, he can cook some simple dishes himself, and second, it is more convenient for him to find people than himself. The candidates must be qualified after all aspects of the inspection before coming to Green Star, which is always more reliable than those she recruited on the Star Network. Besides, he was responsible for the safety of Green Star. Wei Ning had no psychological burden at all when she handed this matter to him. She directly sent the plan to him, and then told him her requirements, and then she didn't care. Anyway, if he couldn't handle it, there was still the 4th Legion. She was happy to be a hands-off boss. When the people came, she would teach them. Wei Ning clapped her hands and ran away, leaving Chen Haojie with a miserable face. Wei Ning's requirements were a bit too much. Now there were few people in the garrison of Green Star who met her requirements, except for a few logistics, who cooked for the garrison. In the past, everyone lived on drinking nutrient solution. In addition to missions, they trained and drank nutrient solution when they were hungry. If they hadn't discovered the deliciousness of food later, they would still drink nutrient solution now, so there were really few people who knew how to cook. Even he himself, who had been in Green for so long, could only barely make a table of delicious meals independently, with the help of the videos recorded by Yi Ling and his own research, and this was because he liked to eat. The garrison soldiers had special logistics personnel to cook, and few of them were willing to cook. They just wanted to go headhunting mutant beasts during their break and roast them for a treat. So if you want to say how good the garrison soldiers' cooking skills are, other than roasting meat, they are really not that good. But Qin Haojie was also very covetous of Wei Ning's plan. If the plan succeeded, he would have whatever he wanted to eat in the future, and he wouldn't have to study hard himself. In order to satisfy his appetite, he had to find this person for her no matter what. It didn't matter if he couldn't find it, as long as someone could find it. Qin Haojie directly called Chris, and promoted Wei Ning's plan to cultivate talents and open a food street. By the way, he listed several delicious foods that sounded delicious, which made Chris salivate. The easiest way to deal with a foodie is to give him a bunch of delicious food. Chris didn't need Qin Haojie to persuade him. He just waved his hand and said that he would take over the matter and asked him to wait for the pickup. Qin Haojie hung up the call with satisfaction. Sure enough, it was good to have a foodie boss. Wei Ning didn't know that things were going so smoothly. She was busy walking around the city every day, visiting the remaining areas, and putting forward some of her own opinions at the right time so that Haifeng could make further corrections. After visiting the main city, Wei Ning really looked at Haifeng with new eyes. If she didn't know that Haifeng knew very little about ancient buildings, she would really suspect that Haifeng was the one who traveled through time. In the Interstellar era when ancient building information was missing, Haifeng designed the design drawings of the ancient city and successfully built it based on her oral description, which shows his talent. What made Wei Ning look at him with new eyes was that Haifeng actually built a retro park in the northern city area. It is more exquisite than the modern parks in the previous life, but not as beautiful as the ancient gardens, but it is eye-catching enough in the Interstellar era. In the Interstellar era, there are no parks, only dangerous forests, and Haifeng directly built a quarter of the city into a large park, which directly shocked Wei Ning. The huge lake, the retro pavilion, the small bridge and flowing water, the winding corridors, the rockery and thatched houses, made Wei Ning feel like he had traveled to ancient times. His design talent is too terrifying. If it weren't for his dictation being too simple, Wei Ning felt that he might really create a more exquisite garden. It would be better if there were more flowers, plants and trees. Haifeng is also very satisfied with this large park. The only shortcoming is that it is not green enough. He transplanted the trees and plants that can be transplanted on Green Star here, but even so, there are still many empty places, making the whole park look less beautiful. It's not that he didn't think about planting other flowers, plants and trees, but he was afraid of mutation. If it was just an ordinary mutant plant, it would be fine. But if the mutant plant was an aggressive species, the park would be ruined. So he didn't dare to do that, and could only transplant the ordinary mutant plants that Green Star had. He could only pin his hopes on Wei Ning, because the plants she cultivated had no worries about mutation. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wei Ning agreed generously. If she couldn't build such a park, could she not grow flowers, plants and trees to decorate it? This is definitely possible. Chapter 280. Wei Ning was very concerned about this matter. After a general tour of the city, he mentioned some of his ideas to Haifeng and asked him to make some small improvements. Then he left it alone and focused on the greening of the park. After looking at the design plan of the park, Wei Ning also studied it carefully, and then decided on the species to be planted according to Haifeng's suggestions. The saplings set by Carol before are only more than 1 meter tall, and it is said that this kind of tree can only grow to 5 or 6 meters high and then stop growing, and then slowly die, so Haifeng has not considered transplanting those trees. All the trees he transplanted were the batch of trees cultivated by Wei Ning when he first came to Green Star, and some were cultivated from tree seeds found in the wild or found by the 4th Legion. These trees are neither like the seedlings that Carol has researched and cultivated, which will die after growing to a certain extent, nor like most mutant trees in the forest, which grow wildly and occupy a large living space, and will plunder the living space and nutrients of the surrounding plants. They grow slowly, but their vitality is very tenacious. They will survive quickly after transplanting, and slowly grow new branches and buds. Haifeng intuitively feels that this is the principle of normal plant growth. For example, the several small forests that were originally left on Green Star grew wildly after several heavy rains, and the speed was very amazing. Several small forests have now been connected into a large forest, and there are more mutant beasts. This is also the reason why Haifeng hopes to decorate the park with plants cultivated by Wei Ning. He doesn't want the park to become a small forest one day. In recent years, Wei Ning has collected a lot of tree seeds from the 4th Legion, and she also collected some on the Nameless Star before, but she has always focused on planting crops, and in order to suppress the expansion of the forest, she has not planted many trees, and most of them are the seedlings that Carol has studied. Wei Ning found the tree species she had collected. When the tree seeds were delivered, they were accompanied by pictures of trees. If you want to plant a tree, you can just look at the pictures and choose the seeds. None of the names of these trees are the same as what Wei Ning knows, and she is too lazy to compare them with her memory. She just cultivates whichever one she likes. Since her superpowers have been improved, Wei Ning no longer needs to use superpowers to slowly nourish the seeds and wait for the seeds to germinate and finally transplant them. Instead, the selected seeds are directly accelerated to grow into small saplings half a meter high, and then the robots are used to plant these saplings in the designated places. Before Haifeng had time to make corrections, Wei Ning had already prepared all the saplings needed. When he heard the news, he dropped the work in his hands and ran to the park to see the situation. Seeing dozens of robots working busily, Haifeng opened his mouth wide and looked at the half-meter-high saplings beside him, unable to speak for a long time. It has only been 2 days, and all the saplings needed have been prepared. People who don't know would only think that they were cultivated a long time ago. But he knew that these saplings were just seeds 2 days ago, and he had selected them with her. Haifeng, you are here. Wei Ning saw him coming, greeted him happily, and pointed to the saplings to be planted on the side, and said with a sense of credit, "Look, I have prepared these saplings. After planting them, the park will be full of green trees in a few years. Even if it is open to the public at that time, the scenery here will not be bad, so you can rest assured." Haifeng. He looked at the saplings, and then at Wei Ning, and spoke with a complicated mood. "You don't have to be so anxious. When I built this park, I was prepared for a protracted war. It's normal to spend several years. This will be faster, and it will take several years for the saplings to grow up. That's too long." Haifeng looked at her leisurely and thought, just because you don't want to wait, you just do this. Do you know how much impact this will bring to him? It's almost shattering. If it were known that she had this ability, it would cause an uproar. Wei Ning didn't know what he was thinking. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble, she would have wanted to plant the trees herself, and then use her supernatural power to grow the trees to half a person's height. Fortunately, Haifeng didn't know what she was thinking, otherwise he might have fainted. If she did this, other planters would be ashamed of themselves. Don't worry, others won't know. Wei Ning looked sincere. She was afraid that people would know that she had special abilities, so she grew the saplings so high. I already know, Haifeng said with a stern face. You won't tell anyone anyway, so it's okay if you know. Wei Ning didn't care. Even if there was no contract, she believed Haifeng wouldn't tell anyone. He was a smart man, and knew what to do to benefit him. Haifeng. Should he thank her for her trust? However, he really wouldn't tell anyone. He watched Green Star develop little by little, from nothing to something, and now it has become the object of cooperation for all forces in the Federation. Green Star will be the most dazzling tourist attraction in the Federation in the future, and he, as a planner of Green Star, will also shine with the opening of Green Star and become a leader of the younger generation of planners. Moreover, few people would believe this matter if it was made public, unless Wei Ning used her ability in public. But how could she do such a thing? In this case, why should he do such a thankless task? To be able to gain the trust of the Wei family is something that many people cannot ask for. He would destroy everything if he was stupid. Don't worry, I didn't see anything today. Haifeng looked for a while, left this sentence and left. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes, and watched him walk away, smiling with satisfaction. She didn't have the ability before, so she took it step by step. Now that she has the ability, it is a waste of time to do it like before. When she finishes the greening of the park, the food crash course will also start. She is also very busy, so it is better to make a quick decision. Anyway, except for the current people in Green Star, no one will know when these saplings were planted. Wei Ning's speed is very fast. It only took half a month to plant various saplings in the huge park. As for flowers, she didn't have many good-looking flower seeds, so she scattered the flower seeds she had collected, and finally scattered the lavender seed she had collected, and gave Xiangxiang a task, asking her to plant lavender in the place she designated, and then left it alone. Chen Haojia had already found the people she wanted, and the food crash course was about to start. Chapter 281. Chris was particularly helpful in this matter. Knowing that Wei Ning was looking for someone to learn how to cook and open a food court, he strictly implemented her requirements. The people he found were selected from the retired soldiers of the 4th Legion. These soldiers did not live a good life after retirement. Most of them had their mental level reduced due to mental riots, or became ordinary people, and finally had to retire. The Federation only gave retired soldiers a one-time compensation, which could not make their lives better after retirement. Many retired soldiers were either doing dangerous forest collection work or doing some work that could only maintain food and clothing. There are too many soldiers who retire every year due to mental riots. Even if the legions want to take care of them, they cannot take care of everyone. After receiving Chen Haojia's communication, Chris remembered that Randy wanted to arrange retired soldiers to enter Green Star to build a city, but in the end Wei Guoyang used robots to build it all, so the matter was left unresolved. Now Wei Ning wants to select people to open a training class, and Chris's first choice is still retired soldiers. Although these soldiers have retired, they are still loyal to the Corps. Chris trusts the former more than ordinary people who need to be investigated. There is also his selfish desire, hoping that the soldiers who have retired from the Corps can live a better life. Since Wei Ning handed the task of finding people to Chen Haojia, she did not intend to care whether the people he found were ordinary people, retired soldiers, or family members. As long as these people have strong learning ability, and can learn what she can do in the shortest time, it will be fine. After learning that the people had arrived at Green Star, and had already moved into the garrison building, Wei Ning did not rush to meet them immediately, but took the information she had sorted out and discussed it with Chen Haojia. Finally, the two of them went to the resident building together. After deciding to open a food crash course, Wei Ning asked Haifeng to help design a place suitable for food teaching. The equipment inside was all purchased according to the list listed by Wei Ning. Just the day before yesterday, all the equipment was complete and could be used at any time. At this time, there were about 100 people standing on the training ground on the side of the resident building. They all came here after many tests. Before coming, they didn't know what to do specifically, but they only knew that it was related to cooking. Because they were directly contacted by the Legion, they didn't think too much and quickly packed their luggage to Kaiyang Star. It was not until they saw more than 100 strange and familiar people at the gathering point of Kaiyang Star that they realized that so many people came here because they received the news. Some of these people knew each other, and some didn't, but they all retired from the 4th Legion. They quickly became familiar with each other when they met. After talking to each other, they found that they all came for the same purpose. Because they found that they all had one thing in common, that is, they were all good at cooking. They have only learned to cook in the past 1 or 2 years. Before that, they drank the cheapest nutrient solution. Who knew that a live broadcast completely opened a new door for their understanding of food, and from then on they moved towards a different new life. Even if they still live on the edge of danger, they are no longer as miserable as before. There are more and more varieties of crops, and more delicious food is made. For the sake of eating, there are many people who study in various ways. And the people standing here have more or less studied it, and can cook a few dishes that are quite delicious. Who knew they would be reunited in this way one day? Although they were not teammates who had fought side by side, they were all comrades in the same legion, which made these people very happy. After being happy, they began to look forward to their future life. Some of them couldn't help but wonder if the Legion would assign them new tasks. Even if they could no longer drive mechas to kill enemies on the battlefield, as long as the Legion needed them, and the people needed them, they would stand up without hesitation. Maybe the new task was related to cooking skills, otherwise why would they be required to know how to cook? When Wei Ning and Chen Haojia came over, they saw people standing together in groups of 3 or 2 and talking in low voices. Seeing someone coming, the people talking quickly stopped the topic and stood in teams as quickly as possible, as if they were training, looking straight ahead, standing in standard military posture. Without Chen Haojia's introduction, Wei Ning knew that these people were retired soldiers. Chen Haojia was a little nervous, afraid that she would say no to these people. After seeing them, he kept staring at Wei Ning. Seeing that she didn't react, he breathed a sigh of relief and then told her the identities of these people. Sister, they are all people found by the boss. They are all retired soldiers of our army. Our boss has told you that these people will be under your control in the future. You will do whatever you ask them to do and absolutely obey your arrangements. Are they all found according to my requirements? Wei Ning nodded. This is also good. There is no need to worry about discipline issues. Of course, the boss spent a lot of time to select them. That's good. Wei Ning was relieved instantly. Looking at them again, they either had smiles on their faces, or had faint expectations in their eyes. They were not a bit uneasy. This made her look forward to them a little more. She hoped that they could learn it earlier, and it would be best if they could apply it to other situations, restore the Earth's food culture, and carry it forward. However, before the class started, Wei Ning made it clear that she was willing to teach them how to cook for the development of the food street in the future. Therefore, after learning, they must open a store on Green Star, and they must open it for 10 years before they can leave. What they have learned can be passed on to others, and they can also open branches on other planets. But the turnover of the main store must exceed half of the branch. Green Star will provide the various agricultural products needed for opening a store at the most favorable price, and there will also be some discounts on store rents, and even visas will be approved for them. These will be included in the contract. As long as they are willing, they can learn immediately after signing the contract. In Chen Haojia's view, the conditions proposed by Wei Ning benefited the other party, which was equivalent to exchanging 10 years for an opportunity to make a fortune, and they would sign the contract without thinking. In fact, after listening to Wei Ning's words, everyone present had made a choice in their hearts. Since they were standing here, they had no intention of returning. All they could hear was that Wei Ning would teach them how to cook for free, and let them open a store in Green Star after learning. They chose to ignore everything else. Opening a gourmet restaurant is something that many people dream of. Many of them have thought about opening a gourmet restaurant in their hometown, but in the end, it often ended before they even started. People who can afford it simply don't like what they cook, but people who want to eat can't bear to eat it often, or the food they cook is not good enough for people who want to eat to pay for it. To put it bluntly, their skills are too poor. And now there is an opportunity to learn a skill in front of them. If they miss it in vain, they are really fools. So when Wei Ning asked them if they wanted to sign the contract, everyone agreed in unison. Some even asked when to sign it, fearing that Wei Ning would regret it, and they would have nowhere to cry. Wei Ning. No, don't you have any questions? How can we avoid being scammed? Everyone. Laughing secretly, the more scammers like this, the better. Chapter 282. A group of people urged Wei Ning to sign the contract at a very fast speed. After seeing the signatures of both parties on the contract with satisfaction, they paid some attention to what they were going to learn next. When they knew that Wei Ning had a lot to teach, they were all shocked, and then they were ecstatic, with only one thought left in their minds. Fortunately, they were smart and signed the contract first. Before learning, do a test to see how good your cooking skills are, and then make arrangements. Wei Ning took more than 100 people to the large kitchen specially prepared for teaching, pointed to the ingredients prepared inside, and let them play freely. First make a dish they are good at, and see how good they are. Although people are selected according to her requirements, everyone has different mastery of cooking skills, which can be seen by making a dish they are good at. And what she wants to teach is also more diverse. Some people are suitable for cooking but not for stewing, and some are suitable for learning to make snacks but not for cooking. She hopes that these people can find the most suitable one for themselves, instead of sticking to one thing. The ingredients were prepared this morning, and the types were what most people eat, such as potatoes, tomatoes, lettuce, garlic sprouts, leeks, sweet potato leaves, soybeans. Meats include mutant chickens raised at home, crazy pork and mutant rabbits just hunted, and fish just caught, and fruits are grapes, lemons, oranges, and watermelons. In addition, there is a bucket of rice, a bag of bean curd, and a bag of potato flour and sweet potato flour, and the seasonings are also ready. More than 100 people have never seen such a complete kitchen. When they are at home, they just build a simple kitchen and get by. The dish they often cook is stewed meat. After all, they watched the live broadcast in its entirety, and their memory was too deep. The seasonings were not so complete, and seeing such a big scene all of a sudden, people who were originally very confident in their cooking skills were a little hesitant. They wouldn't waste these ingredients, would they? A group of people looked at each other, but no one took the initiative, which made Chen Haojia, who was standing aside, angry. They were quite confident before, but why are they so cowardly now? He sneered. Before you came, didn't you boast of your great cooking skills? Why don't you even have the courage to take action now? Don't tell others that you are from the 4th Corps. Our Corps can't afford to lose face. With you like this, you still want to open a store. Just go back to where you came from. Don't waste this quota. There are many people waiting in line behind you. Everyone blushed at what he said, and their minds were hot at the moment. They didn't care whether the ingredients would be wasted. With the mood that at worst they could cook it themselves, they all moved one by one. Wei Ning didn't say anything, just watched how they did it. After she looked around, she had a general understanding of their cooking skills. Most people chose to stew meat, but the difference was that they put different ingredients in it. Some put potatoes, some put vermicelli. A small number of people made stir-fries, such as stir-fried meat with garlic sprouts and stir-fried meat with potato slices. A few people made grilled fish. Only one person made a unique dish. Wei Ning stopped beside him and watched for a long time, but couldn't tell what he was making. It was called spicy hot pot, but there was no soup. It was called a cold dish, but it was marinated and fried with various meats, and then all the prepared dishes were mixed together, and finally seasoning was added and mixed evenly. Wei Ning was really curious about what he was cooking, and waited until he finished cooking before turning around and leaving. It took a short time to cook, and when Wei Ning returned to the big table that served as the tasting area, someone had already brought the first dish: potato slices and fried meat. For convenience, Wei Ning divided the big kitchen into 120 small kitchen counters, from 1 to 120. The one who brought this dish now was number 11, a dark-skinned and tall man. He carefully placed the potato slices and fried meat in front of Wei Ning, and smiled at Wei Ning. His white teeth were very eye-catching. "Miss Wei, Captain Chen, you try it, I made it." Wei Ning glanced at his big white teeth, and then turned his eyes to the dishes on the table. It was a very simple potato slices and fried meat, with only salt, oil and soy sauce in addition to minced garlic. Number 11's knife skills are very good. The potato slices and meat slices are cut very evenly. However, he did not wash the potatoes he cut. The potato starch content is high. If the excess starch is not washed off, it is easy to stick to the pan. And number 11 obviously knew this, so when the potato slices began to stick to the pan, he added a lot of water. It can be said that his potato slices and meat fried with water were boiled instead of fried, but the potato slices did not stick to the pan, which looked acceptable. Wei Ning only picked up a small piece of potato with chopsticks and tasted it. The taste was not good, but seeing number 11 clenching his hands nervously, Wei Ning still did not say anything to criticize him. "Not bad, keep working hard." "Hee hee. I will definitely work hard, Miss Wei, don't worry, I will definitely learn well." "Okay, take the dishes down and eat them yourself. Don't block the people behind you." Chen Haojia didn't want to eat his dish, but as an accompanying taster, he still ate a slice. He said that Wei Ning's evaluation was too high, and it was just edible. But he didn't dare to ruin Wei Ning's reputation. Seeing that someone else was carrying dishes, he hurried him to leave. Number 11 happily carried his dish away. After trying more than 10 similar dishes, Chen Haojia finally understood how low Wei Ning's standard of okay was. As long as it was cooked, not burnt, and not too bland, she would say, "Not bad, keep working hard." Only the cooks thought Wei Ning was praising them. Until the 19th person came over, Wei Ning's eyes had a hint of expectation. Chen Haojia saw her eyes change, and he sat up straight and looked at number 31 who was walking over. Number 31 was the person Wei Ning had seen finish the whole process. At first, Wei Ning thought he would be the first one to come over, but it took more than 10 people to come over. He had clearly finished it before, but why did he come now? This made Wei Ning even more curious, and she kept watching number 31 coming over. Number 31 was carrying a small basin. Wei Ning resisted the urge to look up at the basin, and secretly wondered why he changed to a larger basin, and why he came now. When number 31 put the basin down, Wei Ning also saw clearly that there were 2 more things in the basin: tomatoes and lemons. Wei Ning's expression paused for a moment. She really couldn't figure out why he put tomatoes and lemons in it. She just asked him, "What is this? What are the red fruits and lemons for?" "This is a mixed pot, I created it myself. I put red fruits and lemons to enhance the flavor and also to make it look good." Wei Ning finally gave number 31 a polite smile in response to his explanation. "You are really innovative." She really couldn't see where adding tomatoes and lemons would make it look good. Aren't you afraid that the sourness would affect the taste of the dish? She couldn't put down her chopsticks. "Try it. I often make this mixed pot when I'm at home. Everyone likes it very much." Number 31 saw that the 2 were still reluctant to take their chopsticks, so he tried to promote it. The 2 looked at each other, and each picked up a small chopstick and put it in their mouths. The next second, the 2 of them were so sour that their faces were twisted. Number 31 was startled by them, and hurriedly took a pair of chopsticks, and put a chopstick in his mouth. "It tastes better than what I made before." Number 31 swallowed it, and said seriously, Wei Ning? Question mark. Chen Haojia? Question mark. The two looked at the expressionless number 31 in horror, wondering how he could say such a thing. Chapter 283. After learning that number 31's family all loves sour food, Wei Ning and Chen Haojia couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Such a strange taste is rare. Afterwards, they worried whether anyone would really want to eat what number 31 made. There are still very few people in the world who have such a hobby. Wei Ning was a little embarrassed. On the one hand, she felt that number 31 was rare to have an innovative spirit, and on the other hand, she was worried that the food he made was unique in taste and not popular with the public. She was really struggling whether to keep number 31. Chen Haojia was much more direct. He felt that the food made by number 31 with such a unique taste was difficult for the public to accept. If there was no comparison, they could barely eat a few bites. These people would open a store in the future. Imagine that among the delicious food on the street, there is such a food with such a strange taste. Anyone with a normal sense of taste would know how to choose. Either the food made by number 31 in the future will be normal, or he does not recommend number 31 to continue learning. But since everyone is here and has signed a contract, he still hopes to save it, so he said it directly. Your idea is pretty good, but your taste is too different. I believe it will be difficult to meet people who share the same hobbies as you. I think it's better for you to focus on the tastes of the general public. Wei Ning also nodded at the side. She thought so too. I know most people don't like the food I cook, but I just can't control my hands, and finally. Number 31 himself knows it well, but every time he cooks, as long as he sees vinegar and red fruits, he can't help but put them in the dishes, and the tastes of his family are the same, so he's used to it. If he didn't put it in, he would always feel that the food would be tasteless. In the end, in order to satisfy his appetite, he still made it according to his family's taste. He had been reminding himself in his heart before that he couldn't make it according to his own taste, but when he saw the red fruit and lemon in the end, his hands couldn't help it. So the reason why he put red fruit and lemon was not because it looked good. In fact, his love for sour food was the ultimate reason. But you have to know that you will open a store in the future. It's okay to meet customers with the same taste as you. If you don't meet them, it will be difficult for your business to continue, so you must correct your habit. Wei Ning didn't care how much he liked sour food, but if he wanted to stay in Green Star and open a store, he couldn't have this habit. I give you 3 days, you must correct it. Chen Haojia simply gave the order directly. This was a subconscious habit of his. It would take some time to correct it. At most, he would not put acidic things on his stove. Yes. Number 31 also understood that if he continued like this, his future life would not be very good. Maybe he couldn't even pay the rent. He didn't want to live in poverty in the end. The opportunity was given to him. Chen Haojia did not say more. He had said everything he needed to say. If it was still like this, he could do nothing. However, except for the unique taste of number 31, the others were still very normal. The following tastings went smoothly, and Wei Ning and Chen Haojia did not encounter any strange tastes. It took most of the day to finally eat all the food made by everyone, and Wei Ning had a general understanding of the cooking skills of these people. The dishes they can make are the simplest, mainly based on the standard of being cooked, and there is no need to consider the taste and color too much. But in an era when food culture is almost broken, Wei Ning does not have too many requirements. This is not the era where you can find everything by searching on the internet. Almost everyone keeps their skills secret for fear that others will steal their knowledge. She believes that as long as they are given the opportunity to learn, they will be able to restore the glorious days of food. Human imagination and innovation are always extraordinary. After a simple survey, Wei Ning started her food training course. Every day, she and Chen Haojia teach these students a simple dish. After all, Wei Ning is not an authentic chef, and her teaching method is also simple and crude. Every day, she cooks the dishes she wants to teach. From the selection of ingredients to the side dishes and seasonings, she only talks about them roughly. The rest depends on the students to study and explore on their own. The ingredients are all prepared, and they can practice as they like. If you want to be a good chef, you can't do it without practicing hundreds of times. In fact, Wei Ning herself didn't know how to teach. She didn't learn the formal teaching method before. She learned by watching videos or recipes. What kind of food she made in the end depended on luck. Anyway, as long as you practice a few more times, you will learn it naturally. Compared with Wei Ning's simple and rough method, Chen Haojia's is much more detailed. He was similar to this group of students before. At the beginning, he couldn't even tell the seasonings apart. It took him a long time to learn it slowly. He knew this process very well, so when he taught the students, he explained it in more detail. But these students are very smart and have a good foundation. Whether it is Wei Ning's simple and rough teaching method or Chen Haojia's meticulous teaching method, they all studied very seriously. In order not to waste ingredients, I recorded the teaching process every time and watched it repeatedly until I was very sure that I could do it in one go, and then I practiced with the ingredients. However, even so, not everyone can make a dish in one go. There are often times when the food is burnt or the seasoning is put in the wrong way or too much, but these students don't care. As long as it is not completely burnt, the dishes they make will go into their own stomachs in the end. Wei Ning knew that they were reluctant to give up the ingredients, and he had told them that these ingredients were ordinary ingredients, but they still did it, and finally Wei Ning let them do it. It may also be because they ate too many failed dishes they made. These students made progress very quickly. After learning for a week, they rarely ate the dishes they fried themselves. They have learned simple home-cooked dishes. As for number 31, his bad habits were also corrected. Although his taste remained the same, the food he made was very suitable for normal people. Seeing that they learned quickly, Wei Ning's teaching became more casual later, and the content of the teaching was different every day. It is no longer limited to stir-fry, stew, steam, hot pot, dry pot, blanched, spicy hot pot, barbecue, dessert, beverages, etc. Whatever you want to eat, you can teach it. The more you teach, the more you learn, and it is easy to see which students are suitable for learning. After a month, Wei Ning stopped teaching them, but threw the sorted recipes to them and let them study it themselves. And these students have found the most suitable for themselves, or what they want to learn the most. The ingredients prepared on each stove in the big kitchen are no longer unified, but will be prepared according to the needs of each student. From then on, in addition to studying recipes, they also have to prepare for opening a store after learning, and they have to choose a store address, decorate the store, and other preliminary work. Although Wei Ning said that he would give them a discount on the rent, it is not an easy task to open a store, and everyone is very busy for this, including Wei Ning. Chapter 284. With this group of students, the food court will basically have no problem opening. The trees in the park are also growing slowly. Xiang has planted lavender. Although it has not bloomed yet, it is growing well. Wei Ning is busy with the business street. There are many people who pay attention to Green Star, and even more people who want to cooperate with Green Star, but it is too difficult to get the opportunity to cooperate with Green Star. The Wei family basically stays in Green Star and rarely goes out. Those who can contact them are all trustworthy friends. As their friends, they will naturally not disclose their information casually. Since Wei Yunchuan once again upgraded the defense of Green Star, entering and exiting Green Star has become more strict. It is even more impossible to sneak in. Once discovered, they will either be caught by the garrison or expelled. And what they want is to discuss cooperation with the Wei family. Doing this will not even have the opportunity. Smart people will not do such things. If they want to do it, they will enter openly and talk to the Wei family face to face. However, since Wei Guoyang decided to open Green Star to the outside world, he has received many olive branches from the major legions who want to develop in Green Star. Most of them are from the major legions. But the ones who really want to cooperate with the Wei family are not the major legions, but the families of the senior leaders of the major legions. They couldn't contact the Wei family, so they came up with this idea. The major legions knew that Green Star was going to open to the outside world, and they had thought of taking this opportunity to deepen their ties with Green Star. However, after searching around, they found that none of their projects were suitable for Green Star. Green Star focuses on ecological planting and tourism, but the legions are all various research projects, which are not suitable at all. Could it be that they want to open a weapons store on Green Star? Forget it. From the information they got, they couldn't even bring weapons into Green Star, so it was even more impossible to open a weapons store on Green Star. So when the family behind them came to propose this roundabout way to cooperate with Green Star, after discussion, they decided to test the attitude of the Wei family. If the Wei family is willing, that would be the best. If not, it would not affect the previous cooperation, and they would not lose anything, so they would not refuse to pass on the message. Originally, it was Wei Guoyang's concern to which company to cooperate with, but recently he was busy with the exclusive website, so this matter fell on Wei Ning. And after Wei Dong took the first version of the potion developed by Yi Ling to restore mental strength, she used him as an experimental subject and had no time to help. Even though Wei Guoyang and Haifeng had already screened, there were still many companies left for cooperation, and she needed to screen another batch. Wei Ning was overwhelmed by the information and felt that it was necessary to find a professional in this field to manage these things. Otherwise, when her father was busy, these things would fall on her head, which was really embarrassing for her. She was not a professional either. These companies are all very good partners, and any one of them can be chosen. Haifeng saw her lying in a pile of information with despair, and he felt a little sorry. He didn't expect that so many companies would be selected in the end, and Green Star couldn't cooperate with all of them, so he could only select another batch. Why don't you choose it? Wei Ning looked at her with shining eyes. She really didn't know which one to choose. There were many that were similar, and she was dazzled. You have to do this yourself. Haifeng refused. He could participate in the initial screening, but he couldn't make the final selection, especially since he knew there were several families here that had good relations with his family, so he had to avoid suspicion. It's too difficult to choose. Wei Ning was discouraged. This was like asking her to choose her favorite 1 out of 10 toys she liked, but she couldn't choose all of them. How could it not be difficult? Why don't you just draw lots? Anyway, these are all good, you can choose any one of them, just classify them, and then draw lots. Haifeng simply gave a bad idea. Why didn't you say it earlier? I was so confused for so long. Wei Ning looked at Haifeng with resentment, and didn't think it was a bad idea, but thought it was a good idea. And she didn't even think of it, and Haifeng thought of it, but didn't say it earlier. Are you really going to do this? I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. Haifeng was anxious when he saw Wei Ning really wanted to draw lots. He just said it casually. Just draw lots. We have been selecting for a few days, and haven't selected any. I don't want to continue. The sooner we select, the sooner we can prepare. There is still a lot of work to do later. I don't want to delay it. Wei Ning quickly sorted out the information and decided to choose whichever one he drew later. Haifeng wanted to persuade him, but seeing that Wei Ning had made up his mind, he stopped persuading him. He immediately decided to keep this matter to himself and not tell anyone. If the companies that were not selected knew that he came up with this bad idea, he would be in trouble. Wei Ning quickly classified the companies of the same type and put them together, then closed his eyes and randomly picked out 2 pieces of information from them. These were the people he wanted to cooperate with. Haifeng could only watch Wei Ning finish the things that had not been completed for several days in just a few minutes. He took the materials she had selected and mourned for 3 seconds for those who were not selected. Okay, now it's selected. Wei Ning swept away the previous depression and was in a very good mood. She didn't think she was too casual at all. Anyway, it's not the only correct answer to choose. It's better to be casual than to keep trying. You go and contact them, and then tell Brother Chen. Wei Ning didn't care about it after she finished her work and slipped away quickly. She had been tormented by this matter for several days, and finally she could get rid of it. She didn't want to be drafted again. Thinking that the matter had been resolved, Wei Ning hummed a song and strolled around the training class. She solved the problems encountered by the students who were immersed in research. When she came out, she took a lot of food. She took a bite of the fragrant barbecue and a sip of the ice-cold and delicious drink. She was in a good mood. When Wei Guoyang asked about this during dinner, Wei Ning told him directly that she had chosen them by drawing lots. Everyone present almost choked on the food in their mouths, and they couldn't help but sympathize with those companies that were not chosen. However, they all agreed with her decision, and their family must support it unconditionally. The company leaders, who were originally full of expectations and thought they could get cooperation with the Wei family, but in the end they waited for the Wei family to cooperate with competitors, never thought that the person who made the final decision would operate like this. Of course, those who knew the inside story would not tell them, so let them guess it themselves. After learning that they were lucky to be selected, those partners who were selected by Wei Ning by drawing lots were only happy. After contacting Green Star, they were ready to come to Green Star. With the arrival of these people, Green Star slowly began to become lively. Chapter 285. The excitement of Green Star soon spread on the Star Network. These days, where there is an internet, information can be transmitted in minutes. So many people came to Green Star at once. When they saw the unique city architecture for the first time, everyone was deeply attracted by its strong sense of history, and then they took photos as souvenirs. Of course, no one thought of posting it on the Star Network to show off at first, but just showed it off to friends in private. It was no secret that these people came to Green Star, and Wei Guoyang did not stop them from contacting the outside world. Since they were all open, it would be redundant to block the signal. But anyone who has seen the photos of this city will be deeply attracted by it. It makes people wonder what the scenery inside will be like. What is it like to live here? Once people's curiosity is aroused, it is difficult to suppress it. Especially when friends are still deeply involved, They can get the answer by asking friends. Then the photos of the city were spread one by one. In the end, I don't know who made the photos into a video and uploaded it to the Star Network. The quaint and solemn city tower, the distinctive courtyard of ancient buildings, the old cloth sale signs on both sides of the street, the clear lake, the winding paths, the exquisite pavilions, and the vibrant green plants are like a beautiful landscape painting, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ah! Where is this? There are such ancient buildings in the Federation? Which game company developed this new game scene? It's so interesting, I want to sign up for the internal test. Except for the landscape pictures, nothing was left. What is the author's intention? Love it. The environment here is so good. It must be a blessing to live here. Plant mutation, string you together in a minute. Just want to know where this is? For the ancient buildings, the risk is worth it. Blast. This is a real scene, on a planet that is being developed. Does the above dare to tell the specific name of the planet? Add 1. Comments came one after another, and soon there were thousands of them. The onlookers who knew where the pictures came from were all silent, and had no intention of revealing the address. People in Green Star think like this, haha. What's the point of telling you? Don't even think about coming in without a Green Star visa. Friends of the people, if we can't go, you can't go either. We just won't tell you the address. So what, netizens? Damn it. Way family members who never thought of promoting Green Star. This wave of free publicity was unexpected for them. What they didn't expect was that some rich second-generation netizens who were not short of money spent a lot of money to hack the poster's light brain and trace the clues to Green Star. Green Star's vest was taken off unexpectedly, and Green Star was exposed. It's actually Green Star. Isn't that the planting base of fruit and vegetable shop? Isn't it forbidden for outsiders to enter there? Is it going to be open? Ah! I've been waiting for Green Star to open for a long time. I just want to ask the boss in person if there is no limit on the products when I buy them in person. When will the seeds be available? I always feel that what I grow is not as good as what I buy. I want to try Green Star seeds. I want it too. I'm not saying the Institute is bad, but I feel it's a little bit worse. Stop dreaming. If you want to sell it, it's for the big family. Want to ask if I can immigrate to Green Star? I just want to know how to go to Green Star. Does the OP have any inside information? An insider revealed that you need to apply for a visa and get a visa to be eligible to enter. Where to apply? How to apply? Please tell me. Please tell me and add 1. Finally, netizens went to the homepage of an insider to ask for more details. More netizens went to the fruit and vegetable shop and left messages asking the boss to give them a chance so that they can see a planting base with their own eyes. In fact, most people who know that there are plants that can treat mental violence on Green Star are people in the government and the military, or people who have the ability to detect it. For ordinary people, they only know that Green Star is currently the largest planting area in the Federation, and a mysterious existence in the eyes of everyone. Who doesn't want to go to Green Star to take a look when they suddenly know that they have the opportunity? Especially after seeing the unique scenery of Green Star, they want to go even more. No one expected that things would develop like this. Especially those who sent pictures to friends to show off. They were very uneasy in their hearts, waiting to be punished by the superiors, and even more afraid of losing their jobs. But after waiting for many days, no one came to find them, and they were relieved again. But they dared not show off to their friends anymore. Everyone on the Star Network was waiting for the follow-up of this matter, but there was no news at all, which was really anxious. This matter was really lively for a while, and there were more topics about Green Star on the Star Network. Seeing that Green Star was being talked about by more and more people, Wei Guoyang was also very entangled. The website has been built, but he is not sure whether to put it into use at this time. Let's try it first. This step must be taken eventually. Wei Ning agrees with this. This is the goal set at the beginning. They have come here, and they are just one step away from the final step. If they still pull their feet back, wouldn't all the efforts over the years be in vain? If Dad is worried, let's put 500 places in the first batch, just as a test of the effect. Wei Ning knows what he is worried about, so he suggested so. There are few people, if there is anything, it can be handled in time, and it is just the right opportunity to see if there is anything to pay attention to. Wei Guoyang thought about it, and felt that it made sense, so he stopped struggling. After working so hard for so long, and making so many preparations, it is time to accept the results. With Wei Guoyang's permission, someone will do the following things. In just a few days, 500 places have been confirmed, and the electronic visas have been successfully sent to their light computers. As a lucky person, after successfully getting the Green Star visa, the first thing I did was to post it on WeChat Moments. The news of the opening of Green Star spread within a small circle, and then spread further and further, and finally spread all over the Star network. This also let everyone know that it is really not easy to go to Green Star, but because of this, successfully getting a Green Star visa has become the hottest topic of discussion nowadays. No matter how the Star network discusses it, it does not affect Green Star. Instead, it has become busy because of the upcoming arrival of 500 tourists. After 4 months of renovation, the whole city seems to have come alive from silence, with the breath of fireworks. Red festive lanterns are hung under the eaves of shops on both sides of the street, and the faces of passers-by are also full of smiles. It is hard to tell that this place was a desolate, empty city a few months ago. Chapter 286. What a big change! Looking at the slightly bustling city, Yiling sighed sincerely. Since she got the ginseng whiskers and blood from little ginseng, she stayed in the laboratory and immersed herself in research, not paying attention to what happened outside. Until the ginseng whiskers and blood were used up, she finally made a little progress, but she still needed some medicinal plants, so she stopped researching. As soon as she left the laboratory, Wei Ning asked her to go shopping. This was also the first time she saw the appearance of the city after renovation, which was too different from the impression of the depressed streets she saw in her memory. I asked you to stop and walk around before, but you didn't want to, otherwise you could see the changes along the way. Wei Guoyang felt a little resentful. Since Yiling got the ginseng whiskers and blood, she spent all her time on research. They didn't even have time to talk properly. This was the first time in the past few years, and he was quite uncomfortable with this situation. In the past, when I was refining potions, I occasionally had to stay in seclusion for a few months, and I never saw you complain. Yiling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wei Guoyang immediately retorted, "How can it be the same? The potion can't go wrong, and your research can't be done overnight. It's okay to go out occasionally. No one has been able to thoroughly study the problem of mental power riots for so many years, let alone the problem of restoring mental power levels." He was really worried that Yiling's hope was too high, and it would be in vain in the end. As a couple for many years, how could Yiling not know what he was thinking? She didn't hide it from them, and told them what she had learned from her research in the past few days. When they heard that she had already made some progress, not to mention Wei Guoyang, even Wei Ning was happy for her. If she could really research something, it would be a major event for the entire Federation. "Mom, you are so amazing," Wei Ning admired. "You still have to take care of your health. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Study it slowly." Wei Guoyang was happy, but he was more concerned about Yiling's health. After all, she is now like an ordinary person, and can't stay up all day and all night like before. "Don't worry, I know what I am doing." She looked around with a little eagerness in her eyes. "Let's go shopping first. I smell the fragrance, and I feel like eating. This is the first time to visit the city of my own planet, so I have to go shopping carefully. Let's go and take a look." Wei Guoyang was also tempted by the fragrance. He didn't continue the previous topic, and pulled Yiling to follow the fragrance. "Brother, do you want to eat barbecue?" Wei Ning saw that the two had walked away, and asked Wei Dong next to him. "Forget it, I take a look at other things first." Wei Dong didn't want to follow his parents, and watch them show off their love, lest he couldn't eat later. "If you can eat from the beginning to the end of the street. I think each restaurant has its own characteristics and tastes good," Wei Ning suggested to him. It's not Wei Ning's boasting. The students in the food crash course are still very capable. In a few months, they may not master everything she taught, but the one or two they master taste very good. That's not necessary. You can try them all slowly when you have time in the future. Wei Dong looked at the endless long street, and decisively rejected Wei Ning's proposal. The appetite of spiritualists is better than that of ordinary people, but not so good that they can eat all the food on the whole street. "Do you need my recommendation?" Wei Ning raised her eyebrows and asked. She is a person who has eaten all over the street, and she knows which one suits her taste best. "I'd better do it myself." Wei Dong refused. This kind of fun, like treasure hunting, can only be experienced more deeply by oneself. "Okay." Wei Ning didn't have to give him a recommendation. Seeing that he refused, he no longer insisted and left first. They came to shop today for a secondary reason. The main purpose was to inspect the final results. After all, the first batch of tourists would come in 2 days. They had to see what they needed to pay attention to. They could find out in advance and deal with it. They must leave the best memories for tourists. However, Chen Haojia had asked the garrison soldiers to act as tourists for a drill. There were no major problems, but many minor problems were found and solved in time. Now there is nothing to find. Just walking alone, you can't visit the whole city in one day. The family ran here for 2 consecutive days. Yi Ling and Wei Dong were both shopping for the first time. They felt very good and had no opinions to raise. Even if they wanted to raise it, it was too late. The first batch of tourists had already arrived at the Green Star spaceport. 500 tourists from different planets arrived at Green Star by the Kaiyong Star Transfer Starship. After getting off the starship, there was another series of checkpoints. When they finally left the spaceport, some of those with bad tempers could not help but lose their temper. Before coming here, I was attracted by the unique architectural landscape of Green Star, and luckily applied for a half-month visa. I was happily preparing for a spontaneous trip, but the journey was not so pleasant. Green Star does not have direct starships to other stars. It is okay for those who are closer, and you can get there in one turn. Those who are far away have to turn several times. After finally arriving at Green Star, there are still various inspections, which will ruin your good mood. TSK, if I had known it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have come here. What a lousy place. After passing the last security checkpoint, He Luo's face was full of disgust. He didn't have much patience to begin with, and he had to go through several security checks after getting off the starship. The people around him kept chattering all the way, making a lot of noise. His head hurt, and he couldn't sleep well, so he just wanted to rest in the hotel, so he was in a very bad mood. Wow! This is the first time I have seen a planet that has been checked several times. The security must be very good. I am looking forward to the days ahead. It is said that we are the first lucky ones to come to Green Star. My friend and I applied for a visa together. In the end, I got it, but my friend didn't. He almost beat me to death, hee hee. Oh! Me too? Or my friend recommended the website to me, but he didn't get it, which made him so angry. I don't know what the standard for visa approval is. I originally wanted to come with my boyfriend. It would be boring to come alone, but I don't want to give up this opportunity. Didn't they say someone would come to pick us up? Why haven't we seen anyone yet? Yeah. I've been waiting for a while. Just when He Luo wanted to shut up the people around him, someone finally appeared with a red flag. The tour guide Haifeng, who was holding a flag and forcing people to do something, met He Luo's eyes in the crowd. Both of them saw shock in each other's eyes. Haifeng quickly looked away and transmitted his voice through the headset. Everyone be quiet. The aircraft to the accommodation is waiting outside. Please bring your luggage and wait in line. We will take you to the accommodation next time. When the voice reached everyone's ears, everyone stopped talking. Most of these people came alone. They just chatted with strangers next to them to find out the situation, but found that they were all the same. Now there is a person who looks like a tour guide, so they don't ask others. Let's listen to the tour guide. A group of people suppressed the questions they wanted to ask in their hearts, followed the people in front of them, got on the aircraft, and went to the accommodation. He Luo deliberately stayed until the end, stopped when he passed Haifeng, and looked at Haifeng with a strange look. Why are you here? And you are a tour guide? I heard from your cousin that you found a good job. Isn't it this? TSK. So what? I can stay as long as I want, unlike you, who want to stay for one more day. Or even one more hour. Haifeng gave him a direct blow. TSK. I don't even want to come to this shabby place. He Luo raised his neck and said disdainfully. Haifeng didn't respond to him, thinking that if you disdain it now, you will regret it later. Chapter 287. He Luo came for the agricultural products of Green Star. He once grabbed a can of fruit in the fruit and vegetable shop, and became a loyal fan of the fruit and vegetable shop. His home is in the capital star, which is not within the delivery range. The products that are not limited to the region are rarely put on the shelves. Every time they are put on the shelves, they are sold out. It is a great luck to grab 1 out of 10. He has only grabbed it once so far, but that time made him obsessed with the can of fruit. He even spent a lot of money to collect information about the fruit and vegetable shop. He learned about the opening of Green Star from his friend's cousin. The company where his friend's cousin works happens to be one of the partners of Green Star. Even the link to Green Star's exclusive website was revealed to him by his friend's cousin. He Luo was undoubtedly excited and happy to be able to apply for a visa to Green Star, but this good mood was completely exhausted while traveling on the starship. If it weren't for the agricultural products that he missed so much, he really didn't want to come to Green Star. There was really nothing to do on such a remote and backward planet. He had been to many tourist planets, and Green Star was the worst of all the planets. Not only was it the smallest in area, but it also had a small population and looked very shabby. Only the buildings were worth seeing. Thinking of what happened when he met Haifeng at the spaceport yesterday, Luo felt a little better. The he and Hai families had a good relationship, and the children of the two families were about the same age. Haifeng was the child of other people's families in the eyes of his parents. He was better than him in everything from childhood to adulthood. Because of him, he didn't know how many times his parents scolded him. Luo really didn't like Haifeng. In the past few years, Haifeng was not in the capital star, but he had the most comfortable days. Finally, he didn't have to be compared. Some time ago, he heard Haifeng's cousin say how good his cousin's current job was. The boss valued him very much, and he did a lot of projects independently. There was a sense of pride in his tone. Not surprisingly, he was scolded by his parents again. Thinking of Haifeng's current job, Luo wanted to tell his parents immediately that no matter how good Haifeng was, he was still a small tour guide. It was not as comfortable as being a rich second generation. However, he knew that his parents would definitely not believe what he said, so he decided to find more evidence before telling his parents. Early in the morning, he excitedly went to the room registration office to ask the staff for Haifeng's information. He planned to ask him to be his guide today, and take this opportunity to communicate with his parents again, let them see Haifeng's current situation, and see if they still dare to compare him. Luo's thoughts were beautiful, but when he learned from the staff that Haifeng was not an employee of their company, his face turned black. "Dear guest, if you need a guide, I can recommend one for you," the staff member suggested in a low voice. They only provide check-in services for guests, but they still have guides in case guests need them. However, they will not arrange for guests without the guest's request. As soon as the guest arrived, he asked to see the guide from yesterday, but that guide was not only not an employee of their company, but also not a guide. Even their boss was very polite to that guide. How could he dare to ask that guide to be a guide at the request of the guest? He is not a guide, so why did he pick us up yesterday? Isn't this your job? Luo said in a bad tone. We really don't have this service. The staff member said with a stiff face, it should have been arranged by the Star-Lord Mansion yesterday, and we can't ask about it. As early as after the visa application was approved, tourists could choose their accommodation with the visa, but as they were the first batch of tourists, the Star-Lord Mansion arranged someone to pick them up, but the staff did not expect that there would be guests who regarded the person who picked them up as a guide. This guest wanted to find the person who picked him up yesterday as a guide, which was too difficult for him. He was just a worker. How could he make decisions for the people of the Star-Lord Mansion? Your service attitude is really... Luo wanted to say that it was too bad, but he held back after hearing the word Star-Lord Mansion. This is a private planet. If he did something excessive, the Star-Lord Mansion would have the right to revoke his visa. He had just arrived and hadn't bought what he wanted yet. He couldn't be deported because of a momentary impulse. That would be too worthless. Forget it, don't look for him. The staff saw him go out with a dark face, and didn't dare to recommend a guide to him. Luo held his breath, and walked to the street. He looked at the deserted streets, and didn't know where to go. It was impossible for him to go back to the staff to ask for a guide. He stopped there for a while, before remembering the manual Haifeng gave each of them yesterday. There seemed to be a map on it. He took out the manual he had never read from the space button, unfolded it, and was stunned. Green Star has only one main city, Green City. Green City is divided into 4 districts, East, South, West, and North. He is currently in the West District. From the map, the entire West District is a residential area, and the other 3 districts only have the main streets open. The other streets are still gray and white, and only the main streets are of various colors. The North District is quite special. Most of the colors are green, a small part is blue, and there are some yellow mixed in. He looked carefully and found that the North District is a big park, the East District is a commercial street, and the South District is a food street. This is the first time that Luo has seen such a shabby city. There are only 2 main streets in such a big city. It is not even as good as a district in the capital star. The owner of Green Star has the nerve to make such a complicated visa. If he knew this was the case, I guess few people would be willing to come here, but since he is here, he can't just leave like this. He wants to go shopping, and buy all the specialties of Green Star before leaving. This is also the main purpose of his trip. Luo took the floating bus to the East District Commercial Street with the thought that he wanted to see what was worth the trouble to apply for a visa. Luo was looking at the largest department store in the East District, Wei's department store. He came here for the purpose of shopping, so of course he chose this one first. The buildings in the East District still adhere to the retro style of architecture. The highest is only 3 stories high, but the floor area is larger than the residential area in the West District, and Way's department store occupies almost a quarter of the area in the East District. The entire three-story exquisite building is right at the entrance of East Street, standing there like a giant, making it impossible to ignore. Luo got off the floating bus, and didn't want to see the rare building. He went straight to the door of Way's department store. Before entering, Luo heard a surprised scream from inside, which scared him. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. No quality. However, when he entered and saw the dazzling picture, he immediately threw his words behind his head, and let out a scream louder than the scream he heard before, and then the whole person rushed directly over. Ah! Chapter 288. It's no wonder that the people who entered screamed without caring about their image. Luo was completely shocked by what he saw. What did he see? The canned fruits that he had snatched from the fruit and vegetable shop filled a whole 2-meter-high counter here, and the canned fruits of other flavors that he had not snatched filled a whole cabinet here. These are just a part of it. At a glance, the entire first floor is full of various packaged foods, which is dazzling. At the moment, there are only 3 words in Luo's mind. Buy, buy, buy. Luo is not short of money. After knowing that he is going to travel to Green Star, his parents specially transferred a huge sum of money to him to buy him Green Star's specialties. Although it is much easier to buy vegetables and fruits in the capital now, the population of the capital is large, and you still have to rely on snatching to buy vegetables and fruits. That is, the owner behind Green Star is so rich that he will put new varieties of vegetables on the shelves every once in a while, and occasionally there will be fruits or other byproducts. It is no wonder that many families want to cooperate with Green Star. Not to mention the variety of vegetables on Green Star. Just take the fruits, which were not available in the previous planting family. It can be said that the fruits of Green Star are unique in the entire Federation. Luo has heard his father say more than once that the owner of Green Star is too bad at doing business. He obviously has the best resources, but does not know how to use them, wasting these great resources in vain. If it were him, he would have no problem becoming the richest man in the Federation. What a pity. Luo does not feel sorry at all. If the owner of Green Star also did what the planting family did before, he would not be standing here to buy things now. There were so many kinds of goods that Luo wanted to empty out all the goods. However, in just over half an hour, his shopping cart was already full like a mountain, and he hadn't even walked through half of the department store. He was not the only one like him. Anyone who came into Way's department store was the same. It was clear that he was not the only one who wanted to empty out the department store. But soon a staff member came forward to tell them a cruel fact. Anyone who went to the department store to spend money had a maximum spending limit of 1 million star coins. Even if they wanted to empty out the department store, they had no chance. Everyone who heard this looked depressed. They thought they could buy whatever they wanted, but they didn't know there were restrictions. But soon the staff told them that the spending limit could be increased. As for how much it could be increased, it all depended on the individual. At that moment, Luo asked how to increase the spending limit. You know, he came with millions of dollars. Not only his parents, but also his relatives and friends transferred star coins to him when they knew he was going to travel to Green Star. The purpose was to let him buy Green Star specialties on their behalf. If there was only a limit of 1 million, how would the specialties bought back be divided? So it is very necessary to increase the limit. It can be said that at least 90% of the 500 tourists came with such a mission. Such a small amount of money is not enough for them, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to the staff's method of increasing the limit. The method is very simple: to protect Green Star together. Every tourist who gets a Green Star visa can go to the Star Lord Mansion building with the visa to apply for a visa card. This card is equivalent to the cardholder's pass in Green Star. The card has a basic credit score of 100 points. If the cardholder makes a contribution to Green City, he can get points after verification. Every increase in 1 point can increase the spending limit by 10,000. There are many ways to increase points. If the cardholder abides by the law during his stay in Green City, he will get 10 points after leaving Green Star. The next time he comes, his spending limit will be increased by 100,000. On the contrary, if the cardholder violates the rules and regulations of Green Star during his stay in Green City, the corresponding points will be deducted according to the severity of the matter. Once the cardholder's points are less than 95, he will be blacklisted and refuse to come. But this is not the answer Luo wants. What he wants is to increase the limit now. The visa of Green Star is not permanent. He has to reapply next time he comes. How can he know when he will get the next application? It is better to seize this opportunity to increase the points and get the spending limit to buy the specialties he wants. The staff then told him several ways to increase points. 1. Join the patrol team to supervise tourists and businesses to see if they have violated the rules and regulations. 2. Join the hunting team and receive the task of hunting mutants. 3. Join the cleaning team to clean up street garbage. 4. Join the picking team and receive the picking task. 5. Join the collection team and receive the collection task. 6. Join. Of all the methods, the easiest is the first one. You can get 10 points by following the patrol team to patrol the 4 main streets for 3 days. Or you can record the evidence of violations of the rules and regulations and hand it over to the Star-Lord's mansion. The most dangerous is the hunting team. You have to follow the hunting team to hunt mutant beasts in the forest, but this is limited to B-level or above superpowers. The points depend on personal ability, but the minimum is 10. The cleaning team is responsible for the sanitation of Green City and maintaining the sanitation environment of Green City. Hilua was interested in the picking team, which was said to be a task of picking vegetables or fruits. The rewards were points and physical objects, depending on personal choice. Most people didn't want to miss the opportunity to get close to the planting area. No matter what they picked, they were happy to experience it, not to mention that they could get points, so they should go. At that moment, they even stopped thinking about shopping and were eager to go to the Star-Lord's mansion to receive tasks. As for shopping, they would come back after the tasks were completed and the consumption limit was increased. In less than half a day, the Star-Lord's mansion received no less than 200 people to receive tasks, and the staff reported this to Wei Guoyang. Wei Guoyang's family still lived in a courtyard house. Compared with the Star-Lord's mansion, this was their home. After the Star-Lord's mansion was built, it became the place where the staff worked and entertained guests. Opening Green Star cannot rely on one's own family alone. Wei Guoyang also spent a lot of effort to recruit a group of reliable talents. These people take care of Green City's daily affairs, but Wei Guoyang has to make decisions on matters related to the planting area. Several of the points tasks are related to the planting area and need to be reported to him. The decision to exchange points for tasks is made after everyone discusses. Points can not only increase the consumption limit, but also can be exchanged for long-term residence rights in Green Star after reaching a certain point. Nowadays, the number of people applying for Green Star visas has reached hundreds of millions, and this is only the data received so far. In the future, the number of people applying for visas will only increase. However, referring to the data analysis of major tourist stars, the increase in traffic has brought more troubles to the planet. For example, fighting, making garbage, destroying public property, etc. Increasing the consumption limit in the form of exchanging points for tasks is also hoped to fundamentally solve these problems. The consumption limit is related to personal interests. If you want to get more benefits, you have to do these tasks. No matter what the starting point is, as long as you do it with all your heart, you will be able to protect the Green Star. Chapter 289. Seeing that half of the people had accepted the points task, Wei Guoyang knew that they had made the right move. The content of the task was already determined when the decision was made. Each task team had 10 members. Tourists who received the points task were dispersed into various teams. Fixed members supervised the completion rate of their tasks, and finally assessed the points earned. Except for the hunting team, whose task danger index was unstable, the safety index of other tasks was guaranteed, and tourists could do the tasks with peace of mind. However, none of the candidates who participated in the points task wanted to join the hunting team. Perhaps they felt that the forest was too dangerous. Compared with hunting mutants to get high points, they paid more attention to their own safety and chose tasks with guaranteed safety indexes. As for the tourists who did not participate in the points task, they were either attracted by the food in the food street or were playing in the park, taking photos, and checking in at every corner of the park. When most tourists received the news of the points increase the next night, the residential area was blown up. Ah! The points have been credited. I have 15 points today. No, I have to sign up again tomorrow. The blue-haired man saw the points he had received and shouted excitedly. The tourist who lived in the same guest house looked at his points and was excited. He hurried forward to ask, "Brother, how come you have so many points? What tasks did you do? I only have 10 points. Hee hee. Don't tell me." The blue-haired tourist left the words and hurried back to the room, fearing that the man would continue to ask questions. He had already decided to complete the tasks for 3 consecutive days, and visit Greentown, and do some shopping in the last few days. What points? What's the use? Is it worth getting so excited? The scream of the blue-haired tourist attracted many people to watch, and some tourists, who didn't know, came to ask. You don't know? The tourists who participated in the points task looked at them in surprise. We should know. The tourists who had been eating and drinking in the food street all day were holding the skewers they had packed back and asked with food in their mouths. You are not here to travel. Why do you look like you are here to work? The person who spoke was a tourist who had just returned from the park. The people who came back from the food street all had a scent on them and held food in their hands. They hadn't seen these people in the park today. They looked dirty, and they didn't look like they were tourists. Instead, they looked like they had done something. They must have never been to the department store. Someone said for sure, the department store won't run away. You don't know how delicious the food on the food street is. I have never seen so many delicacies in my life. I really want to stay here forever. There are so many delicacies to choose from every day. I am so happy. The man took a sip of the drink in his hand, his face full of intoxication. The scenery in the park is also beautiful. It's the first time I've seen it. The buildings are so exquisite. I don't want to leave after staying there. Tourists who went to the park were not far behind. Delicious food can be found everywhere, but beautiful scenery is not everywhere, especially such unique scenery. That's because you haven't eaten it. That's because you haven't seen it. People who visit the food court and those who visit the park have different opinions. Stop arguing. You can't take them away. What's the comparison? The department store can store them for a long time. All the things you said should be put aside. People who have been to the department store said proudly. Hey, don't go off topic. What does this have to do with the points you just mentioned? Tell me. Some people don't want to hear them talk about this, and hurriedly asked the person who said they had earned points. Yes. Are these points important? How come we don't know? We are all traveling to the same place. How can there be something they don't know? We must ask clearly. Of course it is important. The more points you have, the more goods you can buy in the department store, and you don't even know this. The person in the know looked contemptuous. Oh! If the points are all increased, won't they compete with us for things at that time? Some people shouted after realizing it. What if the department store's inventory is insufficient? Go away! You are just talking nonsense. How much can we buy with our few points? Some people said disdainfully. Anyone who pays a little attention will know that even if everyone's consumption amount is added together, it can't buy the entire department store's goods. Hey, brother, can you tell me what's going on with the points? Yes. Yes. Tell me now. Don't worry, I tell you right away. Those who know about the points mission began to explain the use of points to those who don't know. What? There's also a spending limit? It's only 1 million. My relatives and friends are counting on me to buy more. 1 million is not enough. No, I have to do the mission too. This trip can't be in vain. Where can I get the mission? Which mission is easier to do? Tell me later, my friend. We only have a few days of visas. If we do the mission, we won't have time to go shopping. Once you go and see the goods in the department store, you won't want to go shopping. You can show off those things for a long time when you take them back. After hearing others enumerate what the department store has, those who were originally hesitant about whether to do the points task decided to do the points task for a few days to increase their spending limit. When the Star Lord's mansion reported the number of people doing the points task to Wei Guoyang, he was really surprised. At the same time, he also realized the disadvantages of the points task. Under this situation, every time tourists come to Green Star, they must first do tasks to exchange for points to increase their spending limit. But the spending limit is only for the goods in Wei's department store, not limited to other shops. This is very unfair to those companies that come to develop. Wei's department store only processes food byproducts. In order to open Green Star, the factory has been running non-stop for 4 months to stock up this batch of goods that are expected to be supplied to 20,000 people. For this reason, he even cut off the part that was supplied to the Legion. If all tourists do this in the future, this batch of goods will not be enough for 20,000 people to consume, and I am afraid that there will be chaos at that time. This phenomenon must be curbed. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel lucky that only 500 places were available in the first batch. Things were still under control, and there would be no big trouble. After this group of tourists left, the points task rules would be revised again. He was optimistic, but other merchants were frowning. Originally, they thought that cooperation with the Wei family would be a win-win situation, but things were not as they thought. Not only did they not get the agency sales rights of Wei's byproducts on other planets, but even the business of the store on Green Star plummeted, and no tourists were seen. If they all went to Wei's department store, it would be fine, but why were they busy doing points tasks? They all wanted to run to those tourists and ask them, "Are you here to travel or to do tasks?" Chapter 290. Fortunately, this situation has finally changed after a few days. The business in the store has improved a little bit, and the face of the store owner has improved a little bit. It's really a little bit. Anyone who has seen the flow of people in Wei's department store and the food street will not be happy when looking at their own store. But there are orders after all, which is better than the zero income in the past few days. The tourists who are about to leave Green Star because their visas are expiring are also not happy. During the 7-day visa period, in order to increase the consumption limit, they have to do a few days of tasks. After buying most of the things they want to buy, they finally have the mood to go shopping in other places, only to find out what they have missed. Characteristic residential areas, beautiful parks, food streets with various delicious foods, and commercial streets with diverse high-end brands, each of which is worth visiting for a whole day, but they can only rush through. Woo! The food here is so delicious that I would rather work here for the rest of my life. This is the first time to taste so many kinds of food. Wow! I have the action figures that I have been craving for a long time, but they are out of stock. Oh my god, I am so lucky! The tourists who bought the action figures were about to cry while holding the models. Ah! These flowers, trees, and pavilions are so beautiful. Every place is so pleasing to my eyes. I really hope I can live here for the rest of my life and see such beautiful scenery every day. This unique architectural style and beautiful courtyard scenery are so comfortable. I want to retire here. The endless food, the scenery, the addictive courtyard, the endless streets, and the endless points tasks are like invisible threads that tightly entangle their hearts, always clamoring to stay. He Luo was the most depressed. When he first came here, he offended Haifeng, the only person he knew who was somewhat friendly. He thought so, just for the sake of talking nonsense. When he found out about the good things about Green City, he regretted it so much that he wanted to cry. If it hadn't happened, he could have used his friendship with Haifeng to get a back door from him, and he wouldn't have bought so many local specialties. What a pity. I don't know if it's too late to repair the relationship now, but He Luo couldn't find this opportunity at all. Haifeng was very busy and had no time to see him. He didn't think there was anything to see between them. If they had any friendship, it was only that of grandfathers. No matter how much tourists didn't want to leave Green Star, once the visa time was up, as long as they didn't want to be refused entry, they had to abide by the rules and regulations and leave. The starship broke through the atmosphere and headed into the vast universe, and Green Star was getting farther and farther away from them. Looking through the window, I saw Green Star gradually disappearing from my sight like a black dot. For the first time, I felt that this journey was so short. After seeing off all the tourists, Wei Guoyang convened a meeting of all management staff to discuss a series of problems arising from the opening and come up with reasonable solutions. There were many problems that needed to be solved one by one. It was a few days later when the final preliminary results came out. Before Wei Guoyang could breathe a sigh of relief, Green Star was once again on the Star Network hot search list. A few days was enough for the first batch of tourists to share their Green Star trip with everyone around them. Some even wrote travel notes and posted travel guides on their personal accounts on Star Network. The excellent writing style and beautiful pictures attracted countless netizens to come and watch. Many people who love to show off put out all the items they bought from Green Star. Knowing that these are special products only available in Green Star, they aroused the jealousy of countless people. Green Star has become a hot topic on the Star Network again, and it has suddenly topped the hot search list. When Wei Guoyang saw this, he felt fortunate that the plan discussed at the meeting had been issued and started to be implemented, otherwise the situation would be difficult to control. These days, he was busy with meetings and lived and ate in the Star Lord's mansion. Wei Guoyang had not returned to the Sihiyuan for a few days. Now that the matter has been resolved, he finally came back from the Star Lord's mansion. "Dad, are you done?" As soon as he returned to the gate of the Sihiyuan, he ran into Wei Ning coming out of the house. Wei Ning did not attend this meeting, and even Yi Ling and Wei Dong did not attend. They were all busy with their own things, and they really staggered their meal times. "Where are you going?" "I haven't seen my daughter for a few days, and I can't help asking when I ran into Wei Guoyang." "Go to see my experimental site. Do you want to go?" Wei Ning did not hide it, and also issued an invitation. It has been almost half a year since she came back. She has been very busy. First, she solved the problem of seeds, then the food crash course, and then the investment promotion. She has no time to study, and only recently she has time. Lettuce is planted in the experimental field. She used her supernatural power to directly accelerate the growth of lettuce seeds to maturity, and then collected new lettuce seeds. She wanted to see what the difference was between the new lettuce and the original lettuce. Did your experiment have results? Wei Guoyang turned around and followed Wei Ning. He also heard about Wei Ning's experiment, but he was busy at that time and didn't have much time to pay attention. Well, you know when you see it. Wei Ning walked side by side with him, not knowing how to explain it. She planted the new lettuce seeds and the original lettuce seeds in 2 adjacent plots of land. She did not inject supernatural powers into the new lettuce seeds during the growth process. The original lettuce seeds were still planted in the original way. She injected supernatural powers several times in the middle. So far, judging from the appearance, the difference between the two is not big. The lettuce that has been injected with supernatural powers only looks a little bigger than the leaves of the new lettuce. At a glance, you can't tell the difference between the two. Sure enough, when Wei Guoyang saw the lettuces growing similarly in the 2 plots, he was a little confused. You can't see any difference? If Wei Ning hadn't said that this was her experimental plot, and even the signs on the side were still there, he would have thought that he had remembered it wrong. There is only a slight difference in the size of the leaves. Wei Ning squatted down, took out the measuring instrument, and picked lettuces from different plots for measurement. The data showed that the one on the left was 1 centimeter larger than the one on the right, which was difficult to see with the naked eye. The taste is similar. Wei Guoyang broke off a leaf from each plant, washed it and ate it, and didn't feel any difference. That's why it's hard to tell apart. Wei Ning was also worried. She didn't expect such a result. What did your mother say? She said that she had planted a lot of crops, but Wei Guoyang really didn't understand these things. He was just a tool. My mother's experiment is at a critical stage, and I can't disturb her. After the herbs arrived, Yiling took the new ginseng whiskers and blood given by the little ginseng and became busy again. She even brought in the meals, so Wei Ning couldn't disturb her. Why don't we ask Jess? Didn't Admiral Hui give us a piece of data before? Maybe they have a special instrument for detection? Wei Guoyang thought about it and suggested. Although Hui Yunchuan had never told him how they detected that special energy, since they could find it, there must be a way. Since they didn't know, it would be better to leave it to professionals. It's better than them thinking about it. That's fine, we sell it to them anyway. Wei Ning thought so too, let them do it themselves. She immediately called Chen Haojia and told him that she had developed a new variety of lettuce and asked him to find someone to test it. As for who he would find, it was not her concern. However, Wei Ning felt that it was very likely that Jace would come. Chapter 291. Wei Ning guessed it right. The day after the second group of tourists arrived at Green Star, Jace arrived in a hurry. He went straight to the courtyard and asked Wei Ning where the new variety of lettuce was. Where is the new variety of lettuce? It's no wonder that Jace was anxious. Since the appearance of the hallucinogenic star beast in the 5th Legion, all the legions have entered an extremely tense situation. Even a powerful one like Lidvis was accidentally caught. Those who are not as good as him must be more vigilant. Who knows when they will be caught, so they must be on guard. After Hui Yunchuan returned to the border, he immediately held an emergency meeting and passed down instructions one by one. All the teams strengthened patrols and added information transmission stations. When the team went on a mission, they repeatedly emphasized safety first. On the one hand, they asked researchers to study the samples brought back from the 5th Legion, and pharmacists also stepped up their time to study the potion given by Wei Ning. Although the potion was not as effective as the one Wei Ning gave him, after Lidvis took it, his mental turmoil gradually improved and returned to a stable state in a few days. With Lidvis's strength, it would not take long for him to recover. But the soldiers who were rescued were not as good as Lidvis in all aspects, and being able to save their lives was the best outcome. Jess was very busy during this period. If Chen Haojia hadn't said that Wei Ning had developed a new variety of lettuce, he would not have come all the way here. The hallucinogenic star beasts were too tricky, and there was no breakthrough so far. If a large number of hallucinogenic star beasts appeared in the next beast tide, it would undoubtedly be a tough battle for humans. How many soldiers' lives would have to be used to fill it? This was not the situation they wanted to see. The 4th Legion of the Angelica was also transplanted. After careful feeding, it finally bloomed. However, the potion made from it was not as effective as the potion made from the flower branches picked from Green Star. But being able to successfully cultivate Angelica is already a great progress. It is better to have a lower potency than no potion. Now they still rely on eating natural crops to stabilize their mental power and reduce the chance of mental power riots. But the crops supplied by Green Star are no longer exclusive to their legion. The amount consumed by the soldiers is reduced, and the effect is naturally weakened. But there is no way. The border of the Federation is so long that it needs the joint protection of all legions. If there is a problem with the defense line of either side, it will not be a good thing for the Federation. In addition, there are too few special growers, and their abilities are far inferior to Wei Ning. If there are more people, they can make up the number if they are not good enough, but neither of them works. Even the Research Institute has no good solution. At this time, the news that Wei Ning has grown a new variety of lettuce is undoubtedly good news. Jester put down his work and came here just for this new variety of lettuce. Although Wei Ning didn't like Jess very much, he wouldn't embarrass him in such a matter. He took him to the experimental site without saying a word. As soon as the two arrived at the experimental site, Chen Haojia also hurried over. It was obvious that he had received the news that Jess was coming and came to find him. Jess focused on observing the two lettuce plots, not paying any attention to Chen Haojia. Chen Haojia didn't dare to disturb him. He watched Jess's every move nervously, from observation to sampling, and didn't want to blink his eyes. Ever since Wei Ning told him that he had developed a new variety of lettuce, he had been waiting for this moment, and even hated that he was not a researcher, otherwise he could participate. After taking the sample and greeting Wei Ning, Jace left in a hurry. He was anxious to go back for testing. Wei Ning was used to the fact that researchers were all so impatient, so she nodded indifferently. Her expression was worrying in Chen Haojia's eyes, and he felt that he should say something, so he said, "Sister, don't worry, this new variety of lettuce is definitely better than the original one. You have to have confidence in yourself." He really believed that Wei Ning had this ability. Wei Ning turned her head strangely, and said, "I'm not worried." In her opinion, these two kinds of lettuce are both vegetables. Even if they don't contain that special energy, they are still edible vegetables, and the difference is not big, so there is nothing to worry about. However, she was still very happy that someone believed in her ability so much, and seeing his nervous look, she comforted him instead. "Don't be nervous. Even if you don't succeed this time, you can always succeed next time, and the next time. You will always succeed." At present, Wei Ning only guessed that the special energy was related to her ability, but she didn't know more. She was still slowly exploring, and could only use this slow method to compare. If she could figure out the connection between her ability and the special energy, she might be able to solve the problem. Chen Haojia, who was comforted, touched his nose and smiled. "I'm not nervous. You are right. You will always succeed. I believe you. You will know the answer in 2 days. If you are still nervous, find something to divert your attention. It will be over soon. There are many tourists this time. Can you handle it?" Wei Ning turned to talk about other things. Thanks to the previous rectification, the situation can still be controlled. The tourists this time are obviously well prepared. More than half of the people today chose to do the points task. Our people have also been rearranged and can't go out. At this point, Chen Haojia was really relieved. Last time, there was almost a mess because too many tourists competed for the same points task. After the rectification, the fixed number of people for the points task every day made them feel much more relaxed. At least the previous situation would not happen again. Many things can only be done slowly. If you rush, it will be easy to cause chaos. It is better to be steady and wait for things to gradually stabilize. Wei Ning knew that they had a meeting to make rectifications, but she did not participate. She only heard Wei Guoyang mention it a few times. I also understand that some things cannot be rushed and can only be done slowly. I believe that after repeated rectifications, the rules and regulations of Green Star will be more perfect. Well, it won't take long. Chen Haojia nodded heavily. He also watched Green Star develop. It took only a few years from nothing to something. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe it, but it was because he saw it with his own eyes that he was more confident about it. I believe that in the near future, Green Star will definitely become the most popular tourist star in the Federation. The two talked about some more things before they separated. Wei Ning continued her research, and Chen Haojia went to do his own thing. After 2 days of sleepless testing and various experimental comparisons, Jace finally got the test report of the new variety of lettuce. Jace had a scruffy beard and bloodshot eyes, but he looked at the freshly baked report in high spirits. After quickly browsing it, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Great! It really is worthy of being Wei Ning." Chapter 292. The final result of the report showed that the special energy contained in the new variety of lettuce was 5% higher than the original one, and the new variety of lettuce was more effective in treating mental turmoil than the original one. If the new variety of lettuce can be planted in large quantities, it would be the best for the current situation. Jace took the newly released report to find Wei Ning, wanting to tell her the good news in person. He didn't find her in the courtyard, and finally found her at the experimental site. Wei Ning! Jace shouted excitedly as soon as he saw her. Wei Ning looked up, and he knew the result would be good just by looking at his expression without asking. Sure enough, Jace continued. You are really our lucky star. The special energy contained in this new variety of lettuce is 5% higher than the original one. This new variety of lettuce appears at the right time. When all aspects of research were stuck in a bottleneck period, the appearance of this new variety of lettuce was really good news for them. 5%? If I repeat it again, will it increase? Wei Ning lowered his eyes and thought. What do you mean by repeating and increasing? Jace didn't see the joy that Wei Ning expected. Instead, he lowered his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. What he said was also strange. He asked subconsciously. Oh! I was thinking of using the seeds of the new variety of lettuce to plant repeatedly. I wonder if the energy will increase. Seeing that he accidentally said what was in his heart, Wei Ning said casually. This is impossible. Jace was sure. It will only consume. Wei Ning said, but this new variety of lettuce is indeed improved on the basis of the original seeds. Jace shut up. Just because other growers can't do it doesn't mean Wei Ning can't do it. He hurried to make amends. Indeed, your planting ability is the strongest in the entire Federation. If you say it's possible, it must be possible. This is just my idea. The result may not be better than it is now. Wei Ning would not boast about something he was not sure of. If the new variety of lettuce can be planted in large quantities, or if there are more new varieties, it will be fine. Jace took the opportunity to put forward his own purpose. Compared with whether he could grow crops with higher special energy, he hoped to have more crops like the new variety of lettuce. Research takes time, and planting is the same. Without seeds, it's useless even if I'm great. Wei Ning was not surprised that Jace would say this. But she couldn't reveal all her cards. The necessary process must be absolutely necessary, otherwise it would be easy to go wrong. I was impatient. Jace looked at the green lettuce and felt painful. It seems that this new variety of lettuce can only be saved for seeds. I hope that the energy will still be there when I come to test next time, otherwise he will be really heartbroken. If you don't want to, you can pick them all and save the seeds separately. I can't pick them, I have to keep them, I'm not reluctant. Jace insisted. Who knows how long it will take to wait for the next batch of seeds if I pick them. At least this batch is visible. Even if the special energy contained in the second generation new variety of lettuce is reduced, it is better than the original one, and it will be gone if I pick them. So it is absolutely not allowed to be picked. Okay, keep it. Wei Ning didn't force it. It's just right to see if this method can be stable. What she can be sure of now is that the special energy contained in the new variety of lettuce will increase, which is closely related to the amount of her superpower transmission. Originally, she just used superpowers to simply nourish the seeds, and then occasionally transmitted superpowers a few times during the planting process, and the transmission amount was not very much. But the new variety of lettuce is the seeds that she grew with superpowers, which can be said to be directly planted by her superpowers. The seeds may have mutated, so even if she no longer transmits superpowers later, the special energy it contains is still higher than the original one. Wei Ning suddenly had a bold guess. Maybe this special energy is actually the unknown energy transformed from her superpowers after being absorbed by plants? The more Wei Ning thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise Xiang and the others would not like her superpowers so much, and always said that this is a kind of energy that makes them very comfortable. If this is really the case, then can her superpowers actually directly treat mental riots? As soon as this idea came up, Wei Ning suddenly shuddered and shook her head violently to suppress this sudden thought. If this is true, the consequences will be more serious, and you can't think about it, you can't think about it. What's wrong with you? Jace looked at all the new varieties of lettuce greedily. When he turned back, he saw Wei Ning shaking her head and said in surprise, Nothing. Wei Ning calmed down and replied, This kind of thing can't be told to Jace. This guy wanted to study her before. If he knew, he would definitely want to study her even more. She doesn't want to be studied. If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can stay for a while. I have planted other varieties. Can you test them before leaving? Wei Ning pointed to the experimental field on the other side, where only a little green sprouted, and it was almost invisible from a distance. All the seeds planted there were grown by her supernatural power. She planted them after she saw that the lettuce could be picked, and they are only growing now. Didn't you say there are no seeds? Jace looked at the land over there and blurted out. The land over there was quite a lot of acres, and you still say there are no seeds? He felt that he was cheated. Yeah, even if you plant all the land, there is only this little, not enough for your army to fill the gaps in their teeth. Wei Ning glanced at him, and replied lightly. Jace didn't dare to speak. Indeed, these lands looked quite a lot, but their army's demand was also very large, and this was really not enough for them to eat. If it was divided among other legions, it would be even less. Ha ha. It is a little less. Jace laughed awkwardly. Wei Ning had something on his mind, and didn't want to talk to Jace anymore, so he found an excuse and left. Alas! Why do I feel that she has a bigger prejudice against me? Shouldn't it be? Seeing Wei Ning walking further and further away, Jace scratched his head and frowned and talked to himself. After thinking for a while, he couldn't find the reason. Jace was too lazy to think about it, and put his mind on the newly grown vegetables. Anyway, he had let it go. As long as Wei Ning didn't target him in major events, he couldn't bother with her about other things. After all, he did have the idea of studying her. Wei Ning returned to the courtyard and sat at the stone table in the yard, holding the particle seeds in her hand, thinking about the previous things in her mind, and her supernatural power was unconsciously running without noticing. The seeds in her palm quickly sprouted, grew leaves, and then bloomed and bore fruit. Finally, the fruit fell on the stone table. She held the withered plant branches and leaves in her hand. Ning Ning? What are you doing? A familiar voice suddenly appeared, interrupting Wei Ning's contemplation. She first looked at the source of the voice. Seeing Yiling standing at the door of the laboratory, looking at her in surprise. Wei Ning followed her line of sight, and saw a withered plant and a table full of seeds. Mom, are you done with your experiment? Where's my brother? Chapter 293. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you before that your ability can't be used directly like this? It's not good if someone sees it. Yiling didn't answer her, but walked over quickly, collected all the seeds on the stone table, and even the dead branches in her hand, while scolding her in a low voice. Since Wei Ning directly matured the rice, they told her not to use this ability easily. Once others find out that she has this ability, it will easily lead to trouble. I didn't mean it just now. Wei Ning whispered to defend herself. She really didn't notice. Be more careful next time. Fortunately, we are at home. What are you thinking about so much? Yiling tapped her forehead, which was considered to be revealing the matter. Mom, you said. Wei Ning whispered to her what he guessed in his heart. Ning Ning, I will pretend that you never said this, and I haven't heard of it. Don't mention it to anyone in the future. After listening, Yiling warned very seriously. Mom, I know. Wei Ning also knew, so she only planned to tell her family. Ning Ning, don't mention this in the future. Now all the legions have planted Angelica. The situation is not that bad. You just need to do your best. We will take care of the rest. Yiling didn't want Wei Ning to get involved too much. She had done enough. Then I plant more new varieties of crops. Wei Ning nodded obediently. You can plant as many as you want. Yiling would naturally not stop her from doing this, as long as she didn't use her superpowers to save people directly. How is my brother? Wei Ning hadn't seen Wei Dong for a long time, and was curious about the results of their experiment this time. I took the medicine, and I'm still sleeping. I know the result when I wake up. Yiling didn't dare to make a conclusion until she got the final result. While waiting for Wei Dong to wake up, the two talked about what they had done during this period. Wei Ning was the one who talked the most. Wei Ning didn't understand Yiling's experiment, so she just briefly explained the process. It was not until the evening that Wei Guoyang and Dean Modwa, who were out, came back, and Wei Dong woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw several people around the bed staring at him. Wei Dong was startled and almost shouted out. They couldn't stay a little further away, which made him feel like he was going to make a last will before his death. Brother, how do you feel? Wei Ning asked closer. Wei Dong felt it carefully. Since his mental power level dropped, he always felt imprisoned every time he used his mental power. Once he overused his mental power, his head would hurt like crazy, as if his mental power was writhing, and his body would be overloaded and weak all over. But now the feeling of confinement was not so strong, as if he could break free with a slight movement. He closed his eyes slightly, and the invisible spiritual power spread outward with him as the center. He saw the lush plants in the yard, the bottles and jars at the door of the kitchen in the outer courtyard, the tiger plants planted under the walls on both sides of the gate, and the fields full of vegetables not far away. When he wanted to see further, the familiar pain came, and the piercing pain forced him to stop. When he opened his eyes, he was sweating profusely, and his back was also covered with cold sweat. How? Yiling asked nervously. Seeing him sweating profusely, and looking very painful, Yiling's heart also tightened. Wei Dong looked up and scanned the area. Everyone was looking at him expectantly. He lived up to everyone's expectations and grinned at them. Success? I can sense farther. I should have broken through the B level. With his B level spiritual level, the range he can sense is at most 10 meters outside the gate. He can't sense farther, but what he could see just now was farther than before. Although the distance was not large, he could clearly feel it. This was definitely not the range that the B level spiritual level could sense. Really? Even Moto couldn't keep calm now. You know, there has never been an example of a spiritual level falling and then recovering. Wei Dong's is the first case in history. If Moto can already imagine what kind of storm this news will cause if it gets out. Well, it's just that it hasn't recovered to the original level yet. Wei Dong nodded. The spiritual level he detected was S level, and he was at most A level just now, the lowest among A level. However, he was very happy to be able to break through the A level. He could drive the mecha again. Even if he could not drive the original mecha, he was very satisfied. It's okay. I believe that it will be completely restored to the original level. Wei Ning has confidence in Yiling, or in the little ginseng. That is a little ginseng that has become a spirit. Yes, yes, yes. It will be better in the future. Wei Guoyang happily agreed. He felt that the scene he saw in the dream would soon come true. Yiling was also very happy. She carefully asked Wei Dong about all aspects of his condition and recorded it. Green Star did not have a special instrument for detecting the mental level. It could only compare it with the records that Wei Dong told by feeling, but it was enough to draw a preliminary conclusion. The new drug could restore the mental level that dropped due to the mental riot, but it just took time. But a new problem came again. The cost of preparing the new medicine was too high, and it could not be prepared in large quantities, and it was even difficult to prepare more. Among the main medicinal plants of the new medicine, the most difficult one to find was ginseng. Without ginseng, this medicine would basically be useless. Ginseng is hard to find. Although this prescription is good, it cannot be used. Yiling was happy that she could develop such a medicine, but she regretted that this medicine could not be prepared in large quantities. There was only one small ginseng, and she could not use it as medicine anyway. Don't think so far ahead. The most important thing is to recover you first. Wei Ning could not care so much. If the small ginseng could bloom and bear fruit like Xiangxiang before, and could grow countless ginseng, she would not care about saving more people, but now she just wanted to take care of her own people first. With her special ability, it was not a big problem to pull some of the ginseng's whiskers and blood. As long as there was enough special ability to absorb, the small ginseng could recover quickly. But she couldn't pull out too much, it wouldn't be good for it if it got hurt. She also wanted to see if the little ginseng could bloom and bear fruit. If it could, it wouldn't be a problem to have as many ginsengs as she wanted in the future, so she couldn't lose the big picture for the sake of the small. It can only be like this for now. I see if I can modify the prescription. Yiling also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. She was too different in age from Moto and Wei Dong, and their physiques were different, so these had to be taken into consideration when using the medicine. It wasn't the first time that Wei Ning pulled out the hair and blood of the little ginseng. Except for the first time when it cried out in pain, it didn't cry out again in the following times, and it didn't hesitate to give it. As long as it took away its hair and blood and absorbed enough supernatural energy, the little ginseng would be willing to make that little loss. After Yiling got it, she first prepared enough medicine for Wei Dong, Moto, and her to take a course of treatment, and then restudied the rest. And Wei Ning was thinking as he looked at the little ginseng that fell into a deep sleep after absorbing too much supernatural energy. She didn't expect that she hadn't paid attention and had fed the little ginseng too much. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. Chapter 294. Have I gotten into trouble? Wei Ning looked at the small ginseng buried in the soil with only leaves visible, and asked Xiangxiang beside him with a guilty conscience. It was because her elder brother's breakthrough in the spiritual level gave her hope. She was too excited and didn't notice that she had sent too much energy to the small ginseng. When she found out, the small ginseng had turned back to its original form and buried in the soil. No matter how she called, it didn't respond. She had no choice but to ask Xiangxiang. It was difficult for Wei Ning to communicate with the plants that had turned back to their original form. She could only roughly understand what they meant. For a sleeping ginseng like this, she couldn't feel its situation at all. Xiangxiang circled around the body of the small ginseng, observed it carefully, and told Wei Ning a good news. It will bloom and become an adult. What? Wei Ning was shocked. This answer was really unexpected. Wei Ning never thought that he would get such an answer. But after the shock came ecstasy. Ginseng is a monoecious plant, and it will produce seeds when it blooms. How far is it from having other ginsengs if it has seeds? When Wei Ning thought about having many ginsengs in the future, she looked at the little ginseng as if she was looking at a rare treasure, and even spoke in a low voice, afraid of disturbing it. Should I often input my superpowers? Should I change the place for it? Before, she thought it would be great if the little ginseng could bloom and bear fruit. Now that it has really come to this, she is nervous instead. This is her first time to grow ginseng. It's exciting to think about it. It's not that fragile. You have never treated me like this before. Xiang felt sour and unhappy. Are you jealous? Wei Ning suddenly found it funny. Did this little guy forget how much of her power he absorbed to keep her alive? Humph. Xiang snorted proudly. She knew it, and said it out loud. She also wanted to save face. How dare you snort? You don't know how much of my power you absorbed. How dare you compete with the little ginseng for favor? Wei Ning tapped its forehead to remind it of what it had done. Xiang. Oops. Forgot about it. Xiang lowered her head guiltily and stopped talking. Wei Ning had been with it for so long that she had already understood its temperament and easily appeased it. Well, it's just a matter of giving it more energy. It's not a big deal. You're jealous. It's not like I won't give you energy. I really don't know what it's jealous about. It said before that the little ginseng was its good partner. It's just a fake partner. Xiang is jealous because she's afraid that Wei Ning will only care about the little ginseng and forget about herself. As long as she can continue to absorb energy, she has no problem with it. Finally, she told Wei Ning that the little ginseng needs to continue to absorb her energy to bloom. If the energy is insufficient, the process will take a long time. Wei Ning doesn't have much, but she has a lot of energy. It's just providing energy. This is easy. As long as she thinks of ginseng seeds, she is full of energy. Every day, she generously delivers a lot of energy to the little ginseng, looking forward to it blooming soon. Of course, Xiang and Xiaolu can't be partial to one and the other, which makes the two happy. Wei Ning didn't wait for the little ginseng to grow in fluorescence, but waited for the good news from Jace first. The final test results of that batch of new varieties of vegetables were the same as those of the new varieties of lettuce, and the special energy contained in them was 5% higher than the original ones. This made Jace very happy. He didn't care about the various samples waiting for him to study in the laboratory before he came. He just kept around those vegetables every day, testing them from time to time, for fear that the energy would be reduced after maturity. Wei Ning put most of her energy on the small ginseng, and occasionally took seeds of other crops to promote growth and collect new seeds. The days passed quickly, and before she knew it, Wei Ning had collected all the seeds of the existing crop varieties on Green Star. When she was thinking about whether to plant them all at once or in batches, something happened. It was not a big deal, but for those who didn't know, it was a serious matter. A tourist stole lavender flowers planted in the park and was caught by the patrol team. The patrol team took the person to the Star Lord's mansion to wait for disposal. It happened to meet Wei Dong. He asked and found out what happened. To be honest, he didn't know what to say to Wei Ning. There are so many places to plant Angelica, but she chose to plant it in the park. She planted it, and she didn't take it seriously. He said it was rare that it was stolen now. After all, it was planted casually. When the flowers bloomed, clusters of light purple flowers swayed in the wind by the lake, and the faint fragrance drifted with the wind. It was quite eye-catching, attracting many tourists to stop and take pictures. Most ordinary people don't know that lavender is a rare medicinal plant Angelica. Seeing that it was planted casually, even if there were doubts in their hearts, they were dispelled. Who would treat precious and rare medicinal plants as ordinary flowers and plant them casually by the lake? They are not fools. However, one of the tourists who came to play this time came specifically for lavender. He was still a junior pharmacist. He accidentally saw a picture of lavender from a friend, and he happened to know Angelica. After comparing, he found that the flower called lavender on Green Star was actually the Angelica that pharmacists could not find. What's more coincidental is that he just got a visa for Green Star. In order to see with his own eyes whether lavender and Angelica are the same plant, he decided to go to Green Star to see. After arriving at Green Star, he went to the park as soon as possible. After seeing the real thing, he was sure that it was Angelica. As a pharmacist, seeing the rare medicinal plant become an ordinary plant that anyone can watch at will, his heart was bleeding. You know, Angelica is so hard to find. Many pharmacists may not find an Angelica in their entire lives, but here, he actually saw a whole piece of it. What made him even more heartbroken was that those flowers just withered silently, and no one noticed. For a pharmacist, such a scene was like a knife in his heart. He was so obsessed that he had a bad idea, thinking that maybe the planter didn't know it was Angelica at all. He picked it, and let the Angelica play its original value. And there were so many, no one would notice if he secretly picked a few flowers. But he thought too simply. He had just picked one flower, and was about to pick the second one when the patrol team came and caught him red-handed. Wei Dong didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he just let people deal with it according to the system. The man was fined star coins, and was blacklisted by Green Star. He would never have the chance to set foot on Green Star in his life. Although the matter was solved, the problem still exists. After this incident, everyone knew that the purple lavender by the lake was the rumored rare medicinal plant Lixianco. After hearing this news, everyone really didn't know how to express their feelings. It's really heartbreaking. Chapter 295. But the news that there is lavender on Green Star spread like wildfire throughout the Star Network, and now there are more people scrambling to apply for Green Star visas. And the people who are still on Green Star all flock to the lakeside of the park, wanting to see what the rumored rare medicinal plant looks like up close. It was hard for the patrol team. Before they knew that lavender was lavender, there were many tourists who came to the lakeside to check in. Now that they know, there are even more people coming. The patrol team is scared. This is a rare medicinal plant. One plant is worth a lot of star coins. If one plant is stolen, they can't afford to pay. Besides, there are too many people, and they can't take care of it. But they can't stop people from coming to see it, and they can't fence off the place where lavender is planted by the lake, right? A good place is suddenly fenced off, which looks ugly. The patrol team has been busy for several days to maintain order, and they are almost exhausted. Wei Dong recovered well. After taking the medicine, although his mental level did not recover to S level, he was able to exert the strength of a level peak after these days of recuperation. Recently, he has been following the training team or the hunting team to go on missions. He felt that this matter was caused by Wei Ning, and she should find a way to solve it. Who told her not to plant it somewhere else, but to plant it there? And he really couldn't do such brain-consuming things. It was easier to do it by hand. After Wei Guoyang knew that he had thrown the matter to Wei Ning, he really wanted to beat him up. Is there a big brother like him? Wei Dong was very righteous, isn't it now? It really didn't make Wei Guoyang angry to death. Fortunately, Wei Ning came out in time, so no blood case was caused. But it also made Wei Guoyang very angry. He had thought that Wei Dong would share more of the burden, so that he could relax. But who knew that he would be like this? In fact, Wei Dong didn't want to do this. If he knew that his spiritual level would never have a chance to recover, he might accept his father's arrangement and manage Green Star with him. But now that his spiritual level has a chance to recover, he is definitely unwilling to manage Green Star. Compared to managing Green Star, he prefers to kill star beasts on the battlefield, so he can only leave these things to his sister. But Wei Ning doesn't want to manage it either. Managing a planet is not a simple matter. Although there are dedicated people to manage all aspects, you only need to control the general direction, but it is also very tiring. I haven't seen her father so busy every day that he has to reply to messages even when he eats. She doesn't want to make herself so hard. Since she is growing lavender by the lake, she naturally has to think about what to do after being discovered. You want to sell lavender to the outside world? Wei Guoyang was shocked when he learned that she was going to do this. Well, now the transplants from the various legions and the research institutes have all survived, which shows that transplanting to other planets will not have much impact. If we can plant more, even if the medicinal properties are a little worse, it is worse than nothing. Wei Ning has also considered doing this. It is too slow to rely on them to grow everything. Since lavender can be grown on other planets, and its medicinal effect is not bad, it is better to let more people grow it. There are so many people in the Federation, as long as 1% of them can grow it, the number will be considerable. With lavender as the main medicine, mental relief agents are not a problem. As long as the pharmacist can refine it, as much as you want can be made. With the potion, there is medicine to use when the mental power riots, and it can also save more mental power users. It is said that things are precious because they are rare. As long as this thing can be seen everywhere, it is not surprising that there are many green stars. Now this situation is naturally solved. It is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Why not do it? Wei Guoyang and the others were shocked by Wei Ning's lofty ambition. But when I think of the scene she described, I feel that it is worth looking forward to. If the spiritual grass can really be planted on each planet, there will be no need to worry about the lack of medicine, and the mentalists will suffer less pain from mental riots. But it is not easy to grow it. At the beginning, those research institutes took so much back, but in the end only less than half of them survived. If it were ordinary people, wouldn't it be even lower? Yi Ling was worried that it would be wasted if it could not be grown. After all, not everyone can have superpowers like her. Then let the pharmacists and growers plant it first, and then gradually popularize it to the general public, or else it can be sold like selling snake plants. Didn't she plant xiangxiang in pots before, and xiaolu too, but now the pots can no longer satisfy them, and they like to run around on their own. Then sell potted plants. Yi Ling didn't want those angelicas to be wasted. If they transplanted them back like they did, there would be only a 50% chance of them surviving, so how much would be wasted? That's fine. Wei Ning didn't care, anyway, it was a very simple thing for her now. There's no rush for this. There are too many people who want Angelica, so we have to formulate regulations before selling it, Wei Guoyang said. The original intention of their doing this was to benefit the people, but they couldn't let people take advantage of the opportunity to make money. I prepare it here first, and when you have discussed it, you can just sell it directly when you want to. Wei Ning nodded. She didn't care how to sell it. Her job was to grow it well. Can we sell vegetable seeds now? Wei Dong came in from outside. There were some blood stains on his clothes. He was eating a bunch of grapes. Hearing this, he thought Wei Ning wanted to sell vegetable seeds, so he asked casually, "You went hunting again?" Yi Ling glanced at him. She knew he went without asking. He went there every other day. There were not enough mutant beasts in the forest for him to hunt. This was because there was enough rain in the past 2 years. The grass and trees grew lushly, and the mutant beasts also multiplied. He was afraid that they would multiply too fast and affect the development of the planting area, so he set up a hunting team to hunt them. However, they could not resist the high-level psychics, who often went to hunt them. I know my limits. Wei Dong looked away uncomfortably. He couldn't stay idle. He had just recovered a level. His hands were itching. He practiced with mutant beasts. You have just stabilized, don't be so impatient. Yi Ling hoped that he could be more stable. Although he had recovered a level, he couldn't be careless. Who knew if he would rebound again? After all, there was no precedent to follow, so he could only explore on his own. But she also knew that she couldn't stop him, so she could only remind him not to go too far. If something really happened, she would be helpless at that time. Fortunately, he still knew the limit. I know. By the way, were you discussing selling vegetable seeds just now? Wei Dong asked again. Who asked you about it? Wei Guoyang looked at him. Since the opening of Green Star, I don't know how many ways of people came, either to buy seeds or to be distributors of byproducts. He rejected them all because of insufficient supply. I guess he still didn't give up. Yes, they are the only ones who can produce so many varieties of byproducts at once. Without the raw materials, others cannot imitate them. There is a limit on purchases in Wei's department store, but if you can get a chance to cooperate and sell on other planets, you will definitely make a lot of money. No one wants to miss such a good opportunity to make a fortune, but they dare not offend the Wei family, so they can only take it slowly. There are so many. Wei Dong mentioned a few people who came to him. They are all famous family businesses on the capital star, and 2 of them are the largest suppliers of raw materials for the Nutrient Solution Company. The Nutrient Solution Company is affected by the diversification of food, and its business is not as good as before. It is normal for them to find another way out. If they can cooperate with Green Star and get vegetable seeds, whether they grow them themselves or resell them, there will be a lot of profit margins. But Wei Guoyang has not given in, so they came to Wei Dong to inquire about the situation and wanted to see if there is any opportunity from him. But Wei Dong didn't care about these. He was also annoyed by those people who always bothered him and thought they were asking about selling vegetable seeds. Wei Guoyang also had a headache. It was not that he did not want to give in, but the quantity they wanted was not ordinary. At that time, Wei Ning had no news at all, and his own stock was not enough, so how could there be any extra to sell? Even now, this matter was not something he could decide alone. The father and son looked at Wei Ning together. It depends on her. Wei Ning. Chapter 296. Why are you looking at me? If you want to sell, just sell. You don't need these seeds now. Wei Ning didn't understand why they had to look at him. It would have been reasonable for them not to sell the seeds before he came back, but now that he was back, it was up to them to decide whether to sell or not. What Wei Ning didn't expect was that it wasn't that they didn't want to sell, but that they were afraid that after they sold, everyone would know that the seeds sold by the Institute were defective. The seeds collected by the Institute were all seeds provided by the Wei family that had been planted for 3 generations, and were sold to ordinary people across the Federation after being stimulated by planters. Ordinary people had no access to information, and only thought that the yield and quality of the crops they planted were like that. For them, it was already a rare opportunity to buy seeds and grow crops. The families that might have gotten the news were different. They knew more than ordinary people, and naturally knew that the seeds sold by the Institute were defective. Ordinary people thought that they didn't plant well because they had no talent for planting, let alone planters. But people from big families knew why. It was because they knew that they had no intention to cooperate with the Research Institute, because the seeds of the Research Institute were also provided by the Wei family. Cooperating with the Wei family would benefit more. But they didn't understand why the Wei family didn't agree with such a good opportunity. Wei Guoyang didn't agree before because there was no news about Wei Ning. Green Star was closed at that time, and these people couldn't come to him. Now that Green Star is open, these people have come to him. They can come to him every few days to talk about this matter, which is really annoying. But he was also worried that after his family cooperated with them, a new planting family would be nurtured. After all, they wanted too many seeds, and were all aiming for large-scale planting. In the long run, it was not impossible for them to become a new planting family. It was not easy to break the monopoly of the family. How could it happen again? This was not what he wanted to see. Although the seeds sold by the Institute had some flaws, ordinary people didn't know about it, and they were willing to buy them. Wei Guoyang didn't want to cooperate with those families from the bottom of his heart. He preferred to sell seeds to ordinary people. Let more people eat natural vegetables, and fruits grown by themselves was their original purpose. But ordinary people would find that the seeds sold by the Institute were different from these seeds when they got the seeds sold by Green Star, which was not a good thing for the Institute. The Institute and Carol also helped them to avoid a lot of trouble. Wei Guoyang didn't want to do anything that was not good for the Institute. You don't want me to get a batch of seeds that are the same as the Institute to sell? Wei Ning was a little suspicious of how her father's brain circuit grew. She always pursued better things, but her father did the opposite. Seeing that they were looking at her expectantly, Wei Ning ruthlessly poured cold water on them. I can't do it. You have seen that the worst vegetables grown by our family are better than theirs. You are embarrassing me if you want the same. Wei Guoyang could not hide his disappointment. He thought Wei Ning could do it. If so, those families would not always think of buying seeds from them after knowing it. They looked down on the seeds sold by the Research Institute, so they naturally looked down on theirs. Can't we think of other ways besides this? Wei Ning wanted to roll his eyes. Can't they think positively? Why do they have to stand on the same front with the Research Institute? What can we do? Wei Dong really couldn't think of a better way than this. It would not affect the Research Institute, and it would allow more people to buy seeds. Our Star Network store has always sold these vegetables. Has no one ever doubted why they are different from the seeds sold by the Research Institute? I don't believe that they haven't found it, but since no one has questioned it, it means that they all agree. Since they all agree, why do we have to go into a dead end here? Wei Ning was speechless. They didn't even notice such an obvious thing. Someone left a message asking about this, but I didn't take it seriously. Wei Guoyang felt a little guilty. He mostly just glanced at the message board of the store. Later, he found someone to take care of the store, and he paid even less attention. The person in charge of the store told him that he was busy with another thing at the time and had forgotten it a long time ago. Only when Wei Ning mentioned it did he remember it. Wei Ning was also convinced. But thinking that Green Star's affairs were handled by her father, and they didn't care much, she felt a little uneasy. They were really too lazy. Wei Guoyang immediately contacted the store manager and asked him to sort out all the messages related to this matter for him. He thought he would have to wait a few days. After all, this matter could not be sorted out in a short time. Who knew that in just a few minutes, Wei Guoyang received a sorted document. Wei Guoyang looked at the received document and felt a little confused. Isn't this too fast? What's wrong? Wei Ning came over to see what made him look like that. Wei Guoyang removed the privacy of the optical brain and showed them the information. It turned out that the store manager had sorted all these out a long time ago. He thought they would definitely be used, and now they really came in handy. Wei Ning. Such talents should get a raise. So they all think this is because our growers are better than other growers? Wei Dong came to a conclusion after reading it. Even if the fruit and vegetable shop is limited to purchase, the shares sold have reached millions of copies. There will always be people who grab their vegetables and buy the seeds sold by the Research Institute to grow them, and naturally they will find the difference. But they all agreed that this is because the growers are different. Is this also true? Wei Guoyang felt that they were not wrong. Wei Ning was indeed different from other growers. Yes, even spiritualists of the same level have strengths and weaknesses. Planters are essentially the same as spiritualists. They are all tested for their proficiency in controlling spiritual power. It is impossible for Ningning to be more proficient than other planners. Wei Dong felt that he had found a reason and clapped his hands happily. But Dad's worries are not unreasonable. If we cooperate with those families, it is better to think of a way to allow them to grow more vegetables and let everyone benefit, rather than being monopolized by the nobles as before. Wei Ning did not want to see this happen again. But we can't force them to sell to ordinary people, right? Wei Guoyang did not think this would be useful. Even if it was effective for a while, it would not be a long-term solution. How many people can stick to their original intentions under the interests? It is not necessary to sell all to ordinary people. Can this be negotiated? We can put forward the requirements. If they are willing, we can talk. If they are not willing, forget it. Anyway, they are not the only ones who want to cooperate with us. There will always be willing. Wei Ning thinks this matter is still feasible. In the past, it was because the planting technology and seeds were in the hands of the planting families, and they were independent, and it was easy for them to monopolize the market. But now it is the opposite. The seeds are in their own hands. As long as they want, they can change their partners at any time. It is not easy to monopolize. Wei Guoyang suddenly understood and had a plan in mind. Ha ha! Dad already knows what to do. Chapter 297. Soon, the brother and sister knew what Wei Guoyang did. He gathered all the people who wanted to cooperate together and put the plan he and the team responsible for foreign trade management on the table for discussion. You can cooperate, but you must do it according to their agreement. If you don't want to, then let's change people who are willing to cooperate. As a result, those people hated Wei Guoyang so much that they cursed him several times in their hearts, but still smiled at him. Wei Guoyang didn't want to see the monopoly of the vegetable market by the planting family happen again, so one of the conditions, he said, was that all partners must sell 50% of the vegetables or fruits they grow to ordinary people, and he didn't care how the remaining 50% was sold. The price of the 50% sold to ordinary people cannot be higher than the price sold on the market today. Just this condition made those who wanted to cooperate curse Wei Guoyang in their hearts. He directly blocked half of their way to make money. How can selling to nobles be compared with selling to ordinary people? But some smart people also thought that Wei Guoyang was afraid that they would be like the previous planting families, so he proposed such conditions. Then, thinking of the final fate of those families, the smart ones began to calculate how much profit they could still make after deducting 50%. After calculating, those who found that they could still make a lot of profit kept silent and tacitly agreed to Wei Guoyang's condition. As for those who still wanted to argue with Wei Guoyang that he was unreasonable, Wei Guoyang had excluded them from the opportunity to cooperate, but they just didn't know it. Wei Guoyang was not afraid that these people would pretend to obey and not do as agreed after getting the opportunity to cooperate. After signing the contract, the partner needs to buy seeds with the area of the planting land, and the area of seeds sold will be the same as the area. After the vegetables mature, the local government will send people to collect 50% of the vegetables at a price 10% lower than the market price, and then sell them at the market price locally. This 10% price is considered a reward to the government. In order to prevent government departments and growers from colluding with each other to deceive consumers, Wei Guoyang specially asked people to open a supervision and reporting section on the Green Star exclusive website, where real name messages can be left to report. Once verified to be true, the cooperation opportunity of the grower will be directly cancelled, and a huge penalty will be paid. So if you want to make a small move, you have to think about the consequences. As early as after the purge, the federal government had already proposed to Wei Guoyang to sell Green Star's crop seeds to various planets under the jurisdiction of the Federation for planting. It was only then that Hu Yunchuan figured out the special effects of vegetables, and naturally disagreed. He must have to focus on the needs of the military first. Under pressure from the major legions, the federal government did not dare to compete with them. The safety of the Federation still depends on these soldiers to protect it. Now that Wei Guoyang is willing to sell Green Star seeds, the federal government is eager to do so. Regardless of whether Wei Guoyang's conditions are excessive or not, they all agreed with their eyes closed. Anyway, the government is not the one who suffers, and there is profit to be made, so why not agree? In fact, Wei Guoyang originally wanted to have people from Green Star buy and sell them, but in this way, more manpower is needed, and there is no guarantee that these people will not pocket money. But others think that it is not good to skip the government to do this, as it is easy to be drawn to the public opinion. For the long-term stability of Green Star, it is better to let the government do this. They could not guarantee whether the government could be fair and just, but at least it was more reasonable for the government to do it than Green Star. Finally, Wei Guoyang agreed. The contract in front of everyone was only taken out after the negotiation with the federal government, and it was stamped by the federal government. Although it was different from what was expected, the result was not much different. Several companies signed the contract directly on the spot, including the two companies that made the raw materials for the nutrient solution. Others were hesitant, and some wanted to continue to fight for it. In their opinion, Wei Guoyang's willingness to cooperate showed that this matter was not impossible to discuss, and as long as the benefits were reached, these conditions could be changed. However, Wei Guoyang was unwilling to talk to them. After signing the contract with those companies, he left, and the specific cooperation matters were left to the rest of the team to follow up. 5 companies? They have a good vision. Wei Ning praised after hearing about this. Being able to make up their minds so quickly means that they had made various preparations before coming, so that they could make a quick decision after Wei Guoyang proposed such conditions. I think they all understand that this business is a sure win. The more you are ahead, the more you earn. Hesitation will lead to lost opportunities. On the other hand, after signing the contract, the 5 companies also breathed a sigh of relief, especially the Clay family, one of the raw materials for nutrient solution. The Clay family came with their heir, Clay, who was the first to sign the contract. After returning to his residence, the secretary following him thought he was too eager. Clay didn't think so, but the secretary had been with his father for half his life, so he still had to give him some face. So he explained. The vegetable market is in a tight spot now. We can seize the opportunity before others, and the opportunity to cooperate so quickly has exceeded our budget. We are not at a loss if we give up 50%. Before coming to Green Star, they had prepared for the worst. After all, so many people before them had failed. But surprisingly, Wei Guoyang actually agreed to cooperate. Although those conditions were not good for them, after careful calculation, they still got the advantage. First of all, the price of seeds was within the budget. Secondly, the 50% price was calculated based on the price sold by the Wei family on the Star Network. The Wei family dared to set such a price, which means there is a profit margin. At worst, they still have another 50%, and the last point is the reason why Klein made the decision so quickly. As long as he signed the contract, he could choose one of Wei's supplementary foods and get the commission processing rights of its products. Even if it was just the commission processing rights of the products, it was enough for their family to earn back the 50% they gave up. It has only been a few months since Green Star was opened, and Wei's supplementary foods have been successfully integrated into human life. Although the sales of the Nutrient Solution Company plummeted due to its influence, natural food still cannot completely replace the existence of Nutrient Solution. As long as humans still live in the Interstellar, Nutrient Solution and natural food are indispensable survival supplies. No matter which kind of food processing their family chooses, it cannot meet the demand of the large market of the Federation. At least in the next 3 years, they will make a profit. For the future of the Clay family, he cannot hesitate at all. Facts have proved that Klein made the right move. It was not until they had negotiated the specific matters of cooperation and left Green Star that they received the news that the Wei family had only signed a contract with the 5 of them this time. All those who wanted to bargain were rejected, and Klein's secretary was shocked and sweated after learning the news. He almost became the center of the Clay family. Chapter 298. The cooperation was not a secret. There were so many people there at the time. They watched Klein sign the contract with several other representatives. Wei Guoyang had no intention of hiding it. He would speak openly to those who came to inquire about the situation. As long as those who wanted to cooperate had no objection to the set conditions and could abide by them, he would consider whether to cooperate with him. Because there is a regulation that the federal government is in the middle to supervise the cooperation between the two parties, not everyone can sign the contract without hesitation like Klein, and not all partners can get the right to entrust the processing of non-staple food. The news that the Wei family sold seeds to the outside world was not only spread to the Capital Research Institute, but also to the commanders of the major legions. After receiving the news, Dean Allen hurried to find Carol. He privately did not want the Wei family to sell seeds at this time. He came to Carol to ask him to talk to Wei Guoyang not to sell seeds at this time, especially such a large batch. But Carol refused. He supported Wei Guoyang in doing so. This is the fastest way to develop the planting industry. He spent so much time researching and training planters, but in the end, he still couldn't beat Wei Ning. Now Wei Ning has cultivated new varieties of crops, and he is still studying how to improve the quality and yield of crops. The special energy contained in the new varieties cultivated by Wei Ning is as high as 5%, while he can't even compare to the original ones. The gap between planters is not ordinary. If he wants to rely on new planters to develop the planting industry, Carol doesn't know how many years it will take. For him, personal reputation and the reputation of the Institute are not as good as the future of mankind. Dean, the Institute does not exist for individuals. Carol only left this sentence and continued to do his work. Alan's face flushed, ashamed. How could he ask Carol to ask the Way family to sell seeds? If the Way family had not contributed precious planting technology and provided so many seeds, how could the Institute have discovered the existence of the planter? How could it defend the status of the Institute in the hearts of the people again? He was blinded by the immediate interests and made such a request. The Way family did not owe their Institute anything, but the Institute benefited greatly from the Way family. Border Star. The 4th Legion Station. Randy has returned to the station and is reporting this to Wei Yunchuan. He has a smile on his face, more of a happy one. Compared to the news the Institute got, they got more information and more detailed information. Jace has confirmed that the energy content of the 2nd generation of new vegetable varieties fluctuates by less than 0.5%. He estimates that it will take 5 generations to completely turn into ordinary vegetables. The seeds sold by the Way family this time are all original, and there are no new varieties. Randy sighed. He hoped that the new varieties could be planted on a large scale as soon as possible. They needed such crops too much. It's a pity that there is only one special grower like Wei Ning. It would be great if there were more. But he was just thinking about it in his mind. Only Wei Ning had such ability in a short time. But he believed that with Wei Ning's ability, it would not take long to plant a large number of new varieties. Hui Yunchuan was not surprised at all that this would be the result. In terms of planting ability, Wei Ning is definitely the best in the Federation. Since Wei Guoyang chose to sell seeds at this time, it means that the new variety is extremely stable, otherwise he would not do so rashly. I heard from Jess that the Wei family is not only selling seeds, but also Angelica. Just heard about the sale of Angelica from Chenhaojia. Outsiders have not received the news yet, but Randy feels it is necessary to mention it. Do you know how to sell it specifically? Hui Yunchuan raised his eyebrows. As far as he knows, Angelica is not easy to grow. Randy glanced at the large pot of plants behind him and uttered 2 words, potted. This pot of plants was brought back when he first came back from Green Star. Now it has grown into a pot half a person tall. Although it has not been seen to bloom, it has not been seen to wither. It is really very easy to grow. If the potted Angelica is also the same, Randy can imagine how many people will rush to buy it. That seems like something she would do. Hui Yunchuan placed his hands on the edge of the table and tapped the tabletop. Thinking of the potted vines that Wei Ning always held in her arms when they met, the corners of his lips curled slightly. However, Hui Yunchuan frowned. Acting in such a high profile was not like the style of the Wei family. It seemed like they were hiding something. Let Jace check what happened on Green Star recently. You suspect? Randy was slightly stunned. Although they sent people to guard Green Star, they did not monitor the lives of the Wei family, so not everything was clear. And what Hui Yunchuan said he wanted to check was definitely about the Wei family. How is the research on the potion going? Hui Yunchuan did not respond to his question and asked something else. Not much progress. Randy remembered the scene he saw when he passed by the laboratory. Everyone was listless and unshaven, and he knew that they had not yet researched anything. Send someone to Chris' place and ask them to find the raw materials. There has been no progress for so long. It's time to reflect on it, Hui Yunchuan said with a cold face. It has been so long that he has not been able to completely identify the ingredients of the medicine. It is really disappointing. After all, they are all old. I am afraid they will not be able to adapt there. Randy himself has been there for so long and knows how bad the conditions there are. He is afraid that people will not be able to bear it and need to be taken care of. Chris's temper may make people angry to death. Then pick a few people to go, Hui Yunchuan insisted. He has waited long enough and has no patience to wait any longer. He is 90% sure that the raw materials of the medicine come from that planet, but they have to find out what they are. Instead of burying themselves in the laboratory to identify them all day, it is better to go directly to the field to find them. For the first time, Hui Yunchuan felt that his pharmacist was so useless. I arrange it. Randy saw his ugly face and realized that he was really angry, so he agreed immediately. After leaving the office, Randy contacted Jace and asked him to pay attention to the Wei family. Then he went to Mond and asked him to arrange a pharmacist to go to Chris. The matter of the potion has indeed been delayed for too long. If it gets out that the pharmacists of their army can't even make the potion prepared by a planter, it will really be shameful. Chapter 299. Green Star. After hanging up the call from Randy, Jace was still thinking about what Randy meant by asking him to keep an eye on the Wei family. Did he suspect that the Wei family had ulterior motives and wanted to break the contract? This was impossible. The current Green Star was like a tempting piece of fat meat, and everyone wanted to take a bite. If the contract with their legion was broken, the Wei family would not be able to keep what they had. The stability of Green Star today was all thanks to the protection of their legion. Wei Guoyang was not stupid, so how could he not know the pros and cons of this? Besides, if he had this idea, there was no need to tell them about the new species. Since it was not this, then what was it? Jace couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked Chen Haojie. If anyone knew the situation of the Wei family best, it was him. As for Moto's master, Jace thought he didn't have the courage to ask. Chen Haojie has been quite busy recently. After the cooperation, Wei Guoyang has also been busy. He has to protect his safety, so he has to follow him. When he has time to see Jess, it is already night. Hearing Jess ask him about what happened in the Wei family recently, he was also stunned. Although his mission is to protect the Wei family, the main objects of protection are Wei Guoyang and Yiling. However, Yiling is basically in the courtyard and the planting area, and rarely goes out, so in fact he only protects Wei Guoyang. As for Wei Ning, Chen Haojie had a fight with her, and after confirming that she had the ability to protect herself, he didn't care about her. In addition, the defense of Green Star was strengthened later, so he didn't arrange anyone else to follow. If there were not so many people from Green Star, and Wei Guoyang often had to meet outsiders, he would rarely follow him. This was the first time he was asked about the Wei family. He had never been asked about this before, so he was a little overwhelmed. After all, he was not spying on the Wei family. Just had to explain, don't think too much. I'm just curious about why they suddenly started selling seeds and Angelica. I haven't seen them do this before. It's not convenient for us to ask too much about this matter, but if we know some reasons, we can help in the future. Chen Haojie was relieved when he heard it was this matter. He thought Jess was going to ask him about some private matters of the Wei family. It's good that he didn't. As for what he asked, he really knew it. After all, he often followed Wei Guoyang, so it was not surprising to know. He didn't hide it from Jess. When Wei Ning and the others talked about it, they didn't avoid him, which means that it was something he could say. He told Jess directly. This is really something she can do. Jess laughed when he heard it. Only Wei Ning dared to sell Angelica as potted plants so boldly. Only she was willing to do so. If this method works, this Angelica will not be rare in the future. Chen Haojie couldn't help but laugh. Jace took this opportunity to ask about the potted plants. He knew that Wei Ning still didn't like him, so he rarely went to the courtyard and didn't know how this matter was going. Chen Haojie only knew that Wei Ning was preparing, and he didn't know whether the plants had been transplanted. He was mostly with Wei Guoyang recently, and didn't pay much attention to it. You are close to them, pay more attention, this matter is very important. Jace saw that he didn't get anything out of his question, so he had to remind him. I understand. Chen Haojie just thought that he valued this matter, and agreed without thinking too much. Jace told Randy what Chen Haojie had said to him, and finally asked him why he was paying attention to the Wei family. Before, he strongly opposed him paying too much attention to the Wei family. Why is it the other way around now? If they were not far away, Randy would have wanted to punch Jace. He was asking him to pay attention to the Wei family in private, not directly like he did. If he wanted to ask, he would not ask Chen Haojie, and he needed to tell him? Don't worry about it, I asked someone to do it. Randy felt that it was wrong to let Jace do it, so he should let others do it. What do you want to do? Jace was even more curious. Nothing. It was not clear what was going on, and Randy did not plan to tell him. After all, it was just a guess between him and Hui Yunchuan. They could not interfere with any decision made by the Wei family, but there must be a reason for the abnormality. The original intention of the Wei family to decide to sell seeds and Angelica was to benefit more people, but it should not be at this time. Doing so would only make more people pay attention to the existence of Green Star. But after the seeds and the herb are sold, these two things will not be rare in the Federation, and naturally they will not keep their eyes on Green Star. Others do not know Wei Ning's ability, but they are all clear that the potion in her hand is unique. Hui Yunchuan has personally experienced the magic of the potion. He believes that Wei Ning does not have the potion, but he thinks that with Wei Ning's intelligence and ability, she must have left some medicinal plants. What he wants is that these medicinal plants will not fall into the hands of other legions. He is not sure whether Wei Ning has started planting, but the Wei family must have a purpose for acting so high profile. What Hui Yunchuan didn't know was that the potion Wei Ning gave him was just Xiangxiang's blood, but what he guessed was almost right. The Wei family did hide the existence of ginseng from them, and it was still very important. It was just that several months had passed, and the little ginseng still hadn't changed much. Even though she had given it a lot of supernatural powers every day, she didn't see any trace of inflorescence. If Xiangxiang hadn't told her that it was not so easy for the little ginseng to bloom and bear fruit, she would have thought that her efforts these days were in vain. She wouldn't tell anyone until she saw the little ginseng bear fruit. But she didn't know that because she decided to sell seeds and lavender, Hu Yunchuan would suspect that she had the medicinal plants that gave him the potion. Now she was busy grafting lavender into flower pots, and she would start selling them in the store after they were planted. Wei Guoyang had already drafted the sales regulations with the sales department. 1,000 pots were sold every month, and anyone with a planter or pharmacist qualification could apply to buy them. But these 1,000 pots were not enough for the planters and pharmacists of the entire federation, and they were all snatched up in less than a second. No matter whether they can be planted or not, they must be snatched up first. Although Wei Ning expected that many planters and pharmacists would rush to buy lavender, she did not expect that she would be planting lavender by cuttings for a long time. Fortunately, the survival rate of all potted lavender sold after transplanting was very high, and her efforts were not in vain. It was also because Wei Ning took the lead in promoting potted lavender planting that the planters, who later grabbed the pots, followed suit and sold the lavender they grew, and the number increased. And lavender is really no longer a rare medicinal plant, as Chen Haojie said. Chapter 300. 5 years later. Since Wei Guoyang started selling seeds to the outside world, in just 5 years, the planting industry of the Federation has developed rapidly. Vegetables and fruits can be seen everywhere, and a large bag can be bought with just a few hundred star coins. Various food byproducts have gradually appeared on major planets, and the types of cooked food are even more diverse, greatly satisfying the appetite of human beings. But when it comes to where the food is the most delicious, everyone will vote for Green Star. Green Star can be said to be the birthplace of food. From the initial stewed meat, grilled fish, stewed fish, to the later various exquisite stir-fries, hot pot, braised dishes, white cuts, cold salads, spicy hot pot, etc., as well as various beverages, snacks, and cakes, they all first appeared on Green Star. In these 5 years, Wei Ning's biggest gain was getting 8 ginsengs. She used her supernatural power to feed them for 4 years, and finally waited for the little ginseng to bloom and bear fruit. She got 10 ginseng seeds, and finally successfully planted 8 ginsengs. Although there are only 8, this is not a small ginseng that has become a spirit, so there is no need to worry that they will take many years to bloom and bear fruit. After the little ginseng woke up from its slumber, its main body grew a circle, and it also grew a little after it transformed. Although it was only a little bit, it was enough to make the little ginseng ecstatic. It was Wei Ning's credit that it could enter the flowering period and adulthood early. If she hadn't given it so much energy, it might have taken a long time to reach adulthood. After it woke up, it generously gave Wei Ning a bottle of its blood and a ball of hair, plus 10 fruits it produced when it became an adult. Wei Ning took the fruit away and left the blood and ginseng whiskers to Yi Ling. The blood and whiskers of the adult ginseng are much more effective than those before it became an adult. After the pills were prepared, Wei Dong successfully returned to his original spiritual level of S, and Yi Ling's spiritual power was also restored. The once exhausted spiritual power continued to flow out like a spring to nourish the dry spiritual field. After the spiritual power was restored, she was more adept at refining medicines and preparing various medicines. But Dean Moto was not so lucky. Perhaps he was injured for too long. His spiritual level only returned to a level, and the pills had no effect after that. Yi Ling spent a lot of time researching and experimenting, and concluded that the pills are most effective when taken after the spiritual power riots, and the level drops, and the body's functions recover. The longer the delay, the less effective the medicine is. It was also at that time that Chen Haojie and others knew that there were still medicines in the world that could restore the spiritual level. It was so shocking. Hu Yunchuan and Landy, who got the news, were also shocked. They had always suspected that Wei Ning had a medicinal plant that could quickly relieve mental turmoil, but they had never thought that it could be a medicinal plant that could restore the mental level. Over the years, the pharmacists of the 4th Legion had finally cracked the ingredients of the potion given by Wei Ning after a lot of hard work, but they could not prepare a potion with the same efficacy. In the past few years, Wei Guoyang has signed more than 1,000 growers, and the output of vegetables and fruits has been able to meet basic living needs. And the new varieties cultivated by Wei Ning have been improved again, and the special energy contained has reached about 8%. Almost all legions have planted the 2nd generation new varieties. The cultivation of Angelica was also very successful, and mental relievers are not scarce nowadays. Although there are mental relievers to relieve mental turmoil, there are still people who are injured by mental turmoil, and their mental level drops. Now Yi Ling has prepared a pill that can restore the mental level. Once this news spreads, it will be enough to make the entire Federation uproar. Hui Yunchuan personally came to Green Star to meet Yi Ling, and finally took Wei Dong away, and left a solemn plea for Wei Ning before leaving. Ask her to plant the precious ginseng well. The medicinal effect of ginseng is that the longer the year, the stronger the effect. In a year, even if Wei Ning uses supernatural powers to promote growth, the effect is extremely weak, and it cannot be compared with the effect of small ginseng. All Wei Ning can do is to try his best to use supernatural powers to carefully promote growth and take good care of him. The war between humans and star beasts continues. While humans are progressing, star beasts are also evolving. However, the interstellar world is still dominated by humans. Even if we cannot completely eliminate the star beasts, we have the ability to suppress the star beast tide. Half a year after Wei Dong left Green Star and returned to the battlefield, the news of the star beast tide being suppressed came. In the year 2323 of the star calendar, the news that Yi Ling had recovered her mental power was revealed, shocking the entire Federation. At this time, the military awarded her the highest honor medal, and announced the reason for receiving the medal. The various medicines she prepared, such as the Supreme Edition Mental Relief Agent and Mental Level Recovery Pills, saved the lives of countless soldiers, and made great contributions in the war between humans and star beasts. Yi Ling's name is also deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. 1 month later. Green Star, in front of the gate of the courtyard. A silver-white mecha slowly stopped in the open space in front of the gate. Wei Dong jumped out of the mecha cabin in a black combat uniform, looking at his family, who came out of the door with a happy smile. Wei Guiyang looked at the scene he had seen in his dream, and then looked at the endless green in the distance, and tears of relief flowed from his eyes. Great! The dream came true.